And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session has commenced and your company is required. So that thing that we do round about this time has started. So start with it. You know how it goes, the Nigerian conversation. You know, one man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior.
My platform, you can join us anytime. YouTube, one man went to how we build the country.
Igbo, are you already causing trouble there? We've not even started. You are already causing trouble. You are back in another.
One man causing trouble where?
What do you mean? What do you mean causing trouble where? It's Wednesday and you are already in another wine bar. Do you ever stop
I'm in
drinking?
Ikoyi.
Do you ever stop drinking?
I'm in
Miliki,
Ikoyi. I'm in
Koye.
Ikoyi with my friends.
When are
I'm
you
not
ever
talking
in
trouble
Mushin?
anywhere.
Do you not
One
go to
man. I'm
Ajegunle?
not talking trouble. I'm just trying to bring them to our platform.
Good.
Some of my
Eh?
friends around, you can see, with me.
You are friends. Are they
Very,
admitting to being your friends? You
eh,
don't have friends.
yeah.
Am I not your only friend? Eh? Good to see
This is my
you.
friend in England. You can create a platform.
Oh, all right.
Thank
Okay.
God.
Okay, Ego. Let me go on and present the talking point. So that is Ego. He has started early. Miliki Unlimited. So that was Ego, and this is me. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. The session starts. Have I done the roll up? So roll up. As guys, I bring you this. Holy, and all that. Senate rejects President Buhari's request to delete clause disenfranchising appointees in Electoral Act. So there it is. It looks as though now, because that thing passed the second reading, and it looks as though Lawan was going to push it through. But even the Senate now seems to recoil from that. Perhaps they don't feel as beholden to Buhari as they previously did, now that the guy has less than 12 months left in office. So no to this rigging clause, they say. Senate rejects President Buhari's request to delete clause disenfranchising appointees in Electoral Act. So quite what's led to that bravery, we find out soon enough. Sunday Igboho should be returned to Nigeria for prosecution, treated like Nnamdi Kanu. Miyetti Allah squeezing the arms of the Buhari administration. Um, Executive rascality taken too far. Nigerian Bar Association slams Governor Umahi over his response to court order sacking him from office. So we also saw that video clip that Ajanle Koko brought us where the governor was just using all manner of abusive language against the judge. IGP speaks on death of Joseph Egbunike, DIG investigating ABBA KYARI. So the guy now that the police has tasked to investigate the ABBA KYARI narrative mysteriously dies. They will tell us it's natural causes, of course, but we know that it is not natural causes. IGP speaks on death of Joseph Egbunike, DIG investigating ABBA KYARI. So quite what's led to all that we find out just shortly. I'll give you this headline, but almost certainly I would not read it out because it looks as though it may be conflicting with the story that I would have already brought you. Nigerian Bar Association speaks on derogatory remark against George by Umahi. So that I won't be bringing you because I'll be bringing you the one that I just already read out. So this okay, I won't be bringing you this one as well because it's still along those lines. I'm just trying to condense the stories now because sometimes they're just we won the APC over Umahi's defection. Rep members mock Ebonyi governor. So we may or may not go to that one, but that one we hold in the holding bay. Deputy Inspector General of Police Joseph Egbunike, who investigated suspended police officer ABBA KYARI, slumps and dies in Abuja. So we'll pick one of those two just to bring you that story. And then we go on to this one. Buni not coming back as APC chairman, El Rufai declares. So categorical and absolutely he has been removed. But it gets even more intriguing. Only Buhari can convince, hold on. Only Buhari can convince me to be Amechi's running mate, El Rufai. So it looks as though, because we've always speculated that there was always going to be a joker name that they will bring to try and truncate the Tinubu narrative. And it looks as though Rotimi Amechi may well be that play. And the Fulani, to keep him honest, of course, El Rufai. So this is now El Rufai speaking, and this is what he's saying, that this is their permutation. I will only contest alongside Amechi if Buhari insists. That is the little man from Kaduna State. So there it is right there, and there is the totality of it. So there it is right there. That is the totality of it. So kick back, lean back, take it easy. Click on the hyperlink if you want to come and If you want to come and participate live on screen, that is what Ego did, and you saw that we just went to Ego quickly. So if you want like Ego to appear on the screen, then click on the hyperlink and that happens straight away. But definitely click on the like button because we need that to propel us in the YouTube algorithms, and click on the subscribe button, of course, for exactly the same reason. So do the clickings, and as you are doing the clickings, let me provide a little bit of a musical intermission. We go to the east and we partake in another Python dance.
Do I walk? O Mary, Abakare, Mama Daora, Ulapuri Mary Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Ulapuri Mary Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Ulapuri Mary Nandi bu onye du aimo o meri zu biro ya Abakare mamanda ora una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una buri meri Nandi.
And there you heard it. They would never give it up in the East. Nandi wins the war. They continue to insist. So Nandi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Senate rejects President Buhari's request to delete. Senate rejects President Buhari's request to delete clause disenfranchising. I do beg your pardon. Let me just come off for a moment. Okay, go on. Hold on. All right, let's start that all over again. Senate rejects President Buhari's request to delete clause disenfranchising appointees in Electoral Act. The Nigerian Senate today rejected President Buhari's request for the House to delete the clause in the newly signed Electoral Act that, in his opinion, disenfranchises political appointees. During the signing of the bill on February the 25th, President Buhari had criticized the section, which he said constitutes a disenfranchisement of serving political office holders. Section 8412 states that no political appointee at any level shall be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention or congress of any political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates for any election. In his letter to the Senate, President Buhari said that the amendment of the bill was needed as the clause constitutes a fundamental defect and leads to the disenfranchisement of political office holders. In his view, the section disenfranchises serving political office holders from voting and being voted for at conventions and congresses of any political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates for any election in cases where it holds earlier than 30 days to the national election. The president argued that the provision introduced qualifications and disqualifications and disqualification criteria that are ultra-virus to the Constitution by way of importing blanket restrictions to serving political office holders. During its plenary session today, the lawmakers in a voice vote rejected the amendment of the bill. Many of the senators who contributed to the debate on the bill kicked against the amendment. On his part, Enyinnaya Abaribe, the Senate Minority Leader, said it was not in the interest of democracy. I urge my colleagues not to allow this bill to be read the second time, Abaribe said. So it looks as though that bill has been truncated. And this now, a tweet from the Nigerian Senate, from their verified account, a bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2022 and for related matters 2022 SB 952 failed to pass second reading. So that is categorical and gold standard, and that is from the verified Twitter handle of the Nigerian Senate. So they find the brevity to clap back at Buhari. Executive rascality taken too far. Nigerian Bar Association slams Governor Umahi over his response to court order sacking him from office. The Nigerian Bar Association has slammed Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi for refusing to obey a court order which has asked him to vacate office as governor of the state. Recall that on Tuesday, March the 8th, a federal high court in Abuja ordered Governor Umahi and his deputy to vacate their office for defecting from the PDP to the APC. Umahi had described the judgment as a sham and accused ECHO for doing a hatchet job. Nobody can remove me as the governor of the state, as we know where the judgment came from, he said at a press conference. Reacting to Umahi's comment, Nigerian Bar Association President Olumide Akpata, in a statement released, described Umahi's response as impunity of the highest order and executive rascality taken too far. Mr. Akpata said the Nigerian Bar Association has absolutely no interest in the outcome of the case in question and will continue to stay away from partisan politics. He added that the Nigerian Bar Association condemns without equivocation Umahi's unfortunate diatribe, which, if it had emanated from an average litigant, would still have been regarded as shocking, but coming from one who occupies the exalted office of a state governor is nothing short of a national embarrassment. So here is the full text of the response. They say they are not partisan, but it's almost like a 10-paragraph response. The Nigerian Bar Association has noted with utter dismay the unfortunate and totally unacceptable reaction of His Excellency David Umahi to the judgment of the Federal High Court Abuja delivered on the 8th of March 2022, Quorum Honorable Justice Iyank Eko, which inter alia ordered him and His Excellency Mr. Eric Kelechi Igwe to vacate the offices of governor and deputy governor, respectively, of Ebonyi State on grounds of their defection from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress. Following the judgment, Umahi, in the course of a press conference, video evidence of which is currently making the rounds both on new and mainstream media, threw caution to the wind and deployed very uncomplimentary adjectives and intemperate language in characterizing both the judgment and Honorable Justice Eko, including but not limited to describing the judgment as jungle justice and his lordship as a hatchet man. As if these were not enough, Engineer Umahi accused the court of murdering justice and also arrogated to himself the judicial powers and magisterial authority to declare the judgment of a court of competent jurisdiction as null and void, whilst unashamedly declaring his intention to disregard the judgment in favor of another. To put it plainly, this is impunity of the highest order and executive rascality taken too far. Whilst the Nigerian Bar Association has absolutely no interest in the outcome of the case in question and will continue to stay away from partisan politics, it is inconceivable that this association that is charged with upholding the rule of law and defending the judiciary would sit idly by in the face of this unprovoked and totally unwarranted attack on the judiciary. Indeed, the leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association has been inundated with calls from a cross-section of well-meaning Nigerians who are understandably outraged by the utterances of Engineer David Umahi and who have rightly demanded that appropriate action be taken to protect the sanctity of the judiciary. It is for this reason that we condemn without equivocation Engineer Umahi's unfortunate diatribe, which, if it had emanated from an average litigant, would still have been regarded as shocking, but coming from one who occupies the exalted office of a state governor is nothing short of a national embarrassment. In the wake of the judgment, one would have expected Engineer Umahi to sue for calm from his supporters and to assure them that all legal and constitutional avenues would be explored to challenge the judgment. For His Excellency Engineer Umahi to instead resort to attacking and denigrating the high office of a judge in this unprecedented manner is disgraceful, undemocratic, and completely unacceptable. As Kayode Eso JSC of blessed memory famously noted, the essence of the rule of law is that it should never operate under the rule of force or fear. We view Engineer Umahi's reaction to this judgment as being consistent with the current penchant on the part of those in the executive arm of government for intimidating the judiciary whilst taking advantage of the historical reluctance of that arm of government to rise to its own defense. In light of the foregoing, the Nigerian Bar Association hereby demand an immediate apology from His Excellency Engineer David Umahi and a retraction of the comments he made against the person and judgment of Honorable Justice Iyang Eko of the Federal High Court. It is also our demand that this apology and retraction be given as much media coverage as the press conference where the unfortunate comments were made. So is this the Nigerian Bar Association developing a backbone? Is the question. IGP speaks on death of Joseph Egbunike, DIG investigating ABBA KYARI. So let me read it from a different space instead. Let me read it from this space. So Deputy Inspector General of Police Joseph Egbunike, who investigated suspended police officer ABBA KYARI, slumps and dies in Abuja. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department, Joseph Egbunike, is dead. Late DIG Egbunike hails from Onitsha in Anambra State and was until his death the most senior police officer from the southeastern region of the country. He reportedly slumped and died in his office in Abuja in the late hours of Tuesday, March the 8th. He also headed the Special Investigation Panel constituted by the Inspector General of Police Usman Baba to investigate suspended head of the Police Intelligence Response Team, ABBA KYARI, after being indicted by the Department of Justice in a money laundering case. Egbunike holds a Bachelor of Science in Accounting from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, as well as a Bachelor of Law, LLB, BL, a Master's in International Law and Diplomacy, and a PhD in Criminology. The late DIG represented the Nigerian Police Force accounts and budget in Police Mortgage Bank PLC. He was also on the board of the Nigeria Police Force Property Development and Construction Company. So there you have it. You say there is smoke without fire. but I have never seen where there was smoke without fire. So smoke without fire, the guy investigating ABBA, KYARI, slumps and dies. This is the thing. So smoke without fire. So smoke without fire, as we go back to the Umahi space. We want APC over Umahi's defection. Reps member mocks Ebonyi governor. Following the sack of Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi and his deputy Eric Igwe, a member of the House of Representatives from Kogi State, Honorable T.J. Yusuf, has said his party, the People's Democratic Party (PDP), wants the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC) before receiving the governor. Honorable Yusuf also said the APC should be ashamed over the comments made by Umahi, ridiculing the judiciary after the Federal High Court ruling. In a statement made available to newsmen on Wednesday in Abuja, the legislator lamented what he described the said comment as acts of impunity and reckless statements by highly placed beneficiaries of democracy. When Umahi was the campaign, we were not playing politics when we genuinely warned APC that they were inheriting PDP's biggest problem in that part of the federation. Now the party claims are about respect for democratic standards and the rule of law is being put to question by the ex-governor, said Yusuf, who represents Kogi State, urging engineer David Umahi and his deputy to immediately vacate Ebonyi government house, whilst the Independent National Electoral Commission withdraws the certificate of return issued to them. Yusuf emphasized the need for restraint, civility, and tact in his comments that concern the judiciary. So essentially, just mocking. That's just mocking, essentially. Buni not coming back as APC chairman, El Rufai declares. Governor Nasir El Rufai of Kaduna State declared that the fate of Governor Mia Malabuni of Yobe State has been sealed and can't return as the chairman of the caretaker committee of the ruling or Progressive Congress. Reports have it that El Rufai made the submission on Wednesday whilst featuring on Channels Television's Politics Today. He added that the same thing applies to the CEC PC Secretary Senator John James. It will be recalled that the leadership saga within the APC took a new dimension on Monday when Niger State Governor Abubakar Sani Bello took over the CECPC and declared himself the acting chairman. Buni was said to be out of the country for medical reasons, but Bello also told newsmen that he had the blessing and support of President Buhari to take over the party leadership. It has since remained unclear if Buni will be returning to the seat or will be shown the exit door. But on Wednesday, Governor El Rufai submitted that Buni can only return as the Yobe State Governor and not as the APC caretaker chairman. He added that Bello has the backing of President Buhari and 19 governors. The Kaduna State Governor said both Buni and John James were relieved of their duties based on the directive of President Buhari, which he issued shortly before his medical trip to London on Sunday. In his words, Buni is gone, the secretary is gone, Governor Bello is in charge, and he has the backing of President Buhari and the 19 governors. Buni can only return as governor of Yobe State, but never as chairman of our party. President Buhari ordered his removal, and this has been implemented. Governor Bello has taken over and things are moving according to plan. Party will be restored. Convention will take place as scheduled. 19 governors and their deputies are solidly behind this move. Buni and his people got a court order to stop the convention, but hid it. So there you have it, treachery at the highest offices. So treachery at the highest offices. We're still staying with El Rufai. 2023 presidency, only Buhari can convince me to be Amechi's running mate. El Rufai. Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State has said he would only run for the 2023 presidency, either as a presidential aspirant or a running mate to the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, if President Muhammad Buhari insists. El-Rufai insisted that he has no intention to run for the presidency or be a running mate to Amechi, as being rumored on social media. Speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today, the Kaduna State Governor said he is tired and needs to rest and has no intention of coming back to politics after leaving office next year. He said Amechi was free to run for the presidency, but maintained that President Buhari is the only one who can convince him to join the race. I have said over and over that I am not a contestant for any office. I am not aspiring for anything. If Governor Rotimi Amechi is interested in running for any office, he has the right to do so. But I am not running for anything, and I am not going to be on his ticket. Asked if he would maintain this stand, if President Buhari asks him to run for president or be Amechi's running mate, he added, that will be a different conversation. I'll explain to him why I don't think it's a good idea. But of course, if he insists, I will. But I am tired. I am physically tired because I do take my work seriously. The last 8 years, I have worked myself flat out, and I am not young anymore. I'll be 63 next year. So I prefer to look at other options to contribute to the development of my country. But of course, I didn't want to run for governor, but the president insisted. So if he insists that I should do something, I have so much regard for him and his judgment that I will do it even if reluctantly. So that is the new permutation now. I will only contest alongside Rotimi Amechi if Buhari insists, El-Rufai. So we'll read this one out and then we'll come into the room. The Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai on Wednesday revealed what will make him run in the 2023 presidential election. El-Rufai, while speaking on the general elections, said he would only contest as a presidential aspirant or a running mate to Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi if Buhari insists. The Kaduna State Governor, however, stated he has no intention to contest in the presidential election. El-Rufai disclosed this while speaking on Channels Television on Wednesday. He said he's tired and needs rest from politics when his tenure as governor of Kaduna State ends in 2023. The APC chieftain further stated that Amechi is free to contest in the election, but noted that only President Buhari can convince him to join the race. He said, so it just goes on to repeat. All right, so it's a repeat essentially of what I've just read now. So that is it. That is another name to conjure with. So Thomas, I see you. And Ovie, I see you. Good to see you, gentlemen. So let's come to you first, Ovie. I'm sure you are excited now about that commentary from Rotimi, from El-Rufai, that has put Rotimi Amechi back in the mix, a consideration that we were not having before. So what are you making of that?
I've never ruled out. I have never ruled Amechi and
yes, remember when they got the Tobanin, the damn Mariah Jaws of Daura? Do you remember?
Yeah, trusted one. The trusted one. So, but I think, even the president know that they will reject it at the Senate. I'm pretty sure he's aware of that. So
would reject what?
Now sorry, you're talking about the party constitution.
No. Okay, do you want to start there? No, I was starting with Rotimi Amechi, but let's go to where you are. So
what made you say the Rotimi is back in the mix then?
Oh, did you not hear the last story that I read out?
About El-Rufai not interested and
no, the permutation that was being put to El-Rufai is a Rotimi Amechi El-Rufai ticket, and El-Rufai was saying that he is tired and he doesn't want to be in politics anymore. But if Buhari insists, then he will be Rotimi Amechi's running mate. So that is a permutation clearly that has been discussed, and we've always speculated, you especially, that there's going to be a joker. So that now almost coming out now as something to consider. Rotimi Amechi El Rufai ticket. How does that even resonate? What does that mean?
I mean, as good as that sounds on a black and white paper, but politically and with the way the country is, and with the two people you just mentioned, there are two people who are very ambitious. Putting them on the same ticket. No, I don't think.
El Rufai is somewhat robust, but can Rotimi Amechi carry a presidential ticket? Can Rotimi Amechi carry a presidential ticket?
Rotimi can carry at this point with what is happening. Yes, he can carry a presidential ticket.
Right. Rotimi Amechi can canvass votes in Oyo, Ogun, Ondo, Jigawa, Katsina. Rotimi Amechi can canvass votes in Ebonyi.
No. If that be the case, it will not be. It will be easy for them to the southeast, the south, the north. Now only the Yorubas, as you put it, might be easy to do, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't count.
If Rotimi Amechi, if it's a Rotimi Amechi a Rufai ticket, then you might as well just give the presidency to Atiku. That tells us that they want to give it to Atiku. Rotimi Amechi is not going to be president of anywhere, so that then means they want to give it back to PDP.
Yeah,
not even APC can read that.
I don't see anybody putting a Rufai on anybody's ticket at this point. Nobody will be accepted to be running mate because it's as ambition.
It's not manageable now. Can you imagine trying to manage it? It's unmanageable now.
Amechi himself and any other person on the ticket, Amechi would be very easy to be, to the north is already a done deal. It would be easy to sell to the north, to the northern.
Also, because he built some.
It's very popular there.
Who told you that? What's led you to? No. How are you concluding that is popular in the north?
You will agree with me that most of the road, the construction and all that heavily favor the northern space. Let's even go that way. And the face on that project is Amechi. If there's one thing that is prominent right now in the northern space, is that is the only minister that understands what Baba is thinking and actually bringing it to fruition.
In what way? What are you talking about?
With the roads, what is the administration claiming to be?
Rotimi Amechi does not build roads.
Fashola I'm talking about the rails, the railway.
Yes,
the rails.
Okay. So a rail has been put in. That rail was already in the pipe works, but is that so? That will get him the northern vote, will he?
Because I'm not saying he's the one building it, but he's pretty much the face and the star of this administration.
Why are you saying that? No, tell me now. What has he done?
Okay, what area have they performed? Little. I mean, we have to.
They've performed in road building. And that's the main thing. They've done extensively in Lagos Ibadan Expressway. They've all but completed the second Niger bridge, and they built endless kilometers of road, not just in the north, but right across the country. Because even UK was telling us that his uncle were reporting that Igbo land is just being transformed. So that's not Rotimi Amechi's portfolio. That's Fashola's portfolio.
You might not acknowledge that the rail infrastructure they are building across the country. You might not want to acknowledge
No.
That's one thing.
No. What do you mean I'm not going to acknowledge it? He has only built one rail station, which is the Lagos to Ibadan. The rest are under construction. I'm not aware that anything has been done. Almost likely he will build the Fulani Railway before the end of the Buhari administration. But those are just two pieces of work. What else has he done?
If there's one thing that we'll keep talking about Buhari administration years to come, is the railway.
No.
Whether we like it or not.
No.
There's no way you will talk about Buhari administration.
You are trying to spin it because no.
I'm trying to say that I'm trying to bring where Amechi face is visible everywhere in
but
that
it's not,
regard.
though. It's not. You are saying it's the star of the administration, but he has not done anything in the 8 years he's been in that office.
Why did they give him the title they gave him? The
Because
trusted
he bought
one.
it now. He bought it. What are you talking about? Is Tinubu not the Jagaban of Bagu? Is that not in Bauchi State?
No,
Is Atiku not a chief in Igbo land? Is Buhari himself not a chief? They just give out titles now. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, man. Don't start early on this ludicrous.
If APC decided to give it to Amechi, you know that it's a done deal.
What is a done deal?
If they decided to give it, because it's going to be consensus, right? If they actually come together and give it to Amechi, it's a done deal.
No, it's not going to be consensus.
It's going to be one of the southern candidates that is going to be easier sold than any other candidate. It's going to be easier sold. It will be easier to sell him than to sell Jagaban.
It's easier to sell Rotimi Amechi to the Northerners than to sell
to any Nigerian, not to the Northerners. Even to the Western space.
You are a joker. You must be joking. You must be joking. You surely are joking.
Let's take that job without being paid now. Be a campaign manager or coordinator or director of Tinubu. Let me be campaign manager and director of Rotimi Amechi. Going forward.
Okay, then what will you say to the public?
That's what I'm saying. I'll see how we're going to sell our candidate to.
No, I'm not campaign manager for anybody.
No, I'm just saying.
Your idea is just a ludicrous thing to say. You are saying he has done a body of work, but you cannot point to it. He has only completed Lagos Ibadan railways or something, but he will complete the Fulani railways something that he will complete because they are determined to complete it in this administration because they know it will be abandoned otherwise. So really 2 pieces of work, and then he's gone to Daura to buy a title because he has put some schools there or something, and that then means that it's popular all over Nigeria. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
When you say buy that one, that threw me off. No,
is that not a bought title? Come on.
No. The northern space that I know with that kind of title.
You must be a joke. So when they made do you know where the Jagaban title comes from?
I don't know. No, I don't.
It's from the north. It's a northern title, Bogu. What are you talking? You're saying do you know that? Do you want me to bring you the list of the titles that Tinubu has, Atiku has, even Buhari himself has? Buhari is a chief in Igbo land. What are you talking about? That they gave him some title, therefore the Nigeria will be handed to him.
Are you allowed? Can you allow me make it?
No, you have been somewhat okay. Go on.
When you say, you say you're saying attractive that a body title. That I totally disagree.
One man, please. But never start with Ove. Ove will complicate everything.
The schools that you are alleging that those are the price you pay for the title, those are the conditions attached to the contract being signed with the Chinese people. If you are building so kilometer of rail, if you are actually so, it has to come with so.
Yes, I know. I covered it here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right.
So that alone. So as I said, you might not want to acknowledge the real legacy because that will stand the test of time. Because no administration period to him that invested so much interest in railway. I mean, even though
that's a nonsense. Don't say that now. That's a nonsense now.
Even though we are not saying it as everybody, they have successfully sold it to us. And their visible image, those to Nigerians.
No, they sold it to you because you're a willing convert. So you didn't need to be sold. You were already bought.
I am not a fan of Amici.
No, you're a fan of anything Fulani. So you are going to, if it sounds like some Fulani master stroke, even if it doesn't.
This has nothing to do with Fulani master stroke. I'm not telling you what he's saying, what he's doing, and
Ovie, shall we infuse some facts into what you're saying? Because we cannot just base anything on fantasy. The Chinese contract was signed under Goodluck Jonathan, and all of the conditionalities were there. The breaking of the ground and the starting of the work of the Lagos Ibadan was done under Goodluck Jonathan. The Kaduna to to Abuja under Goodluck Jonathan. I think we all agree with that. So all other contracts were signed under good, and the conditionalities, the citing of our schools to train people, that was part of the car package signed under Goodluck Jonathan. But what Amechi did then to cite the school in Katsina, that was his decision that he made during this administration to lobby himself with his principal. So that he did, but the Katsina, the Kaduna Maradi rail station, the plan for that was drawn under Goodluck Jonathan as part of the wider African linkage of resources. So a lot of these things, then you have to know the historical backdrops of these things before latching on to it and then spinning it. Rotimi Amechi, he's not done anything. So what are you trying to attribute to him?
What you are saying, I'm not going to dispute that.
You cannot now, they are facts.
Wait now, but let me see. Let me before I answer that direct, let me see paint on a narrative that is close to that. Everybody today, solely if he's here today, will bear me witness, are singing the praise of Bola Tinubu today for what even what Fashola achieved. The notion that yes, all these things are being put in motion by Bola Tinubu administration is still being in play. But does that negate the fact that a person like Fashola has done a great job by actually implementing that? The same goes to Amechi. Yes, all these contracts and everything were signed under Goodluck Jonathan. But who is making sure everything is in play today? It's Amechi. There are other sectors of Nigeria that Buhari want things to be done and they are not doing well. In security, for instance, there are ministers who are in charge of that. We're in charge of that area, but nothing is being done.
Are you drawing like for like? If Rotimi Amechi was in charge of security, what would he do? He would fail like everybody else. And if Burukai was in charge of the railway.
No. For the fact that he hasn't failed for where he is now, I can't say he will fail in the other side.
You are talking. Oh God! Goodness me! This is going to be. You are going to make this hard work.
No, I am not a fan of Amechi. Trust me, I'm not.
You are so equating managing security with managing a rail service. What is managing a rail service? Just come in every 6 months to kick the ground and say, this one is a bit loose, tighten it.
Somebody is in education, but all the issues are on strike today. What would you attribute to that? All the agreements were signed before this come in.
I think you're just trying to wind me up.
I'm just selling my candidate. So that is how you make
Igbo. Why is Igbo smoking Igbo in the car? You've been drinking now. This guy.
I'm not smoking Igbo, one man. I'm not smoking Igbo. What I'm smoking is cigarette Benson. I'm not smoking Igbo in the car, one man.
That's even more dangerous.
Look at this.
So, what I'm saying is that yes, the only zone in Nigeria that will be very hard to set to Amechi is just the west. See the southwest corner.
No, that's your understanding. No, that's your understanding. No, that's from your perspective.
Amechi will easily be sold to the northerners from south to west to east to northern. It will be easy.
In your opinion,
why do you say so?
Because he's the trusted one.
Because they give him turban.
Because they give him turban. This is what he's doing.
Not just any out title. Not just any out title.
Because they give him turban.
He has been. If they don't trust, they don't carry you as their own son. They will not go that far. But if you say
do you know that when his group, when they went to this same emir that gave Amechi this Dama something down do of Katsina. When Tinubu, you know what he said about Tinubu? He said Tinubu is a citizen of this emirate, is a son of the soil. That I'm looking forward to him replicating what he did in Lagos State in the country. That when he went to Lagos, he was so amazed by the transformation that he wants to see Tinubu replicate that. This same turban now of But if I said that about Rotimi Amechi now, you will be matching him to Aso Rock. Forget all of this nonsense now.
I will say the same thing to Tinubu if I'm in charge of, if I be also of Ososo, or if I be Oba Obini, and be using Tinubu pay me a courtesy visit. I will say the same thing to
Tinubu did not pay me a courtesy visit, though.
However, I put, if they put
all right, let's move on from this, because this is just going to be. This will be a grinding. You are just going to grind me down with this.
You don't expect anybody in that capacity to say, come and plant and say something about Tinubu. No. I mean, at this point that we are looking for a more young and healthy president, you tell me that Amechi
how is Amechi young or healthy?
Compared to any other candidate out there at this point, it is seem as younger and the most, you know what I mean? That is the Democrat we are looking for. If that,
are you telling us that? Are you telling us that Amechi may likely be Nigerian president?
No, this is
well, he stand every chance like every other person out there at this point.
Stand any chance.
It's just a ludicrous something, isn't it? As soon as he hears that the Fulanis are favoring somebody,
I think Wike can defeat Amechi.
Wike is a better prospect than Amechi. Who knows Amechi in Nigeria? Who knows Amechi?
Really? I mean, let's put every other sentiment aside. Wike and Amechi. We go beat Amechi.
Who is better? How? Who is better?
Better in terms of what?
So your own view.
We can beat Amechi.
Of course.
Why are you talking like that?
No, it's because of just one way that the guy had commissioned.
No. For one reason why I no go like it. For one reason why me would disqualify Wike. I belong to the royal aspect of Nigerian society as an OVA. That man no get respect for us. We cannot get respect for the royal fathers. Remember the time when he assembled Wait,
I understand your position. But
you don't get respect for royal fathers. It insults them publicly to their face. That's no. That's that. We will never accept that. We never accept that. That alone disqualifies you.
When you come to today politics, you will find out that Wike is speaking the mind of the people.
How?
For free and fair, for justice now, for standing for the right things now. This man has been standing for the right things. Come on, we must take this thing into cognizance. Wike has been standing for the right things. Is that true or false?
Person where they part of the system. Say
they go speak against them. $50 million where they never forgive account for the room where from Bringa and many more. I'm gonna leave all these things. Forget about Amechi.
Oh, this Amechi matter. We go see talk about in character as time goes on. We will see. But
no, forget about Amechi.
No, on a more serious note.
Amechi cannot clinch tickets. He cannot clinch tickets in APC.
No, what I'm saying is
that one is for sure.
No, I am saying that if the APC decide, because of consensus now, if they actually decide to give him that ticket, I don't see anybody will go beat him.
And how would there even be a consensus for Rotimi Amechi? Because out of all of the people that are contending, I don't think Rotimi Amechi is somebody that the people, the ambitious people in APC would yield space to. You know, why would they yield space? What especially special about him that anybody in APC will consensus behind him?
One, he is young.
What do you mean? No, forget all that. No, Fashola is young. Fayemi is young. Fayemi is young.
When I use the word young, I am comparing to people in that range, not age-wise.
Forget he's young.
Yes, he's young among his colleagues now. What do
you mean he's young? Is he younger than Fayemi? Is he younger than Fashola? Is he younger than Uzo Odima? Or all of the others? What is it that puts him above?
Not younger than any of these guys. That one is for fact.
He's a two-term governor who has performed remarkably well as a governor.
Who told you that?
I was there. I witnessed his performance.
You did not witness it. You did not witness. You did.
No, I was there. I even took part in the
let me just move you on because you are just going to. I think.
Buhari, and that's all.
No, during the National Sports Festival, Ghana City game, I was there. I saw what that man put on ground, infrastructural wise.
All right.
I was one of the stars of that competition, so I know the man did well.
He did not do well according to the indigents of that state, but you may well know differently. You remember when he came out of office, we covered it extensively. Well, according, okay, all right, let's leave it there because I don't know if you are just.
I would say trolling. This administration now is a star in this administration.
Well, you are trolling. That is according to you. That is according to you. But let me just
say that. Well,
okay, Ovie, thank you. Just it's almost like maybe you want to wind up. I don't know, but thank you. You are just talking. Let me take Sunday. Igboho should return to Nigeria for prosecution. Treated like Nandekano Miyetti Allah. So what are you making of that headline of it?
So I won't forget about themselves. It's been a while I heard from that space. What a way to say hi, we are still here.
Is it mighty Allah that will determine Sunday? What's wrong with this mighty Allah?
Hey, the season. So what do you expect them to say?
What is wrong with this mighty Allah? Is mighty Allah a government in this country? This mighty Allah, what is wrong with them?
They are Nigerian citizens, so they are as a group who have issue. They have issue with the Igboho. No. It's just like if me and you fight now, we physically fight, which at this point they did something like that. You understand? And eventually they lock me up because of the fight between me and you fight. Then out of nowhere, you can't see yesterday they release me. Of course, you will say something. You could say, why they promote me? Especially that's exactly what is happening here.
Not that they will not say something. Not to the extent of the prostitution of the determination of the fate of the man now.
What do you
come on, this mighty Allah of the thing, they are going too far. No.
People don't die.
If we begin to have different factions like this in this country, it not going to make sense. At least mighty Allah, they should learn to keep quiet to an extent.
I don't be waiting.
Nigerians are not talk. Nigerians are also tired. They are ready to answer them. Everybody is ready to die. Nobody is afraid of death in this country.
We are all Nigerians now.
We're all Nigerians. Nobody is afraid of death. So, to an extent, people should be empowered to come and comment. Not when you just get up from your room, you come and begin to use language that threatens the peace of this country. It doesn't make sense. Mighty Allah is not empowered to decide whether Sunday Igboho, after all, he already faced the prison sentence where he is. By right, he has already gone to prison. Why must he come to Nigeria again and go to another prison? Why?
I think they are just making a case. They are not in position to actually decide his fate. So as I said, then two fighting is a case of two fighting. The other one is be taken aback why they release and so sudden. So of course they are making their voice heard.
But to be candid to Nigerian government, did Sunday Igboho has a case to answer in Nigeria? Yes or no?
Well, the government is saying that. Who am I to say no?
So if they say you should come back and answer
no, that's not the government speaking now. That's Miyetti Allah, the group he has a direct conflict with. That's them speaking of. That's not the voice of the Nigerian government. And as I said, I don't expect anything less than that from them. It's been a while. I will forget about with those groups here actually, active. Not until now. So that's a great way to enter.
But do you not feel that Buhari somewhat takes his direction from Miyetti Allah? He, after all, their grand patron.
Take direct instruction. If you say advice,
is it not influenced by? I mean, they are his association. They are his people. He's their leader, and they are speaking in this manner. So, how far removed from Buhari is that statement?
I will say they have his listening ear. Because I said that because I don't see Buhari, like person where you feel just influence easily like that or push around. As a person, as in not even as a president, as a man that I'm seeing, I know seeing like person way in an old soldier, those set of people, I know we just listen to you, but what they want to do is there, and you can. It's very hard to change. But do they have a Buhari listening here? I would say yes, but I don't know how far or how much that will go to influence. But then in Kingsmen, in case of taking more Aisha sentiment against them, I don't expect that. But it declared them as now the bandits declare as terrorists. So that's even.
Hey, is there a difference? Are you making a distinction between the bandits and Miyetti Allah?
Yes, I think yes, because the bandits were not they are not named. They're saying they are unknown gunmen. So
okay,
and these people.
So you are making a distinction between the bandits and Miyetti Allah, but you are not making a distinction between unknown gunmen and ESN.
No, yeah, I'm making a decision. There are two different people now. ASN, that's an organization. They have face, they have leader, they have a spokesperson. They whatever that concerns them, they admit it. So I know as I said before, now no government will do their own thing. The federal government decided to go out and attack them terrorists. Not be Miyetti Allah they attack terrorists. Now that's also another. Socio-political organization. If I have to, put it that way. But as I said, that's a great way to enter the conversation. Anyway, I don't forget. Say they are still there.
Yes.
So
okay. Let me take you to the curious case of Joseph Egbunike. So Joseph Egbunike, Deputy Inspector General of Police, very learned, highly educated, very competent. So competent they put him in charge of investigating the atrocities of ABBA KYARI, the drug dealer cop. So today now this guy slumps and dies in his office. So are we saying this is coincidental? Are we saying that what do you think is happening there?
I don't believe in coincidences.
The guy slumps at where?
But in this case, when I first see the headline, I was reading about it. I was like, I'm in Nigeria now, so my mind drifted that way. But I now see the man's picture. That man, is overweight though.
He's overweight. So okay, but has he just become overweight when he started investigating ABBA KYARI, or was he overweight before?
He said he just slumped and died.
Yes.
Until, if we are just speculating, Namo could wait until autopsy, but that could be one of the causes.
All right. No. I'm asking you now. Did he suddenly become overweight when he started investigating ABBA KYARI, or was he overweight before?
But the investigation no start that day now. He's been in charge for a minute. Okay. I'm just trying to see my physical.
So he became overweight. He became overweight in the last 6 months. When he started to investigate this guy and then he died.
That could be one of the cases. Yeah. Because I remember within that fraternity to one of Sunday Bada, the so recipes, one of the best athletes Nigeria has ever produced, who rose to CSP if I'm not mistaken. Now so the guy just sit down for a car, the guy just died like that. And there are also so many were related to it because of his exploits as an athlete and what he's doing as a policeman and all that. And as administrator, he's doing so well, in charge of so many things, even in Badagry at the point. But so many reasons were, Iyon was shocking too because now ex-athlete. But the fact remains that the man has lost his touch with that side of his life for a minute. So when I see this man body, like, okay, I'm not saying that is the cause. I'm not, but that could be one of them. He's overweight. He's overweight and he's overworking.
Nothing at all.
Because now if I want to factor in the ABBA KYARI side to it, that's a hard job. That's a lot of work.
He has been overweight all of his life. So it's only when we started to investigate ABBA KYARI that the overweight now caught up with him.
That is a big task to take charge of. You sleepless nights will come in. That for sure. You have sleepless nights.
So this is
So copy with
it wasn't having sleepless nights as the Deputy Inspector General of Police. It wasn't.
No. This within this since ABBA come into the picture. It's a different ball game now. I'm just putting that side by side with his overweightness.
They Yamuto'd the guy. They Yamuto'd him. That's the Yamuto'd him. You know what those Fulanis are like now.
You understand that word so well that you use it anytime you use it. Only make you use it right.
Yes, now they
was he Yamuto or he ate too much money? Maybe he ate too much money that caused overweight.
This is it.
Corruption.
So we'll see. Let's see what is going to come out of play. I mean, of course, everybody in Nigeria. I mean, as I said, I'm in Nigeria. I looked at it from that angle too when I first said it. But I have to see, think the other way around and say, okay, apart from say Yamutu, as it call him, Yamutu, what could be the other possibilities? The man fat, is overweight. If anybody's out there who say they keep up to his weight and exercise, it's a warning. It can happen at any time. I'm not saying that's what happened, but we have seen cases like that before.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ovie. So, Ovie, let's go now back to what we were discussing yesterday. It's still going on. That governor, what's his name again? David Umahi. So you recall that video clip that we were having a look at that Adale Koko recommended, how he was just throwing all manners of abuse at a high court judge. So it looks as though that language was just too robust for the Nigerian Bar Association, and they are now calling him to order that this is executive rascality taken too far. Calling a judge a hatchet man and all this kind of Agbero language.
Yeah.
They were saying that even if it was a man on the street, that is too much. Never mind somebody that occupies the position of a governor. So that sense of impunity, this is the problem we have with these governors. People pander so much to them within their own fiefdom that they forget that the sun doesn't shine from their behind. So he comes on the national stage to make a fool of himself, and he has been called to order by the Bar Association. What are you then making of the colorful language of a governor?
Yeah, I think even here in the platform yesterday, even at the comment section, a lot of people actually call it for what it is, like it's arrogant and all sorts of, actually call it blunt off. And it's good that the NBA, Nigeria Bar Association, came out and let him know that no, it's not called for that. He has to be conscious and all that. But again, I think he has seen that whether I would like it or not, Nigeria, apart from PDP, now Nigerians are actually say, oh, that's a good move. Even though they don't believe in the user system, but that is a good move. So it's kind of like everybody is saying yes. And it's saying that plus the fact that everybody, apart from the fact
I think it's tendered some sort of apology.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Apart from the fact that people are calling his blunt as his arrogancy out, they are also celebrating that the judgment should stand that way. So yes, and he has changed his voice. He has said that they are going to appeal, or if they are not appealed already within the 48 hours stipulated. And he has changed his tone of his voice. I say, okay, I think this man has maybe the power drunk now, moving to the way it was accepted within the APC and blah, 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 blah. I think he can just, I think he's been carried away with that reception. And I don't know, say, game don't change. And he declared for presidency now, so everything everybody is watching that space. That's what I'm trying to say. But yes, I think he has come to his senses.
It's just going back to what we've always said, that until the names are categorical, you never really know what is going on within the political space. As we were permeating and arguing back and forth over Rotimi Amechi and losing our temper, there's a presidency group drums support for Oshibanjo. So the Lagos group, so already the campaign for Oshibanjo is seizing hold in Lagos State as you just don't know, So Oshibanjo, he's not giving up on the space. And then also another headline that I saw, that Tinubu is giving consideration to stepping down. But then of course
That will not take me as a surprise because I see the delays here. I'm surprised that they actually going for the top price, but I could see reason why. But one time you're telling me that it's not going to, go all the way with it. But if it's not going all the way with it, who is he going to support or what is he going to do? That's another thing. But it's too.
It depends though. If this Rotimi Amechi narrative, if it's strong enough, then Tinubu might want to give up that space to then throw his weight behind the Yoruba name.
That's what I expect. And I say if he come out today and raise the Fashola hand up, that automatically will be him with that.
If Fashola goes up against Rotimi Amechi for that ticket,
that's a good one. That's a tough one. that I cannot come out and say, oh, it's going to be, but a lot of work has to be done in terms of that of Fashola. But as I said, if Tinubu is the one that raise him up, that will satisfy him as God automatically within that region, and that would be a very good move too. That would be a tough fight.
Do you think Fashola will be able to manage El Rufai, a Fashola El Rufai ticket? Do you think Fashola can control El Rufai?
And Fashola on top or the El Rufai bottom?
No.
Yes, Fashola on top.
The Fashola will control El Rufai.
The question is that
Fashola is an intelligent man. He can control El Rufai.
He doesn't have the power to choose his running mates. In most cases, they don't have. The party will either do that or some strong vested interest.
Yeah, we know.
And I don't see anybody that would want El Rufai. Because the problem is that can you control El Rufai? Not just the president now, even vested interest. So in a bad market, anybody will carry on. That will be his downfall. If he decides to take El Rufai, it will be his downfall for sure. Even though, radically, it seems as if it's a good idea they should go for, but politically.
Because that would be too radical. So, Fashola a radical, El Rufai a radical.
They're not going to perform.
You don't think so?
I think their interest will be crash.
But they are both achievers, though. They both take on big projects and complete it.
That's the point. That's where the problem
El Rufai has transformed totally Kaduna State. And Rotimi Fashola, he's just almost single-handedly rebuilt the Nigerian road networks.
But the question is that how will they do it at the part? Because if it comes down to Amechi and Fashola, the problem will be as they say our consensus. How will they play that game? That's why I don't. It's beyond me. It's beyond my. How they would persuade one to give up on one? Because the truth is that Amechi is really, really interested. Forget say the guy never did make noise.
No, Amechi has no base now. Amechi has no base. The only thing that Amechi has is Buhari, but he doesn't really have a base. But Fashola has the Yoruba base. El Rufai has the northern base, but Rotimi Amechi has no base. The only thing he has is Buhari.
Okay, if you are still factoring El Rufai on that ticket, then who are you going to factor in El Rufai ticket that you think will go?
Will what?
It will go. Who do you think can go with El Rufai ticket?
I think Fashola can manage El Rufai because Fashola is a stubborn, very aggressive sort of a guy. But I don't think Rotimi Amechi can manage El Rufai. In fact, I know he cannot. Rotimi Amechi, he doesn't have the force now. No,
I am confident that
Amechi.
No,
that's too weak now. That's too weak now.
I am confident that Fashola can control El Rufai.
Easily, he will control
Fashola.
Yeah.
How? They are both two-time governor. They are both minister. How?
Well,
maybe Fashola is on top.
If Fashola is the president, he will control it now.
Yes, of course.
Minded individual. I
and
don't
also,
know. If they can manage their differences, that would be great for the country anyway.
No, you'll be surprised that they don't actually have.
They can also control Fashola very well. Those two guys are intelligent people now.
Yes, El Rufai is an intelligent. You'll be surprised that they don't actually have that much differences. They are both progressives. But you'll be surprised that they have more in common than they have. It's just ego that they just have to manage their individual egos. That's all.
But that's all. The problem with
individually,
how
you
would they
just said
do
it
the
all
both of
one
them
man.
because they are in the same party? How would they persuade one to give the other?
How do you mean?
That's going to be they are both from APC now.
Yes.
So how would they do the ticket between the two of them?
If they are
Who are
saying,
they going to pursue to give
if
up
they
on
are
one?
saying if they are saying that they have zoned the presidency to the south, which we are working on the basis of that understanding, then that automatically answers itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying now. That's why I say, how will you now separate the two of them? Because they are both from the south. The Fashola and Amechi are from the south.
No,
and
no,
it
no.
has to be one person.
No, are you talking about a Fashola Amechi ticket?
No. They are both in one party now.
Yes.
Has to, now one of them will go. So how will you persuade the other?
No. Amechi is a nothing now. Like I said, Amechi. Look, what holds Amechi in that party outside of Buhari? Is Buhari that holds him now? Nothing else.
Yeah, but that's a big deal.
Yes, but that's the only space that he holds. But Fashola also has the ear of Buhari. By the way, Buhari has a liking for him because he's a doer, and Buhari likes that sort of thing. So whether he likes Rotimi Amechi more or not, I don't know. But I don't think Buhari. He returns him several times, gives him so many portfolios, so he has confidence in him.
Okay,
so
let's say the presidency.
Fashola also has a Yoruba base, and he also has nationalistic appeal, and he also has religion, and they like him in the north too.
Let's assume that the presidency will hands off. They say the two of you go to your south and work it out.
Yeah, who do you think will come out on top in that?
That's very close to call.
Too close to call. Rotimi Amechi versus Fashola.
Both, as I said, as the
without
parties,
Buhari's influence.
Yes, now governors they control another. They are both ex-governors. So the relationship, the friendship, the familiarity is there. So it's not going to. You can't just say Fashola we dust him out like that. And you can't say Amechi will dust him out.
Fashola will dust him. Easy. I'm
just looking at the caliber of people that will push that narrative because it will not be open to the public to actually cast votes. How the persuasion will go, the people that will actually cast the votes, who have more influence, which as the governor, the senator,
okay, let's take one individual. If who do you think El Rufai will go for more? Fashola or Amechi? Who do you think he will go for more?
Go far?
Go for.
Who will I go for? Sorry.
No. Who do you think El Rufai? So whether will go for more out of Fashola or Amechi?
Of course, Amechi. For one reason, he will try to
avoid. He will go for Fashola more.
Wait now. He will try to avoid the Jabagan. No, see, that's another thing. You have to put everything into context here. He will not want to crash with Jagaban because anybody that follow what's his name, Fashola, will come in contact with Jagaban, whether I like it or not.
But were you not telling us yesterday that Fashola has abandoned Jagaban?
We started off today that if Tinubu decided to support Fashola, that's what we started.
There was never a time
not to go and support Fashola. With the support now, that's what I'm
No.
With the support.
We've moved to the space that nobody support, no Buhari support for anybody, no Tinubu support for anybody. Mano a mano. Man on man. Fashola Amechi.
What is it called?
Who will dust the other one? Who will dust?
Erufai will go for Amechi for one reason. Because he see him as his younger brother. And I think Amechi will respect that. And they can work together easily. Performance-wise, he has more position than him, hierarchy and other kind of thing. No, they are the same level. Then that of a Fashola, Fashola is more or less, if not the fact that I don't know what happened. He's a big star.
Do you think El Rufai is a patriot? Do you think El Rufai is a patriotic Nigerian?
Yes, I have.
Yes, I do.
I don't think I have any reason to question that space yet.
You see, El Rufai, what you said is your opinion, which was what I asked, but my opinion, El Rufai will pick Fashola over Rotimi Amechi any day of the week. Rotimi
Why?
is just
What are your reasons?
Rotimi is just like a boy sort of a person, but
and he is a strong character, so you will prefer that kind of person to work with. No, you don't want to go.
No. Now, Fashola has the thrust, he has the ambition, he has the doggedness, the foolhardiness. You know, he has the stubbornness.
So is El-Rufai too, by the way.
No. We are same between him and Amechi. You know, Fashola has more in terms of the talent to propel the country forward than Rotimi Amechi. Rotimi Amechi needs to be supervised, but Fashola does not need to be supervised.
Why? He governed by Rivers State. Rivers State no be mushroom state. Mushroom is not a mushroom state. Fashola will be trusted more. I say Fashola. Amechi will be trusted more by the Northerners. Anytime, any day. It's so far. He sell his own brother. What is his name?
For sure.
He sell good Lord Jonathan for them.
For sure, he will be trusted than Fashola. Because that time
you don't understand how these people they reason or what man.
You need to understand how they reason and how people reason.
Amechi na their son.
His name will never leave the history book of Nigeria when it comes to what they do or what he does.
That was a shocker for him to pull out and go against good luck at the time that we needed him most. That was a betrayal that it would be hard for us to forgive him. But he was well accepted by the people he did it for.
All right. Let me acknowledge some of the super chats coming in. Well, I say some mainly from Alexander Gomez. You know, the only person, the rest of my subscribers, they are poverty stricken apart from Alexander Gomez. So Alexander super chats to say, from a small boy playing football in Surulere with the big boys to a political legend, I am so proud of Tunde Fashola, an amazing story. So Alexander also from that setting, so he knows a lot of these people. He goes on to say, Tunde Fashola is a workaholic and a perfectionist, and that is the point I was trying to highlight to Ovie. And then he rhymes off with this: Fashola is the closest to non-northern minister to Buhari. So I suspect that as well. But Ovie will tell you that
I've never seen Mr. Alexander Gomez talk ill of any Yoruba person before. So this is not a surprise to me.
What do you mean? Look at that. Look at this guy.
Who? I've never seen him talk ill of any Yoruba person.
He doesn't like Tinubu now. He talks ill of Tinubu now. All right.
Not when Tinubu is going against a non-Yoruba person. He would not.
That's Ovie, as controversial as ever. So thank you, Ovie. So Ovie, let's go on from you to I was going to say somebody less controversial, but we're going to Igbo. So he's already been drinking. He's been drinking, and we saw him smoking Igbo just now.
I am not smoking Igbo.
A combination of Igbo and alcohol. So let's.
Igbo, are you denying me? Igbo, you are denying me.
I'm not denying you. You are my own brother, but I don't smoke Igbo. If I smoke Igbo, I will tell you.
You are denying the culture.
It's better than cigarettes, but that being said, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it too. I will not come and tell you I'm taking what I'm not taking. Yeah. So tell me, I'm here for you, one man.
All right. So Igbo. So I was only joking, by the way. Igbo doesn't smoke Igbo. It's a respect, and it's not. Igbo is a respected senior person, and
I only enjoy with my friends. I'm an age man also. I enjoy with my friends and come on.
Every single day you are enjoying with your friends. They
yes,
know you in all the pepper soup joints in Lagos. They know you.
Of course, come on. Life is not too much of it. So come on.
Life is
keep
for the
it when it lasts.
All right. So we were discussing a permutation of Rotimi Amechi and El Rufai as a possibility for APC. So that's come up in conversation because El-Rufai had been discussing it on Channels Television. So how does that strike you as a possible ticket for the APC? Rotimi Amechi as lead and El-Rufai as vice. How does that ring with you, Igbo?
If that can happen, well, I don't know. If that can happen, that El-Rufai at the bottom, that Rotimi at the top, well, it's okay. But I'm not seeing any of these guys in that Aso Rock. I'm not seeing this Rotimi and Meshi, El-Rufai.
You know, I cannot see Rotimi Amechi as a president either. It just doesn't look right.
No. I'm not saying something like Rotimi. It can't work. No, there is no time Rotimi will ever visit the seat of the presidency in Nigeria. Why? Because Rotimi himself, first and foremost, is not a turn according to zoning of people like them Rotimi. That one is the first era of it. Then secondly, if you give Rotimi the privilege, even if you hand the ticket of APC to Rotimi, he will be defeated by PDP.
What are his chances against Atiku? If he goes up against Atiku, how would that play out?
Atiku will defeat him now. Even from the north, Atiku will defeat Rotimi. Forget that thing, that title that was given to him, blah, blah, blah. All those are politics and, trying to hold that, Rivers State alone is another very mighty economy in this country, So,
how will Amechi do against Atiku in Yoruba land? In Yoruba land
against Atiku can still defeat Rotimi in Yoruba land. Because
do they know him? Do they know him? No, do the Yorubas know him?
They don't know Rotimi. The Yorubas will trust Atiku better than Rotimi. That is fact. We should not dispute this fact at all. Atiku will defeat Rotimi in Yoruba land. That one is for sure.
Okay. And which tickets are you looking forward to? What is your permutation for 2023, Igbo?
I am looking forward to a ticket like Osibanjo and Tamboa. These are the two tickets.
No, those are two different parties now. Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to somebody like Osibanjo because my mind will never go out of there. I will always give the best to Nigeria. I don't care what they brought at the end of the day. But my opinion will be the best for my people, which is the country I love and as a patriot. I will look forward to Osibanjo from the south. Then I will look forward to, if possible, someone like Darius Ishaku from the north as a vice. Darius, that guy, that guy from that, what was that, Taraba? Those two guys, I will be very okay with them. Outside that, man, anything they are bringing outside of Osibanjo from this south, apart from Osibanjo, unless they present like wicked to me, then I will consider. As for me, I'm not the supporter of Tinubu. I'm not against him, but I believe that he has played the politics to the level where he should allow Nigerians to understand that yes, he is a true kingmaker, not a kingmaker that is having an ambition, having a pursuit somewhere. For this reason, he's making this king. No, he's making them for humanity's sake and for the purpose of the Nigerian people. Therefore, I expect him to endorse someone like Osibanjo, because for me, I will not vote for him, sir. Okay.
So why are you supporting Osibanjo? Is it because of the big grammar? Because he's always blowing big grammar?
He's not blowing big grammar. This is a man whose leadership is boss. He sacked the immediate brother of the boss when he misbehaved. He should be given kudos. This is a man who stands before the presidency and sack his immediate brother. My brother, we should know what we are talking about. He doesn't bother care what will be the consequences. He said, you misbehave, Mr. Man. I don't care whether your father is the president. Get out of this office. Come on. We see what we call integrity there. We see men that can be decisive there. Only that alone has given him the credit or pass mark to lead this country for us. I don't care what people are thinking. I don't know what their plans is. But anything outside that man, I will not be part of the vote of the country. Maybe I will not be in Nigeria even when the vote will begin.
Look at this guy. After all, you better not leave that country. Or after everything you have said on this platform.
Of course,
where were you where were you yesterday when we were talking about that girl that
I
went on the
slept
bus?
off. Sorry, I had it for some time and then I dozed off.
So how do you explain that, Igbo, when you are saying Nigeria is safe? That girl that's on the bus.
Yes, what happened to that girl? What happened to that girl? It is really come on. It's unbelievable.
Government
See,
bus.
It's a story that has been across this country. You guys that are not here will not understand. It's completely unbelievable, and we need lawyers that can come and hold this Lagos government responsible for this kind of atrocity. Not for them to just come to the media space and tell us story, and then we'll go to our house and sleep. No. It is beyond that.
Do you know when that thing happened? 7 p.m.
Just imagine.
And you come here, you tell us Lagos is safe.
It sounds as a shock. No, Lagos is safe. They are only trying to come. How many men do you have have you had before that they go and catch one man and kill in the water? Right? So Lagos is safe. They fear that these women sometimes they are vulnerable. They fear that these women, I don't know. See, we need a law that will protect our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our daughters. We need law that will protect them in this country. Enough of all this killing of these women. And those babalawo who feel that they can deceive people and collect money from them should be arrested and be thrown to prison. I don't know what's going on in this country. I don't know. Those that are giving human beings your orientation, that is possible for you to go and kill a human and to turn money. I don't know where that brain comes from.
You know, it's this Yoruba movies. It's just this, it's all
I
this
don't know
movies.
I don't know where they gather these ideas from.
They're getting it from the movies.
Logically, even my last born will not ever tell you that there is something like such thing. So I wonder how they do these things. So it is high time Nigerian government not only continue to be looking at those that are killed, but those that are sending them and bringing all these fabrications and lies. I have not seen a ritualist that his name is in Phobis before. Neither a ritualist
if these people know how to make ritual money, Ego, if these people know how to make ritual money, then how come they are living in face me, I face you in the gutter? Why are they not living in Banana Island? If they know how to do ritual money, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
On several occasions, if I sit down with my friends, when issues come up with all this thought, I used to tell them that how these things, is it possible logically? Because for me, nothing you will do that will convince me that anything outside when you're hardworking and your brain can give you 10 kobo. Anything outside that I don't believe. For you, you can go and have that as your belief. For me, I will go the way I understand. So I wonder who imbibed this kind of understanding.
Ego, making money is very easy.
Very, very easy.
You see, making money is a consequence of action. You have to take an action in order for that action to reward you with money. It's not some magical something. And then you have to follow a process as well. So you find out what the market needs, and then you walk from the market to the source, and then you bring it from the source to the market. And that is a pathway to money. It's just the pathway to money is already set. It's not some human parts now.
Can I ask you one question? Do you believe ritual money is real?
I don't believe, bros. Me, I don't believe generally.
But why are they killing?
I don't answer your question directly. I don't believe at all.
But why are they killing for rituals?
I don't believe. I have not seen. See, I have too many friends. I have too many relations. I have too many brothers and whatever. I have not seen one before that did ritual money and is a billionaire and we are surviving from him. I have not seen. So I don't believe. I don't believe at all. I thought this thing is just one of the highest level of fabrication that one can ever see. Tell me that they steal the body parts of this person and go and sell for peanuts. I can agree with you. But tell me that thing turned to money through one concussion is a lie of the highest level.
Okay. Igor, let me take you back to politics. The Senate, they've rejected this clause that Buhari wanted to insert into the electoral bill. He wanted to insert that clause that enables somebody that is an appointee of government to still carry a ticket. So a lot of people saw it as a rigging clause. PDP got a court injunction to stop the Senate from passing that, from removing that space in that law. But then Ahmed Lawan, the Senate president, he disregarded the court injunction, citing separation of powers. But it looks as though the senators themselves, they've been brave enough now at the second reading to reject this rigging clause that Buhari wanted to insert into the electoral bill. So what are you then making of this move by the Senate?
That would tell you that things are changing in Nigeria, and with time we'll get there. Nigeria is better than America and England. I keep saying it.
All right.
Excuse me. It is a process. The United States and the Britain we have today, they spend more than 100 to 200 years to get their ass set in the right direction. Listen, if the Senate or wherever the House of Rep are beginning to reject some of these things or wherever that these people are doing that is touching the Nigerian people, destroying the life of the common Nigerian, in as much as they begin to realize that there is need for them to oppose each other and challenge themselves, one day we'll get there. But when they begin to collect money and come and tell us rubbish, this we will not accept. So let me give them kudos for rejecting whatever they are trying to do. I applaud the wherever they are considering wherever for them. That clause that is being rejected right now.
Oh, all right, thank you, Igbo. So, Igbo, to the Dave Umahi space, who has been sacked by a court of competent jurisdiction, as they like to say in Nigeria. But then, really, what seemed to alarm some people was this guy then called a press conference and was just throwing all manners of abuse at a federal high court judge. So this jarred so much that the Nigerian Bar Association, who always traditionally abstain from matters political, they've been forced into the public space to issue a warning to Dave Umahi. So what are you making? Yeah.
They don't need to warn him. He should be charged of misconduct, public conduct. How can you, a sitting governor who came to an office, whatever the case may be, good, you've been leading us. See, we should learn to respect our laws and our courts in this country. There is no way a society can move without the rule of law. If those that feel that they're in power, they call themselves the oligarchs or they call themselves the super rich, who just jump on our judiciary or jump on our court of law and speak to the judges the way they like, they must understand that this kind of whatever character, whatever they are portraying before the public space, people will be copying it from them. We need leaders that must respect the laws of this country. Nigeria is for everybody, and we are passerbys. We must leave a generation behind. So we must try to place a path forward for them. Umahi, for him to be insulting or saying rubbish to the justice system or the highest court of this nation, he should be charged and thrown to prison. I don't care if he has led Umahi.
Igbo, were you impressed by that judgment, by that judge? Because a lot of people they seem to somewhat follow the logic of the judge. The judge was saying that the people that voted for you because you were a PDP candidate and they were PDP voters. You cannot then take those PDP votes that made you governor and then haven't been made governor, then move it to APC. Because the people who voted were not voting. Yeah.
I've heard you, one man.
Go on.
The judge is a genius. It is high time we begin to tell these people that cross-carpeting, there is a consequence. You cannot come to me in my party, I mobilize my party to put you in power, and then you run to another party. I agree with the judge. There is no sentiment in it. If you want to win an election under the platform of APC, go and be an APC member. Don't come under the flag of PDP. After paying the governor, you jump. The guy should even go to prison if possible. If there is clause for him to go to prison, they should send him there. See, there is high time that Nigerians, leaders, the leadership of this country, it's time they continue to lead us well. It is time for them to lead us well. Because the world is going global and everybody is becoming aware. Nigeria is not 200 and something million people. It is not then that it was 60 million people again. So we must change the way we think. That's why I said sometimes we don't need a professor to be president, even if I'm the best supporter of Remi Osibanjo. We need good thinkers to be president of this country. When we have leaders that can think properly, we will have good leadership in Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Igbo. So, Igbo, what are you making then of the narrative of this Deputy Inspector General of Police, Joseph Egbunike, who slumps and dies in his office, which is bad enough and curious enough, but this is the guy that's been put in charge of investigating the atrocities of the drug dealer cop, ABBA KYARI. So the guy now investigating ABBA KYARI drops dead and dies mysteriously in his office. Ovie is telling us he's overweight, but are you just buying into that coincidence that
Ovie can use whatever word he wants to use. That is his own opinion, and others has their opinion also. To me, others should die, not those that are investigating important issue. If there is somebody that should die in that office, it should be another person, not that particular guy. There is a situation here that is in place. A big personality, a mighty fish is involved with this investigation. And this is a person that is, in charge of this investigation. Quite unfortunate, that name doesn't seem to be a northern name. Well, I'm not trying to go tribal, but what I'm trying to say is that name don't happen to be a northern name, just wherever, but also not see that name. If someone should die, it should be someone else. And not now that case is running, the person in charge will just die. See, Nigerians should begin to investigate. See, we should invest in technology. There should be those high level of floristic investigation, detectives, all those, we should have them in this country. So that this gruesome killing across the country of innocent civilians and innocent people, so that these things can be traced and they can be resolved. See, in the UK, for instance, where you are, those that are missing 50 years ago, their names are still on missing list. Go check it. Not until they find out that person is seen or dead, the name will remain there. See, Nigerians should grow.
Igbo, the word die is so just easily and casually used within the Nigerian space. 20 dead, 100 dead, slaughtered, killed. It's just
people have become chicken and goat meat around.
But I want to see there's never consequences. There's never, and it's just people just die, and that's the end of it. This officer dead now, and just outside of this conversation, by tomorrow everybody has forgotten.
That's the end of the story. By right, there should be an autopsy. There should be an investigation. What led to the death of that man? Those that spoke to him, where he was, how it comes, all these things should be, and the facts should be put to the public. This is advanced level. See, we should not continue to go back in this country. Nobody is the owner of Nigeria that will live in this country for more than 200 years. If God keep you alive for so long, we must create a generation where they will rise up and understand that they are one people. And whether your father is the president or not, you have no right to kill a man that is living in the slum or in the ghetto. When you do that, you face the full wrath of the law. Not until we begin to understand this in this country and try to practice them. Even you that is an elite who think that your son is in one place, you put your children here, therefore you can put fire in this country and go. My brother, it is not well with you. You are still a Nigerian. Give them a path to follow as a leader. This country is retrogressing. We are not moving forward at all. Anyone that has committed anything that has to do with crime, or those that died or whatever, there should be thorough and proper investigation. Nothing should be swept. We can't keep sweeping all these things. Some people are not foul or good, while some are human beings. We are all the same people. We should be binded by one constitution, that peace can reign in this country. And all this agitation, this is separate, you are seeing all these things we go. Remember the Nigeria of the 90s, the early 80s, early 70s, we were living in peace, a good country.
All right. Okay, Igor, let me finally take you to this space. Sunday, Igboho should be returned to Nigeria for prosecution, treated like Nnamdi Kanu, says the Malu shagging Fulanis from the woods, Miyetti Allah. So what are you making then of this audacious comments by these advocates?
Miyetti Allah is not empowered to speak to the Nigerian public with regard to someone who has problem with government. These are just the facts. The Miyetti Allah is just an organization. Normally, you know, they have their cattle wherever. Come on, there might be anything. But they must stay away from Nigerian government. The government is about the people, by the people, and for the people. Not from one set who claim that they are this or that, will begin to come and tell us that they will go and punish this. They should go and punish that. I have not heard them telling the Nigerian police to punish ABBA KYARI since he was caught on a drug wherever. So they should stop all this kind of, you know, and be neutral, you understand, with the government space and the security wherever architect in this country. For them to be putting up and throwing their voice every second, they will be setting this country up. People will not be happy. So we sit in their home and asking, who are you? Even if they can't speak out. And on that ground, it doesn't fare well. Miyetti Allah is not empowered to say anything or decide Igboho's fate. Igboho has committed a crime. He has gone to prison wherever he is, and he has been released. Wherever he goes, he has gone. If you come to Nigeria tomorrow and you say you have a case before him, file it before the court, the competent court of jurisdiction, and obtain warrant for that. Don't come to the public place and begin to tell Nigerians what they don't want to hear. We want peace in this country as patriots. We want a one Nigerian that will live, that even the poorest of the poor from the ghetto will rise up one day and lead this country and take them to the promised land. We are tired of these elites who continue to lie and impoverish the poor and continue to live in lies. We are tired of that. But just that we don't have voice, so we have to come up.
All right, thank you, Igbo. Are you driving home? Are you back home now?
I'm just at home. I don't go home. I want to have shower. So
all right, brilliant. So that was from Victoria Island when we saw you. Or where were you?
Yeah, at Lugar at Ikoyi, not too far.
Okay, Igor, I want to ask you a question, and I want an honest answer to this. Don't do what you do. I want an honest answer. What's the armed robbery thing like in Lagos? Because once upon a time, when you are driving this time of the night, your fear is for one, the police, and two, the armed robbers. So what's that? What's the situation with that? The armed robbers on the streets.
Yeah, you are very correct. But for the time now, the crime this thing is very low. I will not lie to you. I just came home maybe 30 minutes ago, and I'm coming all the way from VI Ikoyi to that.
When was the last time you heard of a car snatching, armed robber wheeling car?
They don't really place that on the television for some time. Even this kidnap issue, you hear them one, you know. The crime rate of this country, it has dropped to an extent. This one now shocked people, the one of this girl that was killed. In reality, the crime, I just came in. Yes, there are this crime, but come on, it's not everywhere. And the police are still going after them. The security forces of this country, they are working 24 hours. You understand? There are peace. You can live in peace in this country, mostly in Lagos. You hardly be terrorized. You understand? What happened to this girl just now? It's just what everyone, maybe you will see protests because the issue is everywhere. They are telling you
Is this what people are talking about? Because I was reading
you will
earlier
see
that
protest, witches everywhere.
I was reading earlier that Sanwo-Olu was warning people that they shouldn't be discussing it and spreading fake news, and he was telling people that he was almost blaming the
Sanwo-Olu
girl
was
in
not
some of it.
warning anyone. He was not warning anyone. What he said, I think if I listened to him very well, he was saying that investigation is ongoing, that the driver was not in this state, that they picked him up from different states, and it's right here that the issue is being followed up. I think that's what the governor
So
should do.
what's the narrative? What are you understanding happened to the girl? What is being said? What's the story according to
The story, as I speak to you, from the
yeah.
little I garner from friends and wherever, the story on that girl today is that there must be justice for that girl. If
No. What
possible,
happened
they
to
will
her? No,
hold the
not the
government of
justice.
Lagos responsible.
Hold on, Ego. Not the justice. What happened to her? Because there's a story that her body was harvested for ritual money, but then there's another story that the driver just assaulted her sexually. But which story is being accepted? What's the story?
For the moment, the one is accepted was that his vagina or whatever was stolen. Whatever. That's the only one that is accepted for now. If he's sexually assaulted and murdered, that's why the driver is claiming that there are people that came into the car, blah, blah, blah. But the issue is that someone has died. No matter what happened, we don't want to know someone has died. Is what we are after. You can't be killing people like chicken in this country. Someone has died. Therefore, whatever happened to this girl in that government bus, Lagosians want to know. You know, Lagos, sometimes they are like mad people. Things are a little bit calm. You know, they can go to a extreme before you know they will begin to lead those buses and begin to scatter. You know, all these kind of things can take place because of anger and frustration. You understand? But the governor has came out to address the issue that the guy has been caught from somewhere and brought back to the state. He's under the custody of the police now, and they have and the investigation is ongoing. Moreover, at the end of the day, whatever we find out being come on, Lagosians are following up, my brother. You are following up. Do you think you will allow your daughter to the BROD tomorrow and don't be concerned on this issue? They are following up.
All right. So one final question, and I want a really sharp response to this. You are a Lagos man back to front. You know it like the back of your hand. So where can you name like 3 top places up and coming where land can still be bought at the moment? So where is the next place to buy land? The next 3 places?
They are still looking into the Lekki houses, all those extension. And also they are rebuilding this you know this 10 lane that Fashola advocated to the semi border also. Those areas, they are still developing those areas also with massive estates across that houses, you know. And then you look to the Ibadan Expressway outside that, those are the outskirts I'm talking about. Outside that, you come inside Lagos and buy people building, maybe old house and destroy or whatever. You know, but for land, these are the area I think you will have more accessible land and the kind of quantum that you need. Maybe 10 acres, 20 acres, 100, maybe 1 acre.
Look at this guy. Do you want to build a village? It's just what are you? Who's buying?
Possible to build a village.
That's what I'm looking for. Igbo. I need 100 acres.
You see, this is it. It just the way they say level past level. When I'm thinking, where can somebody buy 1-2 plots and just build bungalow? He's telling me 100 acres. You know?
One man, I'm coming back. Let me go have shower. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ego. Come back. I want to get your details so I can reach you. But
I'm coming back shortly.
All right. Okay, so
Mama,
that was
regarding
that was a combination of Ogogoro and Igbo. That was what just happened there.
Regarding the policeman that died, I think Cable is saying that it was due to a brief illness and he died in the Abuja National Hospital.
Yeah, of course. Now they won't tell you it was murdered. Now, do you expect you to say?
Do you want them to tell them the Yamu to him?
Yeah, I don't believe that's okay.
This is
all right. Thank you, Igbo. Always a delight. There's certain conversations that I enjoy, and Igbo one of those. So you don't really know what he's talking about half the time, but he's always so insistent, whatever it is. But that was Igbo. So from Igbo, we go on to let's go to Roman, who seems to be a new voice. So let me go to Roman because just to capture him quickly before. Roman, are you there?
Yes, I am, if you can hear me.
Brilliant. Good. Good to have you.
Yes,
so Roman, the talking points, we started off with permutating the possible ticket of Rotimi Amechi being a principal and El Rufai being a vice. And Ovie and I went back and forth over that. But I couldn't really see it as having any currency. But as a possible ticket, Rotimi Amechi for president and El Rufai for vice. How does that sound, and how would you think that will play out within the Nigerian space, Roman?
Seriously, I find it difficult to discuss these people you guys always talk about here. I don't know. I would have thought that since I've been listening to your forum, my expectation is that you guys should forge a new narrative, a new history for Nigeria. That every time you're discussing these same people that have kept Nigeria bound, the same people that have destroyed the entire ecosystem, political, religious, demographic nature of Nigeria, and you still parade them as potential rulers, leaders.
Okay, chart a new paradigm for us then. Point us in a different direction. Point us in the direction that you think we should follow. So
let me just take this one from what Igor just finished. The last question you asked him about the girl that was murdered.
Okay.
Look at the way I see Nigeria. Look at that bus driver. He can't even commit a proper murder. He can't even commit a proper crime. Those who commit crime are very intelligent. They do this so that they can be caught. But if you look at most of the crimes that are committed in Nigeria, the most primitive police officer can crack it within 1 hour if they want to. That goes to show you what kind of stuff are we made of. You're driving a marked car. You're a registered board driver. And you couldn't think twice about eliminating someone that was in your custody. Did you think you wouldn't be caught? And if he didn't do it, as some people are saying, when that then happened, couldn't he have the courage to go to the police and report, look at what happened while I was driving a marked Lagos transport bus? Okay, that's just by the way, just need to point that out to just show you the kind of individuals that we are dealing with.
No, but you say that, but crime comes at various levels and various levels of sophistication. That was a desperate crime within the lower rungs of society, but within the higher to middle rungs of society, the crimes are more sophisticated, and often instances you'll be surprised that a lot of them they're too sophisticated for the Nigerian. These are people.
It will be difficult.
Yeah.
It will be difficult to find a sophisticated one, even the advanced type.
Sophisticated crime in Nigeria.
I'm telling you, even the advanced type was just because because people look the other way.
Have you ever heard of Hush Puppy?
Oh, you think? Oh, come on, man!
That is not sophisticated.
You think that is an advanced crime?
That is not sophisticated.
When FBI and the Saudi UAE went to get him, they got him within minutes.
How do you know within minutes? We saw a documentary, and it took them months before they were able to perfect.
Yeah, because they were gathering evidence. Yes. They knew what he was about from the very first day. You know what we say here, follow the money. Once money goes in and out electronically, it is very easy to find who paid and who received. It's very simple. Okay? So what I mean is that by charting a new course in terms of our politics, or those who should take care of Nigeria, is discuss people that have never been in these corridors of power. Try and point out some people that you've never heard of before, young boys. I'm trying to remember one guy that was with Showore and Moralo, the guy that does talk shows, or I forgot his name. Is it
Fela Durotoye?
I think it's Fela Durotoye. I mean, where has he gone to? Those kind of people. Not that I'm really.
You asked a very good question. Where has he gone to?
He's a I saw him on TikTok doing silly dances. So that's where he's a silly man. I don't know.
It is not our responsibility. It is not our responsibility to go after him. You understand? He has to put himself. He has to put himself in a place whereby we can see him.
You see, Roman. You're not the first to come on and say, why don't you sing a new song? Why do you keep recycling these tired and busted flushes? But then when we try to interrogate what that new song should be, it always falters because we've said time and time again that there are no talents coming through within the Nigerian police. I was expecting you to say Showore, because that is where they always all go to. When you say, okay, if we don't talk about them, who should we talk about? Say Showore.
Roman,
so,
I like your posturing.
Yeah.
I like your posturing all the time. And I don't like many of them. But when you said who is Showore, I always thought my head. I mean, Showore, we can do better. So,
that is the biggest red flag within the Nigerian space, that there is no new politics coming. There's no different politics, because let's take all these people that we talk about, the recycled politicians, as a political space. So we know that politics, but there is no new politics coming through, apart from to his credit, the one that Showore is somewhat trying to agitate.
I know
there's
you're
no
right.
dynamism. There's no dynamism coming through that we can go to and say this is a dynamism. So
I think it's a function of culture.
We always end up with this.
Yeah, it's not a dead end. I think it's a function of culture. This is because this is our story. This is what we know. This is the only industry available. So it's throwing up our heroes. And those are the people we can only talk about.
I disagree with you.
Really. Yeah, I know you will.
With you on that.
I know you will.
I don't think it's our culture.
Yeah.
I think it's the kind of politics or the kind of government system we decided to practice. Because if you look parallel to that of the United States of America, it's the same thing. You will agree with me that within the last 40 years, the names like Hillary Clinton, Bush, and the rest keep coming up. There is no election that go by that these names don't come up. For the last 40 years.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is not true. That is not true. This is not true.
So let me
That's not true.
Let me tell you why.
Obama came.
Hold on. We have had the Rospero. We have had so many people from other walks of life.
Yeah, Obama came in and changed the dynamism.
Yeah. Can we say who is Obama? Where is Obama coming from? Obama, where is he coming from?
Obama came in just like the way Showore is offering himself. It came from.
Yeah, that's where you are wrong. That's where you don't even know how Obama came in.
Hold on. Let me say I'm not wrong. Let me say something. Obama was a community organizer, just like Showore, who is how do I call Showore? Is
Obama has been a party man from day one.
Showore is activist. Thank you,
Obama is not an activist. Obama is not an activist.
No, hold on. I am telling you. Wait, Obama was just a community organizer, while Showore is an activist. Showore is even bigger
Under what party? Obama has been a party man from day one. He went from being a committee organizer to being a senator.
Showore cannot join corrupt party. Showore cannot join military. Hold on. What you guys don't know.
Listen, that's not my question.
Hold on. Let me say
I'm not talking
something.
about Showore. I am not talking about Showore. I am just pointing out an obvious example for you that for the past 40 years, this name keep coming up in United States politics.
Then I said it is not. Obama came in, it changed the dynamism. Yeah. Obama came in.
Dynamism. It's still the same thing.
Obama defeated the Clinton power. He defeated them. He changed the dynamism completely. He gave hope to black people. He gave hope to the youth.
Agree with me that those names keep coming up every year in and out for the past 40 years.
Okay, can I continue?
Just say your own.
From day one.
Say your own, don't worry.
All right, let's go back to Roman. I think he's trying to
say your own now. Make I give you a chance. Make we not talk on top of each other.
Yeah, let's go back to Roman because I think he was leading us somewhere. So carry on, Roman.
Yeah. Okay. Just to continue from where I stopped. Okay, what I was saying is we're having these people always coming in our discussion because that is the biggest industry. That is our narrative. That is our story. The America you mentioned, if you check the history, you will notice that people from other walks of life come into politics from time to time. They come from pharmaceuticals, from high-tech industries, aviation, etc. The last president before this one wasn't a politician per se. He came from real estate, other industries. So if we had other kinds of industries in Nigeria that are developed to the extent that you have CEOs that have led corporate organizations, banks, etc., you would have seen them come into politics from time to time. But because this is the biggest industry, people from here even travel home to join because you can make more money in politics in Nigeria than you can make working your 9 to 5 in this country where we are in. So this is the reason why whenever you guys gather, it is an Amechi and Enrique that we are discussing. Seriously speaking, it's a joke that in the 21st century,
we will not go and we will not go and mine candidates from obscurity and then present them. So in Yoruba land, we say that it is the child that reaches out that the parent carries. So they have to show willing for us to begin to discuss them. So we don't see anybody showing willing in terms of people of quality to come into contention for us to reflect on.
I know one man, and that is a tragedy.
Hold on, go on.
That is a tragedy.
To that private sector space, to that private and professional sector space that you always think that they are not drawn, they are not involved. If you go back to 1998, 1999, when we decided to take this route and abandon the military regime, the few politicians that we have around there, they were practically begging people to come and join the process, to come and contest, to come and join the party. They are begging private people to come and join the so-called. At that time, they were saying, no, if you look at the set of people that came in that 1999, most of them were professors, they were lecturers at various universities, because those were the people that agreed to actually play the game. And when they come into the game, yes, the military were still very much in grip of the whole process there. But at the end of the day, what the military did was to bastardize the process to the point that an ordinary Nigerian will be scared to come in. But that is not to say that's an excuse. These people that we expect for us to be putting out, they are also running away from the process. I can understand that the media space, the way of telling the Nigerian story is being owned and controlled by
Ovie, you have to understand that. Hold on, Ovie. You have to understand that those people in enterprise, they have options. And they are aware of their talent. You know, the politician, he is somewhat narrowed to politics. What else would Fayose be in life if he wasn't what would Wike do in life if he was? But your CEO of a bank, he can go from that bank to go and head a pharmaceutical. He can go to the United States and go and head something. They will headhunt him globally at the top end. So he has options, but the yams that we have in politics, they're just What else would they be in life if they wasn't? Who would be Tinubu be if he wasn't?
Makande was a Chevron guy. Was in Chevron.
Yeah, but those are outliers, though. The bulk of them, the body of them,
I'll mention
most
quite
of
a few of
just,
them. I'll mention quite a few of them. The Nasarawa State governor was more or less living in America when he joined Dangote.
Nasarawa State. Are we talking about? We're talking about real people. You are talking about Nasarawa State.
These are governors.
Let's go back to Roman. Let's hear more from Roman.
Quick one, yeah. Yesterday I was watching Tony Elumelu meeting with Boris Johnson. I'm thinking, how come these guys don't come out and think of that presidency?
You see that because he has a
I think those guys are just, they are just scared, even the dirty game these people play. They don't want to be involved.
They will run a business now for them if you take that route.
You know,
let me finish. I'm going to go pick up the work in a minute.
All right, let's get back to Roman. Yeah, carry on, Roman.
So over here and the rest of you guys, what I'm saying is this is not about the fact that they are not coming out. If stories from media is the most influencing medium that I know of, and yours now is beginning to play that part. So if you can even discuss people that are not being discussed by other fora, you will notice that people will begin to follow that trajectory. But since you continue to rigmarole with these guys, and over here saying that they were begging people in 1999 to come in, that's not true.
That is not true. That is a blatant.
They went and wrote a constitution for themselves.
That is not true
because
at all.
They knew what they were going to inherit. The people that wrote the constitution and their cohorts, the Babangida boys, the drug cartel, knew that they were going to be the people to contest. They contested and they have captured Nigeria ever since then. And they are still and they've grabbed it. How many of them will finish politics and get employment elsewhere? How many of them do you know that have finished, apart from the ones that have legal practice, that will finish House of Assembly, State Assembly, governorship, and then go back to an industry and get a job and use the experience that they've garnered to develop their people, the society, etc. None.
But Roman, who will employ them? Who will employ them?
No. I think that's the point that Roman is making. It dovetails off the point that I'm making, that people with talent they have options. So politics, because the politics in Nigeria is so dirty. Why would a CEO of a bank, somebody that has that capacity, say he wants to be governor of some state, to go and be roughing it on the ground? Did you see us playing the video of Senator Adeleke yesterday? The CEO of a bank will go and become. Will he start to dance?
Soludo is an example. Soludo is there. Jalekoko favorite man. Obi is an example. Even Uche Kalu, Uzo Kalu, they are all private. They are all private sectors.
You're still in the same circus. You're still in the same circus.
No,
if you are a professional, that worked under and for a politician, you're really not different from them. You think these people are really professional? They weren't. They are professional appointees.
No, let's face it.
They are professional appointees by politicians. They are hatchetmen of the politicians, and when they then come out and see them as professionals, they are not.
Any of them. Before Soludo was appointed as a governor, he was an handsome, world-renowned professional. All of
the people that rig elections the people that rig elections and rewrite results are all university dons. Come on.
Okay, so now talk about the system. But the only way you can see change the system is if everybody come together and get into the process.
Okay, before I go, I only have 3 minutes, please. Let me just say this and then I will go. You know, now that I think they've brought these new electoral reforms or the new electoral act, I think there will be a reduction in rigging and writing of results. So I would love I watch you guys every night, every evening. Seriously, I do that, and almost religiously. I would like a situation where you begin to talk about what the youths can do, well, not just the youth, but every other person who thinks that they can change Nigeria. This is an opportunity.
But Roman, don't we?
Roman, are you ready
to
to partner with me and sponsor a space for the show? Maybe an hour or 2 hours a day for that.
We have to talk about that later. South Korea had an election yesterday. 70% turned up to vote. South Korea. Okay?
Yeah, because the system works. The system doesn't work in Nigeria.
This is the time for us to arrest back the situation. Okay, I want Nigeria to be good in my lifetime, and let's change that narration. Let's change that space from forum like yours. That's what I want to say.
All right, thank you, Roman. And the space is open to that youth narrative. In fact, we anchor after it so much because we want a paradigm shift and a generational shift, because the world is so changed now that anybody that would really understand the world as it is now will be somebody 45 and under, because it's changed so much. And the world for the future is going to be off the back of the world that we live now, not the world of the past. So we need somebody that would leap to that generational space to chart the projection for the future. So we need a paradigm shift in mindset and a generational shift. In fact, we need to skip 3 generations. If we're going from the 80-year-olds ruling us, we need to skip about 3 generations. We need to skip all the way to around about 45. That is what we really need to do. But then there's nobody coming through in any space at all. And then we end up with Showore, and then we're just scratching our heads that is this what it is? So just some yam head.
I know. When Igor comes back, tell him that we don't need to wait for 200 years to achieve what Americans achieved. When in 2006, Apple made the smartphone, it took Samsung 1 month to replicate that. They didn't wait for the 7 years.
No, Ego is all right. Somebody that is driving a Lamborghini in Lagos, Ego is all right. He doesn't care. So
you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just copy what others are doing.
What I said should not be misquoted, my colleague. What I said was, they are saying that Nigeria's security, but I said the security level for the now, at least, is very down. Maybe the killings like we used to hear, not that rampant like it used to.
No. Igor, what I was addressing is when you said it took America 200 years to sex.
And then the highest level of drop. And then when we move to development, Africans, me and you, we know their mentality. If at today, see, Spain didn't go to 200 years before they became developed. During the early days when they were freedom, what do you call it? Independent across the African continent. Even Spain here was also a very underdeveloped country.
Okay, I really enjoyed this night. I'll see you guys next time.
All right. Hold on, Nico. Let's just so Roman, good to meet you. And please join us more often, because I want to interrogate you more on that space that you've opened up, that the conversation should look to the future. So that was Roman. So thank you, Roman.
Thanks, guys.
We're on till late, so if you have time, you can still rejoin us. So that was Roman. Yeah. So right. Ego, you were exercising your right.
Roman.
Your right.
Bye.
Yeah. I was trying to correct the impression of that guy. What he's saying that we don't.
Roman. His name is now.
Good. Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to advocate for Africa to stay or Nigeria to stay for 200 years. But what I'm saying is that it's a gradual process. We don't expect things to change in between overnight or whatever.
But Nigeria is all right for you now. You are driving Lamborghini on Lagos. You are all right. It's all right.
Nigeria don't need to be all right for me. It needs to be all right for every one of us. Nigeria should be all right for everyone.
This is why you don't complain. You don't complain. Now you are sipping champagne in Victoria Island, and then you've gone to eat suya in DRA. So you're all right.
Ego. The way you try to explain the thing matter now, maybe hold on.
Of course, the killing has dropped.
There's no stopping
my joy. The killing has dropped in the country. We should appreciate that. And the military
go and explain that to Amishes. Go and explain. I saw the clip of the father crying. I couldn't watch it. Go and explain it to Bamishe's father now that this killing has dropped. About that.
We don't judge issues this way. We don't judge. There is no country today that there is no killing. There is no, even in the US, in the UK that you are. You know, there are some proud of
you see, this is the same.
What we are saying is that there must be an improvement.
You see, hold on, ego. You always use this Nigeria no be.
Train every time in this Australia, and they were not killed. Nobody killed them.
I mean, ego. Sometimes I wonder how we think in that country. Now, this guy, Roman was addressing something you said, which I heard you say, but the way you are spinning it around now, that is you. I won't. You're trying to elaborate on what you meant, but what we heard from you was that you said it took America 200 something years to get to where they were. So invariably, what you were trying to say was that, however, it takes us too, let us get to where we want to be. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Hold on, I get you. Since you've elaborated a little bit now, we understand what you meant. But you see, let's stop using this narrative. Look at what he said. It took Apple X number of years to develop so gadgets. But look how much it took. Is it Nokia being Samsung to do that?
Samsung.
So you see, the thing is this. You see, we need to learn from other people's mistake. We don't have to repeat their mistake or repeat our own stupid mistake. And we have to go around in circles for numbers of years, and it took them.
Very agreed.
Learn from them.
Very agreed, national man. I'm with you.
All right, thank you. So you have agreement there. So thank you, Rational Mind, and thank you.
I agree with national mind. I'm not saying that we must stay 200 years. What I said is that we should not be pushing our country like as if we are just behind so much. You understand that these people took some time. At least, okay, give us just quarter of the time they took. Give us 100 years and see if we remain the same.
100 years.
Why are you
Let's not go for 200.
Why are you a liar?
I'm just giving.
No. Let's move on. Thank you, Ego. So let's go on to you, Thomas, and let's take your sounding on hold on. Let's take your sounding on the Miyetti Allah response to Sunday Igboho's release, asking that he be renditioned Nnamdi Kanu style to come and occupy prison cell block H next to Nnamdi Kanu. So what are you then making of this cattle shagging bookies from the forest?
They should just shush their mouth. They should shush their mouth. They should keep quiet. When their people are killing people all the way, everywhere, they don't comment that time. Killing people in the south, in the west, in the east, everywhere, they don't say anything. They kept mute then. Now their enemy, so-called Sunday Igboho, their enemy, he has been released now. So they want to rendition him back to Nigeria. So they should go and sit down somewhere and find something tangible to do with their life. So this man now, the man is out now. Even the one leg in, one leg out. So they are pushing Nigerian government now. They are not speaking to Sunday Igboho, one man. They are pushing Nigerian government.
No, they are signaling to their clansman now that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they are signaling to Nigerian government, their clansman, which is Buhari, the president of Nigeria. That now.
No. That's don't come and do those Radio Biafra language. We don't do Radio Biafra.
So Buhari is not the president. Buhari is the president. Is the
president or anything? President of Nigeria. Now
yes, they should president. That's who he is.
Yes, not the president. I don't agree with you.
Let me correct you. Go ahead.
You don't need to correct me. I can speak for myself.
Carry on. Don't. Yeah. Let's not get bogged down in.
So if he's pushing the president now, so that their minds will wake up. This guy has been out. So can we plan as we plan for Nnamdi Kanu in the Kenya? Can we plan for this guy again to take him back to Nigeria to go and answer the question that he doesn't need to answer? So these people, they are just wicked people all over the place. When their kingsmen, their members are killing Nigerians all over the country, killing the south, killing everywhere. They don't speak that time. So they are just signaling to Buhari. that is my opinion. They are signaling to Buhari to go after this man.
All right, thank you. So, still with crime and death, Deputy Inspector General of Police Joseph Egbunike, who investigated ABBA KYARI, his slumps and dies in his office. So, there's nothing in me that sees this as a coincidence, and there is nothing in me that sees this as that guy dying of natural causes. Ovie comes to expand to say that he's found information that he died after a brief illness.
Overweight.
Yes, that is overweight and whatnot. He haven't been overweight all his life. He's been overweight. But what are you making now of this? Do you draw the two together, or are you of the thought that this is just a coincidental thing?
One man, to me, it's just a coincidence. To me, it's just a coincidence. To me, to my knowledge, but that is what we are saying. One man, developed country, police station are asked to mount with cameras in the office. Even I enter office of chief police chief here. There are cameras everywhere. There is no secret. This man, if there is camera in his office, maybe somebody strangle him, maybe somebody do anything to him, we will capture that. But there is no camera, there is no surveillance, there is nothing anywhere. I enter police station here, cameras everywhere. You can't even the police chief attending to people is being captured on the camera. So if anything wants to happen, there is a monitoring room. They can know that this is what happened to this man, this is what happened to this person. So if there is, we have to change our orientation. The technology is there, one man, to work with. The technology is there to safeguard our people. This man now, we can even say somebody kill him, but there's no camera, there's no surveillance, there's nothing in the space to capture that one. So to this man, I don't think somebody yamu to this man. It could be coincidence, one man. So people can die anywhere. The man can be ill and still treating himself and still going to office to make things work. People are sick, they go to the hospital, they go to the office now. If they are not too sick, they are still okay. So death could meet anybody anywhere. So I'm not seeing any conspiracy thing here. To me, it's just, it could be natural death. As Rovi rightly said, maybe they might die for obesity or something. So that is, I don't think there's anything wrong there.
All right. Let me take you on to the permutation. So El Rufai was on Channels Television and they were putting to him all manners of questions. And they were putting to him then the ticket of him and Rotimi Amechi. So this is something that, of course, they've been hearing in the ethers, that is one of the things that they are conjuring with within the APC. So El Rufai said he has no further political ambitions, that he's tired and he wants to take a break from politics. But if Malam Buhari insists, then he will have to oblige. But that then brings into play that possibility. And you know that Rotimi Amechi, he's been quietly and by stealth politicking himself. He went to take that title, the chosen one, as Ovie explains, the Damaraya Jaws of Daura something. So he's politicking quietly, but then that politic now crescendoing into the public space, and the permutation now that they're inviting us to conjure with is an Amechi El Rufai ticket. So do you see that as viable one, as a ticket the APC would present? And how do you think that will play within the greater Nigerian space? So to all of that, Thomas.
One man is laughable. So ridiculous. The short man in that, the short man, call him short man, and Amechi for president. where the Jagaban is there. One man, some people, they don't know. These politicians, they are very wise. They will just throw some name out there so that you guys will be battling with that name. The underground work is going underground there. They are just pushing this man names out. El Rufai, and of all people, El Rufai, Rotimi Amechi. Where there is, we still have Oshibado, we have Fashola, Fayemi is there, the Okorocha, the Iberibirism there. No. It's just ridiculous name to me. And politicians, they are very wise. They will just push that name out there. Then Igbo was saying the other time, Oshibajo, if Tinubu didn't step down, they no born Oshibajo where to come out.
Who do you think is the stronger prospect between Rochas Okorocha, who you mentioned, and Rotimi Amechi? So if it was a choice between the two, who do you say was a stronger prospect?
Woman, Iberibilism still strong. The man
stronger than Amechi.
Amechi, the man, woman, this man has been taking care of people everywhere. He has one school in Oyo State, free of charge. There is nowhere people don't know this Iberibilism. Okorocha is popular everywhere. Free school, one man, school uniform, bag, free food, free everything. The humanitarian this guy is doing everywhere, even before becoming a governor of the state, he has been out there. So I still believe strong in Okorocha more than Amechi. Who knows Amechi? If they even ask you who is Amechi, no, some people don't even know that name. But if you mention Okorocha is if everywhere in my Oyo State is my state. At least even before he became the governor, I've known him way back because of his humanitarian school, free education everywhere, and he has this school almost 36 states of the country. So these people pushing out Tinubu, if Tinubu don't step down rather, all these people will not come out. As people are pushing Oshibajo. I remember you said about Oshibajo because Oshibajo doesn't have the temerity and even the audacity to come out to say he want to challenge that space. Tinubu, if Tinubu don't step down, and I'm not seeing Tinubu stepping down at all. All these Amechi, they are just pushing that name forward, one man, to just change our views, to look after these people. Then they are doing their underground work. That is just my submission.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, yesterday we just spent really the bulk of the conversations talking about the Buhari attempts to insert a rigging clause.
One man, can I respond to Ola? Just one word.
Oh, you can respond to Ola, but Ola, you have to go to Canada to do that because Ola is not here. Ola is not here. Yeah. You say now. Yeah, you say you were not smoking Igbo, but
no. Ola is Ola. Ola suddenly changed to Thomas because that same voice I used to know that there's Ola.
All right, all these people, they all sound like look at this guy.
Saying that they don't go to Sibanjo way to come and blah blah blah. Come on, it's high time we drop this kind of thinking in this country. Is Bola Tinubu Sibanjo father? Ola.
But is his godfather? Is his godfather?
Is Osibanjo father?
Is his godfather?
So what will make Osibanjo not to come and speak if you want to speak?
Do you hear me?
Osibanjo who sat down, Mr. Man, relax, let me talk. I just want to
is his godfather?
Osibanjo who sat down in his office and demote the boss, his boss brother. You are telling me he cannot speak in front of Tinubu. Mr. Man, go and speak. I think very well.
Ugo, that's kind of different from what he's saying.
You can say what you want to say.
We understand what he's trying to say.
You can say what you want to say. But a man who sat under his boss and demote the brother of his boss, send him out of office. You are telling me he will not speak in front of Tinubu.
Is Tinubu working under him?
I don't understand.
Because the narrative you are painting is quite different from what he's saying. I kind of understand what Thomas is trying to say there. So I don't see.
You're working on that Tinubu, Mr. Mike, the vice president of this country.
Is his boy? Is his boy?
Is Tinubu the president of Nigeria?
Is the vice president today, but it's Tinubu's
of this country, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, but it's Tinubu's boy. Come on, man. Thomas, carry on, man. I don't understand.
It's Tinubu's boy. If you like it or not, take it or leave it. Oshibajo is Tinubu boy. So if you like it, take it or leave it. Oshibajo is Tinubu boy. Who made Oshibajo? Tinubu made Oshibajo. Are you saying Tinubu doesn't made Oshibajo? Tinubu pick Oshibajo as Oshibajo is one of Tinubu's lawyer back then before calling him to his cabinet. So you are telling me now Tinubu, Oshibajo can do without Tinubu?
I'm not saying that Tinubu did not play a role in getting Oshibajo to where he is. But for you to come to the public space and be telling us that they don't burn a man, a Nigerian vice president, or 200 million people, they don't burn him to come out and speak because of one former governor, Mr. Man, what are you saying out of your mouth? A man who sat in his office and sacked the junior brother of his boss. What are you talking? If you want to speak, he will speak without looking at Tinubu. All this pressure, you should stop putting it to the public space. If you want to declare, we declare.
He can't declare.
Why would you say don't burn him? Who wants Tinubu to stop him from talking? Man, use the right word.
Okay, Igbo, you don't do. We don't know. We don't hear.
As a second in command of this country, he will say it without fear and favor to anyone.
Igbo, you two dey talk. You be tap when all the close. Calm down. We don't hear. You don't make your point. We don't hear you. Come on, carry on.
Is this what they mean when they say somebody don't para?
Don't tell me Osinbajo. Don't tell me our state vice president cannot speak because one man sit down in house. I don't agree with that kind of.
Okay, you go. We agree with you. We don't agree with you, Thomas. Carry on.
You don't win. God forbid, but I don't want to cook for us.
Yeah, look at that.
Because you beat everybody for your house.
It's the Igbo now. He was smoking Igbo in the sky the last time.
No wonder.
Because they use porn and
that is always your conclusion, but I don't smoke that though.
Well, I know you don't. I know you don't.
Sometimes when you speak the truth, it bubbles people. They don't want to hear it. How can you come to the national television because we are the national TV here and be telling us that the sitting Nigerian vice president cannot speak because of what former governor? The sitting Nigerian vice president.
You have said this same thing more than 15 times.
No, I will keep saying it too. I don't want you to be saying your own.
Tell it to your family. We have heard you.
You say you don't
Let's move on.
Use the word well now. They don't burn the seat back just to come on. Stop it, man.
Oh, no.
He will do what he wants.
All right. Thank you. So let's get back to Thomas to round off his thoughts on that space, and then I'll go on to DOG. So Thomas, back to you.
So it's just the thing will continue. Some names will be coming out often. So we will just talk about the names, and the name will disappear. And we'll be back to the main.
Sorry, Thomas. Thomas, sorry. Woman, you can skip me for now. I'll go next.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So the name will keep on coming. But before I go, one man, Roman came here and said we should change the paradigms of who we are talking about. But what one man is doing here and what we are doing here is what is on the news. We don't phantom our news here. We don't create our news there. Is what is out there in the populace. That is what we discuss about. So if only Tinubu is coming into the news, that is what we continue to speak about. If it is only Atiku is coming on the news, that's what we'll be continue talking about. If it is Showore too, we will talk about it. But he's saying we should change what our paradigms or what we speak about. I don't think I don't see anything wrong with what we are doing here. But he's talking of
no. Roman is right because it's somewhat disheartening, very dispiriting for us to be discussing Tinubu as a possible president of Nigeria or Atiku. It's almost it's the language of hopelessness because you have to be hopeless and it's like we've given up to be discussing these people. But then there's nobody else to discuss. That's where the problem is, isn't it?
That's our reality.
So nobody wants to discuss Tinubu now.
Yes,
but who else? And we're not going to discuss Showore or we was coming up with Fela Durotoye. Imagine. So when they say we are recycling these people and we say, okay, give us somebody to talk about, they always struggle because there's nobody coming through, and that is where the problem is. But thank you, Thomas.
Just let me make this. One day you ask everybody here, who is the strong candidate you can point in the Southwest? Everybody here, we struggle to mention him. At the end of the day, all of us went back to Tinubu. We struggle to mention names.
Thomas, it's only you that went back to Tinubu. Talk for yourself. Don't talk for people.
I said almost all of us. I don't know, maybe
okay, now you are changing it.
No. I said almost all of us. We went back to Tinubu. That's just what I'm saying. So there is nobody there. So it's people that come on the news. That is who we talk about. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, let's go on to Lord Michael. So Lord Michael, good to have you.
I thought this guy was begging you that he wants to go out. Jake wants to better Nigeria.
You know, okay, let's go to Charlie Boy. He does that.
Is that Charles? Oh, I didn't even
Charles.
know.
It's Charlie Boy, but
Okay.
it's the same technique that Charles
correct.
and hold on, it's the same technique that Charles and Thomas use. They'll say they are going right now, but then by the time I'm closing in 6 hours time, I'll have to kick them out. But you know, one
man. You expect me to always protest before you know that Rational Man is here.
You see what you started
now.
Wow. You see everybody. You turned everybody
Charlie
into
Boy.
a rebel. Let's go to Charlie Boy quickly, and then I'll come to you, Rational Mind, and then we'll go to Lord Michael. So let's do it that way.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
So Charlie Boy, to you, and to this space, to the space of we were discussing the Amechi El Rufai ticket. So how does that sound to you, Charles?
Yeah, I think that's good. Amechi is the Igbo guy. I just found out yesterday.
Well, it's not really Igbo, but you know.
No, that's false. He speaks Igbo very well. You know, I watched a video of him speaking Igbo to the BC no Igbo. See, that shows something wrong with Nigeria. See, they did it for a reason. I know Amechi is Igbo. I know he's the Igbo guy. See.
Okay, so is that what qualifies him for you? That is Igbo. That's enough. Eh?
Yes.
Nothing else matters. The fact that it's a yam head, it doesn't count.
No, I think that's good because I think the worst they are tried enough, but they are fairly woefully. The worst to sit down this election, they are fairly woefully, as I believe.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So, Charles, what about Dave?
And I'm so happy that the Yoruba guys. I'm so happy that Yoruba laid it out. That should show Nigeria that you can't mess with the people. The people are spoken. That you could try out nothing. The people are spoken.
Which Yoruba people is out? Are out?
The guy in Benin. In
where?
In Benin. I can't say.
He's been released. Igboho, you mean?
Yeah, I think that's a sign for Nigeria. The beginning. Then the people are spoken. The people are spoken. That's the sign that people spoke that if Nigeria keep doing what they're acting, they're just gonna break, and no one can stop it. No one can stop it. This is the big victory for the people fighting for freedom. Big victory.
Okay.
It's a huge victory.
You know that it's still confined within the city limits. It's not actually. They've just put him in a bigger prison because he still cannot leave Cotonou.
Yeah, but to me, Mama, you understand? This is a big victory because every time Nigeria always told it, this is a big victory for everyone fighting for freedom. This is a big victory for everyone because it will show Nigeria government, hey, this youth are serious. The youth are very serious now. The youth are no more like the youth.
Do you think they are quaking in their boots now?
No, I think the youth
is shivering now.
Are non-serious. No more like the youth of 1960. No. These are very determined youth of Nigeria. No more for the baby youth from 1960 who do nothing. You sit down. No, enough's enough.
So it's action now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how very soon the other old people. Very soon the youth are. If I was a Nigerian politician, I would be very careful.
How soon is that very soon? Because youth is a limited window. So would that very soon be soon enough for the youth in play to still be the youth?
No. I feel like the old politicians are now going to be scared. They should be scared now. This Igboho, It's in a big letters. Be scared now. I'll be very scared now. Because youth are angry. Youth are normal. And youth from the natural.
But the youth are always angry. That is the job of young people. Are always there's no young person on this planet that is not angry. That's the job description.
Youth from now, youth from our generation are more determined than
They're
youth
more
back
determined.
then. Yeah.
And how is that determination showing? What signs are you seeing of that determination?
They have shown me they don't care what people say. They told me, if you turn like shit, they'll give your shit back to you.
Okay, so what action have they taken that inspires confidence in you?
Because this Igboho thing, this is a miracle. I also people the truth will come back and bite you. The truth set you free, and it happened. You see, I know Igboho get out. I know he get out. He did no crime. You see, God did it. God, the Almighty God saved him. See, when God saved you, that shows you something. Something's gonna happen to me. Something's happened. This is a big victory for the youth of Nigeria.
Okay, and is this signaling to the space that Nnamdi Kanu might possibly be soon released as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because did he show me to the politicians, the evil people of Nigeria, all you crimes you doing to the youth, you gotta stop doing. It's a big sign. That's why if I was any politician in Nigeria, I'll be very careful what you're doing. If any politician in Nigeria, you should seriously do for people. People are tired. I think all happened. I think for 30 years, the build up to this moment for people to be able to, it's showing Nigeria, it's showing me a sign that the politicians in Nigeria should be very careful what they're doing now. They should be very careful what they're doing. They should be very careful now.
You know that Igboho was released by politicians. You know that?
Yeah. Do you know why, woman? Because the youth are angry. The youth are normal. Like, you see, here's the issue. Youth in 1990s, 1960s, they were not strong. That's what the politicians they want. But youth now are more stronger. They have more. They have social media. They can videotape stuff happening. That's
they have social media.
The politicians now that you're more scared of the youth now.
They will throw Instagram at you if you are not careful.
No, Nigerian politicians know that
they will use Twitter to beat you up.
No, Nigerian politicians know the youth of Nigeria and the youth from back then. They're more determined. You got to laugh with them. Why you keep saying lazy youth or nonsense? Youth are not lazy. Youth are more determined. If you think shit,
what have you seen to show you that they are determined? And what has happened that inspires this confidence in you? Why are you so emboldened? What is the narrative?
Because the Igboho really show me something. That Nigerian youth are not lazy. They determined. They find a way to make.
You know who effected the release of Igboho? He was an 83-year-old man.
Well, one man. You understand? The youth told him what to do. The youth told him.
The youth told him what to do. The youth told Professor Akitoye what to do.
I keep saying it.
He would not have known what they told him because they have the internet.
I keep saying the youth is the only people who save Nigeria. The youth, the only people.
No, the youth is only the people they will save everywhere. The youth is the future. So I mean, what are you?
Yeah, but this is a victory for any youth in Nigeria. This is a victory for them. The Igboho case is a victory for them. It's showing them they can actually do something and actually save the people from the youth people who cared about stealing money.
All right.
And doing all that.
I'm not sure that I agree with you, Charles. It's a victory, but not necessarily for any demography.
You know you don't agree because you're from that generation.
Oh, okay. No. You are right, but that is not the reason why I disagree. I disagree because what you're saying it doesn't cohere. You know, the person that facilitated his release is an 83-year-old man. It was his determination more than anything else that held that space. That's one. And I don't think Igboho's release is any reason for any politician to quake in their boots because he's just tucked away nicely in Cotonou, not to come to Nigeria.
Another example. I'll give you some. The animal told who embassy government. The youth made that happen. Because the youth fought that. The youth said no.
The Anambra State governor.
Yeah, no. The youth said no. You're not going to win the election. You did in Imo State, and that's what the guy won the government. And
they don't have. Do they have youths in Imo State?
I'm just trying to show you.
No, do they have youths in Imo State?
I know, but what I'm trying to show you,
answer the question. Do they have youths in Imo? They do.
But this is
do the youths in Imo State not care about their state and their future?
I'm just showing Nigeria party about they should be very careful. This is the beginning.
Okay.
Fire on the mountain is coming to them. They should be careful.
Run.
Because this Anambra State government one embassy is a sign that the youth are waking up. You see? Because they say no, you're not going to win the election in Imo State. No. They fight, and that's what the guy won. Same in the Bonny State. The youth are behind the youth saying, what should guy change?
The youths are responsible for Dave Umahi being sacked.
Yes.
But it was the PDP that instituted the lawsuit.
Yeah, but the youth okay.
Is it the youths in the PDP or what are you?
You know I think what happened? You know I think why he got sacked? Aviti. Because he's the guy who sold his people land to another country. He sold his people land
to another country.
No, he sold the people land to the people for fine. He sold them land, and those people killing these people. Then you wake up, say it's to the fair government. Hey, you should keep that guy out. This guy's not for our people. He doesn't care for our people. He keeps on our people to be killed.
It was the PDP that instituted a lawsuit to challenge him carpet crossing.
Yeah.
And a judge that then gave the verdict.
I think why the PDP did that, the PDP realized those people, if they didn't like Umahi, those people were tired because they realized this guy Umahi was saying he's changing people's souls. He didn't care with people.
The reason why the PDP did it was because Umahi was taking their mandate, which they fought so hard to win, and gifting it to their avowed enemy. So
I think why PDP did that because pressure from the youth. That PDP did that. People
pressure from the youth.
Yeah, I'm see Nigeria are starting to wake up. You know the party in Nigeria are now trying to be careful what they're doing because they realize something. Youth are powerful now. They realize
youth are powerful now.
You could tell signs of showing revolution is starting.
The revolution has started.
Yeah.
And it's coming to a screen near you. Although Tore told us the revolution would not be televised.
And also, if I was Tinubu should be very careful of Tinubu. If Tinubu be a lazy person, you can do it. Then Tinubu should not be a president. You shouldn't be a person who just buy people money. No, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. That's why I keep saying. That's why I think the Yoruba space need to wake up too. They need to start waking up. Because I'm not people from the southeast and the Delta are waking up, but your people are still not waking up. I don't know why. But they need to start
why do you say that? Why do you think they are not waking up?
Because your people, they're not that strong.
They're not strong.
They're not like a warrior type. They're not that strong, in my opinion. They're not that strong.
They're not the warrior type.
Because when I see people from the southeast and Niger Delta, they're strong. They think about their future.
Describe that strong. Describe what you mean by that.
The Niger Delta Igbo culture, they all think about the future. They have a mindset that is a strong.
And the Yorubas don't. They are NFA. No future ambition.
Those people they like to deceive themselves by thinking Nigeria is great. They like to pretend, but they know Nigeria is great. They like to deceive themselves.
Do you think they are being fooled?
That's why the North could easily trick them. The North could easily trick Yoruba like that. Yoruba easily tricked. That's why the North take KYARI state from Yoruba land. They take it away. Because they know Yoruba people are easy to be tricked. That's why they take KYARI state away. That's why they get easily trick Yorubas. Because Yoruba people are not smart. They're smart. That's why
the Yorubas are not smart.
That's why if Yoruba people start waking up, Nigeria will be a better country. If start waking up to these people, they're not. They're scared. I don't know why they're scared.
Okay.
If your people one day be strong, Nigeria will be a better country. Your people don't be. Your people are weak. They're not even as strong in nature. You're good people. I like your people. I like them. But I just want to wake up, be strong. Don't be brave.
Describe strong. Describe what a strong person is. Describe what you think a strong person is.
I think a strong person is somebody who think about the future. Someone who not be deceived by money. Someone who don't be tricked. Pretend Nigeria is good when they know Nigeria is not good. They're just being deceived. They can be strong, fight.
And a good example of that would be the people from the southeast.
And people from the Niger Delta.
Okay.
Igbo land. In Igbo land, people who fight. That's what that you partition. The only way to make them do work is by being strong. They actually listen to you and do the work. That's your people need to listen how the Eastern and Nigeria to work, and actually help them to be strong.
Are there any other ways of doing things and achieving results without being aggressive or strong, as you describe it?
Yeah,
Are there other ways apart from that way?
Because the reason why I'm saying this, even I'm saying Yoruba need to be strong, because actually, why is that in Yoruba land only Lagos only develop area in Yoruba land? That's
how do you know that? How many parts of the Yoruba land have you visited to be able to say that?
Yoruba land is developed, but here's the truth. Some of the houses you see in Yoruba land are from like 1960s. And we realizing, see, the Yoruba party are tricking the citizens. Do you know why they're doing that? Because the Yorubas, poor people, are not that strong. They need to be strong. That's what Yoruba party are tricking them.
Do you think they're dumb?
Yeah. Because your people need to start tackling the politician. That's what the Yoruba party is to trick them.
Yeah, but they don't have it in them, do they, Charles?
Because that's one thing I like about the Eastern South. At least their party actually help. That always why you see the Igbo party, the Nigeria party, when people angry, they actually listen to them when they're angry. That's why if your people start being angry to the party, they might actually listen to them. Example, how can a guy they build an airport for I'm going to say the airport he was a money to build a simple airport out money being the airport. He didn't even build in Yoruba. That's something.
There are airports in Yoruba land. What are you talking about?
No, there was an airport, a governor building in Yoruba land, but he didn't build it. He wasted money. He finished that money.
Who was that? Who did not build the airport?
No, a new airport. There's no airport being built. I don't know what state. Yeah, I know.
There's virtually every state in Yoruba land has an airport of some
one
form.
state don't have an airport in Yoruba land. Don't say
Which
that
one? Which one? Which state does not have an airport?
It's the one that's in the forest. It's near Lagos. What?
Oyo State, Ogun State.
Yeah.
They don't have an airport.
No. There's one state in Yoruba land. I know what state it is, but he built an airport. He wasted money. Do you know what happened? Okay, if your people were strong.
Why is building an airport a waste of money?
No, I'm not saying why your people weak. Your people need to be strong and act for the government.
Yeah, so cite examples of what you mean. Strong is an ambiguous term. It's vague.
Okay, let me tell you, the reason why the Anambra Airport was built in 1.5 years, because you people were strong. When you people are determined, that's when they want something, they fight for it and determined. They fight for it and want that. That's why Anambra Airport was built in a year. See, your people start
the Anambra Airport was built in a year.
Your people start attacking the politicians, tell them to do what they want, and they actually listen to them.
Should the Yoruba people be a bit more like the Igbo people, Charles? Should we be a bit more like the Igbo people?
Yeah, I think that will help them in the long term. Because I think that's why the Yoruba party. I think the Yoruba party.
But do you think they have the brain, though? Do you think they have the brain equal to the Igbo people to be like them?
They do, but I think they do, but they're being deceived. That's what I'm saying. The poor people in Yoruba land are being deceived by the politicians. That's why your politicians are tricking you guys. They're still eating you guys' money. They don't do nothing about it. I'm sorry to say this. That's the truth. I'm seeing it in picture. That's why I think your people need to wake up. That's why I like people.
Do you think the best thing would be for the Yorubas to just come under the leadership of the Igbo people, because the Igbos, they've already started to make progress, and if the Yorubas joined under their leadership, then we'll make even more progress. Do you think that, Charles?
Yes. Because that's one why the Eastern Nigeria just always angry. Because you know they're mad, they're angry at the normal Yoruba citizens. They're angry because they're actually using the anger towards the politicians. They actually help the country more. I think when they Yoruba people wake up, that's the day Nigeria will be great. That's my opinion. The day Yoruba people wake up, that's the day Nigeria will be. And
you think the people in the East are already awake?
Yes, I think Nigerian Delta is awake because they understand the future. But the people need to start tackling the politician. I think politicians usually guys usually.
But all these Yoruba people, all these dumb Yoruba people, just munching on amala, waiting for Tinubu.
That's one thing I like about you. You realize the problem. But I'm sorry for your people. I call not realizing. You should try to tell your people to start.
My people. I'm not a king. I don't have a people. I
but
have my own.
You actually help your people. Yes, you should tell your people to actually attack the party, help them build stuff for the people. Because that's I feel like your people being true.
So when you say attack the politician, are you talking physical attack?
No, not physical attack. I mean, like speaking out, speak more out. Don't be scared. Speak out more. Tell them to build something for your people. Give people money. Give people don't suffer. To people to see. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I've tried to say.
If only the Yorubas had somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, they would have made a lot more progress by now.
And you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to say. You know a lot of the nice areas. Do you know a lot of the nice areas occurred by the Nigeria Igbos? Like the Yoruba people don't. That's show you so. You people start taking politicians.
No, all right.
Because that's your people should be grateful. Your people should be grateful for the Igbos. The Igbos help you a lot to develop.
Yes, especially in a place like Lagos. The Igbos developed Lagos, and the Yorubas are not even grateful for that.
That's why I think your people need to need to look at the Igbos idea, listen,
and learn from the example.
Yeah.
One man, you and this your son. I mean, I don't know.
No, he's been waiting to say all of these things for a long time. So when you see that I'm holding him back, this is what Charles wants to tell us. So let him just tell us, yeah.
I'm trying to help you. I actually help your tribe. I help you for a good picture.
Charles, let me ask Charles a question. Charles,
okay, go on.
Who, besides this platform, which I know you've most likely have not met anybody here in person. Yeah. Besides this platform, do you have any other person who's a Nigerian friend besides your parents? Do you know any other Nigerian person who are not non-Igbos? I know since your parents are Igbos, very likely you must have met other Igbos.
Yes.
I like Nigerians who are not Igbos, who are of other ethnicity, other tribe in Nigeria, say like Yoruba or Hausa or Ibibio, Efik or whatever. Do you have any like that? You said?
I like all Nigerians. I don't
understand what you're saying. What are you saying?
I like all Nigerians.
I'm saying, have you met them in person? Do you have a friend
I don't need to meet them
that you relate with every day? You go visiting them, they visit you.
Culture, I like the health, I like the food, I like everything about Nigeria.
Oh, you are being evasive. You're just evading my question.
You understand my question? It says it doesn't have to meet them, that he likes their culture.
Oh, it doesn't have to meet them.
If only the Yorubas are not so dumb, it would have been a lot better.
Oh, okay.
No, that question is not right, you know.
I don't mean young people.
The question is not right. It's a public space. Just go ahead and ask your question. Leave his personal life.
Maybe he's asking the question for some reason.
No, that's not right. We're in a public space. Come on. We're men.
No, it's not too personal. It's not too personal though. If he's having all these opinions about Nigeria,
going around it and beating it and pressing it, that is just go straight and ask a question. Don't paint it like you're talking to a kid. That's my only concern. Apart from that, no problem else.
Lord Michael, are you now becoming the police of this of this platform?
Yes. I am the labor prepared. If I say wrongdoing, I'll point it out. If I do something wrong, point it out to me too.
You know that Michael is a policeman, I think. He's a law, but all right.
Do you agree with what I'm saying? You kind of agree with what I'm saying a little bit. I think you kind of agree with what I'm saying.
Well, as a Yoruba man, I cannot agree if you tell me that I'm dumb. I'm
no,
sure
I didn't say you're dumb, woman. Do not say you're dumb. I will say you need to waking up not mean you're dumb. In life, people had to give an advice. It's how you get better in life. People had to give an advice. Good advice. Nothing wrong with that.
You know, when people give you advice, it's an option. You know, an advice is different from an instruction. So it's just different ways, isn't it? Charles, the Igbos, they have a particular way of doing things which works for them, and the Yorubas, they have a particular way of doing things which works for them. If the Yorubas try to do things the way the Igbos do it, it almost likely would not work because instinctually, culturally, they are not inclined in that way, and vice versa. So it's horses for courses. I mean, to you yours and to them theirs. So that's just the way it is. It's not dumb or not, you know.
No, I don't mean it dumb.
Absolutely.
Just giving advice is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. I'm just giving back to the poor people who are being tricked by the politicians in your land. I'm seeing that we people don't care about you guys, and it's sad truth. You usually ask money. It's sad. That shouldn't be like that. And you should wake up. You should fight for your freedom, fight for your rights. I'm trying to help you guys to fight for your rights.
Now you Bob Marley now stand up for your rights.
That's for all Nigerians. You're gonna fight for your rights. You can't be chickens. If somebody wants, speak out.
We're waiting for the chicken. It took you long to get to the chicken. You always start with the chicken, don't you?
No, I'm saying they gotta speak out. You want bad Nigeria. This is where you get. This is where you get bad Nigeria by fighting for your right. Talk to your politicians. Tell them. Be the wolf for them. You want to go to your office. Tell them. Build this for my people. Build this. Don't be strong. Be bold. That's the fight for you.
You know, you should be a motivational speaker. You know, Charles, you should be a motivational speaker.
It's not for the Igbo. You're for the Igbo. Say, we're waking up. All the other tribes wake up too. Because we can't be fight by ourselves. All trying to step up too, and they step up to that. Only for bad Nigeria. That's the only way.
Okay. Are you saying you are getting tired of having to carry the Yorubas and the rest of everybody else?
No, one man.
One man, stop that. You are the one who is leading him on.
No,
he did not just say that. It says the Igbos cannot do it by themselves. What does that? Is that
because you asked him?
Just I didn't ask it. Now he started the narrative, and I'm just all right. All right, thank you, Charlie Boy. So that was Charlie Boy. Now, the fullness of his politics, he just wants people to wake up and seize charge of their destiny, which I would say not entirely a bad recommendation. So thank you, Charlie Boy. So Charles, let's go on from you to Rational Mind and take a different slant on things. So Rational Mind, to you, that space, this DPI or DIG, Joseph Egbonike, who slumps and dies in his office, just as he's about to hand in his report and recommendations on ABBA KYARI. People insist it's a coincidence, but maybe I'm just too cynical and jaded to believe in that. What are you making then of the death of this officer, Rational Mind?
Well, it's either way. It could be either. Maybe it's just it was just a coincidence, or probably there was some foul play to it. But then, if he has finished his report, I mean, the question is, why would he be killed? I mean, why would they want him dead? Is it to cover up some things more, or what? And you see the civil service, and anybody who knows how the civil service works.
You know, is this Fulani people now? You know what they're like.
Well, I'm not saying Fulani. I'm not put word in my mouth over one man. It's not just Fulani. The civil service, if you know, back in the days, I know how difficult it is, how it works, especially if you are vying for a position that maybe other people are qualified to. Some people they don't mind doing away with the other person, you know, either diabolically or otherwise. So I won't put it past it that it could not be that. I mean, I had a cousin of mine who works with the Ministry of Federal Ministry. I don't want to mention the Federal Ministry. He died. He slumped. He was in the office. He slumped in the office. In fact, I was in Nigeria when it happened. So anyway, it got me thinking that what's up with this whole thing? I mean, people dying while at work in the office. So you see, it's very hard to say, really. But then you look at the circumstances surrounding it, like, okay, he didn't die before he handled this ABBA KYARI's case. So then when he's handling ABBA KYARI's case, that's when it is slumped. That is where some question marks needs to be raised as to what happened. They need to investigate it. But you see that Nigeria is a country whereby a lot of investigation, they will always set up panels, and that will be the end of it.
We're still asking who killed Delegiwa till today, so I don't know.
It's only just Delegiwa. Even people that were killed before the Delegiwa that were killed under some kind of mysterious circumstances. We've not seen the whatever report. It's just our country is just it's a mess of a place. It's a mess. But I just think that you need to investigate and do their reinvestigation and do autopsy and find out what really killed him. Was it just by natural death? I'm aware that there are some things that they can do that even autopsy will not be able to find it. I mean, there are some chemicals people can, like they did to Abiola. They could just put some kind of things, chemicals or whatever, even though no matter how they do the autopsy, they cannot even really find the cause of death like that. So, or they can just rule it as maybe cardiac arrest. There's some things that can trigger cardiac arrest that even autopsy cannot really find. So, you see, the world is so.
What are you talking about? Are you some Mossad agent?
You see, we've read books.
You've watched too many James
Bond American movies.
Yeah, too much James and James and all this kind of business. Look at this guy.
James Bond.
Hold on. There's a program here.
Are you saying that Israeli spies they talk?
There is a program here they call Forensic Files. So there's a lot of. Sometimes they will tell you that they cannot reveal the certain chemicals that some people kind of use just to cover up, but somehow they were able to catch the person the other way, which even autopsy could not cover. So you see, it's just we live in a world whereby people are just so corrupt and they are so cunning, and they can get away with things if given that opportunity. So for me, I'll just let them just investigate and see what happens. But I know there's a lot of question mark to the death of that man. Why now? Why now that he's working on the case?
No, it's just too much of a coincidence for it to be a coincidence. It's too somebody that is at the heart of this high profile. We said that a lot of people will be dying in the course of this ABBA KYARI narrative because he knows too much and too many people are implicated. This is a lot of people still die of his storyline.
That is why I think going to America, let him come to America is going to reveal so many secrets that he has. It's about so many people, big people. I won't even be surprised if he has information about it, even the president and the rest of them, or people walking around him. So the best thing would be let them look for some kind of.
Maybe you'll come to America and tell us that Buhari is Jubril. Yeah?
No.
That's vindication.
He must have done some dirty job for them. He must have done some dirty jobs for them. Like we're talking about this unknown gunmen in the East that were being killed, that were killing people, and then we're hanging it on ESN or whatever, or some kind of IPOB miscreant or whatever. Who knows? Maybe he knows about it. He has the story. He has the fact as to maybe he's one of the people that organized it. Who knows? It could be. He could say he's working for the government and then trying. We don't know what this guy has, the information he has. So letting him go like that, he might come to America here and then bargain with the U.S. government that he has all that information about the Nigerian government, what they did, the atrocities they committed, and he might bargain. Into a plea bargain with them too on that. And then maybe I don't know. I'm just speculating to that. I'm not saying it for a fact, but for a fact, what I just know is this: that why they playing politics around this guy's release. Suddenly he came back from America. What's his name? The Attorney General, and then he went to file a case in court that they should extradite him back to Nigeria. This is the same idiot that when he was being interviewed on channels, he started using his grammar. That is his legal grammar that he always like to blow in this context, in that context, in this one. The guy usually. I always watch him every time. He never failed to use those two words, context, and there's another word he used again. What is wrong with this guy? Do you
understand him? Do you think he has sufficient enough of a grasp of language? Do you think he has?
I think he kind of like recites what has been
because he has a heavy set accent.
He does.
I always listen to him in delay, so that I listen to him like 2 seconds. I take it 2 seconds. So I'm listening to him 2 seconds.
You can't really understand. I think that is just the
that's the Attorney General of Nigeria.
Yeah, that's just the objective because it blows so many legal jargons that you don't even understand what he's saying.
But he doesn't understand what he is saying. Never
and
mind
so
you
he
understand
just bloody use the word context, and then there's another word he used again.
Now, person papa they do like this, so.
You say?
So now, person papa they throw it like this, so. God.
Well, for me, I just think the guy is so corrupt that he knows so much too. I mean, they all know what is going on in that country. They are all involved in some kind of things. That if the cat is let out of the bag, I tell you, people will find out what they've done. I mean, why is this the same guy? Why is he afraid? Why is he pushing for appointees to remain in office and still go contest a political position? Not because they want to use that position.
Let me take you to that space. Let me take you to that space, rational mind. So it looks as though, because we discussed it at length yesterday, when PDP got an injunction stopping them from deleting elements from that electoral bill, but the Senate president swept them aside using the argument of separation of powers. So the first reading of the amendment or the expunging of elements of that bill, the first reading got through yesterday, but at the second reading, the Senate rejected it categorically. So the Buhari plan to insert a rigging clause into the electoral bill has failed, despite the best efforts of Lawan. So what are you then making then of this thing that happened today?
I watched it. I watched it a few hours ago before I came on your program here. I saw it when he was asking on the floor. Those who say hi, those who say nay. I think nobody. I only had maybe one or two voices that say nay. I mean, that's say hi, yeah. I mean, the other people just say nay. You know, like the whole Senate just say no. I mean, nay. You know, so and he says the nay has it. So anyway, so that kills it. So we just have to watch from now on. Let's see what's going to happen, because I know these people, it's not the end for them. They're just fighting for this what do you call it? Immunity. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for that immunity because you see, when you've done, if you say a pure heart fears no blame, or how they have to say it. I mean, if you know you've done good, if you know you have no skeleton in your cupboard, why are you so particular about wanting to get some kind of immunity or some kind of where they will spare you from persecution? You know, so for me, I just know he's pushing that narrative because he knows that as soon as he steps down from being an attorney general, I tell you, they will pick him up, or something's going to happen to him, or maybe he's going to face the music at some point. So he just want to hold on to that immunity or that power, so that he can get his way into becoming a governor, and then he continues having that immunity for another 8 years. And who knows after that? Who knows what he's going to do after that? So you see, the Nigerian story is just like we all say here. It's quite a story that people just do anyhow in that country. So for me, well, it kills it, but let's see how far it goes from now. Maybe you're not going to bring up another thing again.
You know, rational mind. Do you know the removal of May Malabuni is actually a blow to Malami?
It's double blow now that he has taken. It's a blow. It's a blow because he has lost the party now. He had that party. But, yeah.
They'll put it to his place now because with Malami. I mean, I think, I don't know if you guys saw the another news on, I think, Sahara Reporters or some of that. He said somebody went to obtain a court injunction to stop this convention on March 26th.
No, that was why they sacked Buni. So
okay, go on. I want to understand what you want to say on that.
Yeah, that was why they sacked Buni. The person who obtained the court injunction was Buni and others. So they want to. They're saying about 2 to 3 days before the convention that they had already obtained that court injunction. So about 2 or 3 days before the convention, they will present the court injunction so that the convention will not be able to hold, and Buni will continue to subsist as the chairman of the party. They said the bigger plan, their big plan, is for Buni to run both the convention and the primaries simultaneously, which then means that Buni then essentially will get to heavily influence who gets the presidential ticket, who gets the XYZ and the other, and that was the greater play. So they got that court injunction, but Buhari got wind of the court injunction and told them before he left for London to sack him. And very quickly they moved just as soon as Buhari went to London, and it went and voted him out. So El Rufai on Channels television to say, on Channels television today says, Buni not coming back as chairman. So he's told us categorically that is the end, that when he does come back from Dubai, wherever he is, he's going to come back,
go back to his governor.
Yeah, as the Yobe State, yes.
I saw that. I think I watched a little bit of that interview that Shimon Kebaloye did with him. Even though I dozed off in between. So anyway, the thing for me is that, you see, I mean, APC is a mess. They are in a mess. I mean, Buhari is also part of the whole mess, because you brought in this guy.
PDP?
I mean, PDP don't get themselves together now. You see what they are doing there. I mean, using legal means to bring in some kind of things. PDP is doing well. PDP is doing well for themselves. We know too. They too went through this phase with their former chairman. What's his name? This man that was there before from Rivers State. But then they were able to get their acts together. And then
Uche
Secondus. Thank you so much. So now they've put their house together a little bit, at least so far, as far as their chairmanship and everything it's okay. What they're trying to do now is to reclaim those their governors that decamped, and whatever they want to do. I think they're using legal means, which is good. And I think they were also instrumental in killing this the bill. I mean, that's a change amendment they wanted to make on that electoral bill, whereby they wanted to say people should remain in office as a political appointee, and then you can still contest. I mean, PDP were also instrumental in killing it. So you see, I can see they are making strides in trying to bring up some kind of things, and that will portray them better in front of the Nigerian people. But let's see how far that goes. But right now, APC is in a mess. APC is in a big mess. But what I see.
Do you see this APC as something that is just a moment in time? It came in in 2015, left in 2023, and that is the end of it. Do you think this is just going to be one single slot space?
It's likely to be so, and it's looking to be so, because you see, like I was trying to say, Malabuni, somebody was calling him a Bushman. It was this northern guy who called him Bushman. You need to ask him to apologize and not to say that on his side. So anyway, I mean, in some ways, the guy's a Bushman, because this is a guy they brought in for 6 months, try and put things together after this guy was removed for Shomole. But then he stayed put there. That's to tell you that this guy has his own agenda too, because you were brought in to work 6 months and bring the party back to having a new national chairman that is duly elected and another convention, but you delayed it, and the idiot there in Aso Rock himself played along with them. He allowed himself to be used, which is the president. Now he's seen that the whole thing is kind of getting messy, and it's looking like if they don't put themselves together, like he said, gave in an interview, that if they don't put themselves together, they might lose the election, they might lose everything, and that is what is going to happen. Because I tell you, this Malapuni remover, that is not the end of it. There are some people within who still are routing for Malabuni, and so it's not going to be. This is not the end of it. I don't think this is the end of Malabuni being removed like that, and then we'll just submit. So I know.
Well, this is the end of him as the chairman of the party.
Yeah, well, you see, it's easy for us to say this. I just hope they don't go and obtain another court injunction, because they say they are shopping. That's what I read on the news. They say they are shopping for the lawyer, the legal team are shopping for a judge that will do their dirty work and set aside that vacate that ruling by the other courts, so that maybe Malabuni can continue, or maybe they could really have this new person there. And because if
Buhari has told him to leave, he will not go against that, because Buhari can finish him.
He should not go against that. But like I said, he too has strong people. He has strong people like the Attorney General. That guy has been manipulating Buhari.
You think yes, but Buhari knows he's using him. But Buhari, I don't think Malami even he knows where his bounds are. And I think he will realize that he has reached his bounds.
I hope he does. I hope he knows where his bounds are. But then I doubt it, because that guy, the way he has been manipulating the president, one will never believe. I mean, they call him the de facto president. That's what they call Malami among the cabinets. So what kind of influence, what kind of hold does he have on this man, that he pushes this man in anything he says or he wants done? That is what Buhari eventually do. So one begins to wonder that how were they able to influence Buhari to get rid of Mimala Buni when this guy would not have even sanctioned it, would have even been part of the ploy to remove Buni, because he knows Buni being there works for him. It's for his own good. I don't know what politics
I think it's the state governors that decide to seize control of the party back from Malami, who they feel now is getting almost
so
dangerous for their own. Yeah, so they just went to Buhari and said, look, all 19 of us, we don't want this thing to carry on this way.
Woman, I totally agree with you on that. But like I said, without Malami being part of that bandwagon, then I tell you that's not going to be the end of it. He's going to come back in some ways. I don't know, maybe we're still with Mela Boni.
I think the governors are ready for him.
Yeah, I think the only
thing what they're
going
to do? They're going to just let him rule Abuja if he messes up. His laws are only going to be bound in Abuja, and they are going to control their own attorney generals of the states and tell him that they have their own state laws too. So he just has to come to a compromise some way.
Well, I just hope he does, because that guy is. I mean, there's no point in saying Malami. The way I've studied that guy is a snake.
He's a gangster now. He's a gangster. And but what emboldens him is the confidence that Buhari has in him.
So
he would not move, because he has to be able to read Buhari's instinct. And if Buhari's instincts are saying to him that, look, my guy, you've stolen a lot of money. I've paid you back for everything that you've done for me. So settle it down. So he doesn't even have to say, they say Buhari is a body language president. So he has to be able to read the
But Buhari has the balls to tell him that.
It's only
it doesn't have to tell him that. If Buhari is telling them to sack Mia Malabuni, then that tells him, because he would have painted the narrative of Mia Malabuni to Buhari and they were on that sheet together. But if Buhari is now telling them to sack Mia Malabuni, so that should tell him that the guy is starting to have somewhat enough of his machinations, the Machiavellian moves, and the
I hope that's the case, like you just painted now. I just hope that's the case.
It stands to reason, but
like I said, it makes sense, like you said, but we just have to wait and see how this whole thing plays out. So just to hand that topic on that Buni and everything. You see, for me, I just believe APC is in a mess. I just hope they can do this convention. If they shift this 26 again, this March 26 again, forget it. APC is done for. I tell you, even though they later get themselves together, I don't.
They will not. If they shift it from the 26th, there's a good possibility that they will not have that convention as the APC as it is now, because people want to plan their. The INEC is not going to shift their timetable for your party.
INEC says June now. INEC says June. So
the INEC timetable is already there. So they're not shifting when they want you to submit names, and they're not shifting when the election is going to take place.
INEC will shift.
We'll see.
They will shift because of
this
APC.
Is Nigeria. INEC will
because
shift.
And everybody will put their hands up. I mean, the opposition parties. I don't know. I don't know that they can do that.
They will be in court. That's how the whole thing will end.
Well, let's see how it goes. No problem. That's all I can say for that. So.
All right, thank you. So let me take you to Dave Umahi then, who was huffing and puffing yesterday, but today he couldn't blow the house down. The Nigerian Bar Association, they've come out, executive rascality taken too far, just preening and peacocking and throwing all manners of invectives at a high court judge, no less a revered opposition. So the Nigerian Bar Association takes the unusual step of breaking ranks and saying, no. We don't do that around here. So they've cautioned him, and he has had reason to withdraw his comments and are looking to seek legal redress. But then is it too late for him even? So preening and peacocking, but now brought down to his knees. What are you making then of the life and times of David?
Are you saying he already withdrew his comment?
Yes, the headlines are, I'm not saying... The headlines are saying that an apology has been issued, but I've not read it in detail, but I saw the headline. It was one of the stories I was going to bring, but I didn't want to pile the place up with too many of that storylines.
I've been wondering for the past few days, too, that I've not been hearing those from the East who were saying they wanted to contest. Not even, I know David Umahi, I've not heard much about him. The only person we've been hearing in this space is Tinubu, Atiku, Wike, and maybe possibly Shibajo. These are the people we've been hearing. I mean, still speaking about their presidential ambition and some other lightweights that we've talked about, likes of Showore and the rest of them.
It depends on the news you listen to.
Well,
CNN will not tell you those.
I source my news from every channel that I see online. Not just I'm not limiting myself just to channels or Arise, other news outlets, even some not big platform like smaller platforms. So I listen to
Umahi thought they would just come and gift him the president as a
Don't mind that guy. Don't mind that guy. That guy is, you see,
his press conference really exposed him. I never know he was that low.
No, he's
a low level guy. I never know.
So all this while that I've been saying it, you've been doubting me, Abi.
Yeah, as a governor now, you think he has something, but that's press conference. So yeah, it's
is it not for somebody to write something for you and you read? That's it now. Most of them are not intellects.
They're not even refined. I mean, that's they don't have that quality of a leader. They just believe it's just to rig election and talk and use flowery language. That makes them no. That's not what leadership is.
The language of that press conference, Rational Mind, it speaks to what we've always suspected, that these people are little emperors or even little Hitlers within their own domain. So this is a guy that's used to people telling him how clever he is, how he's the best in the world, etc., etc. So now that a judge has now weighed against him, that's pricked his ego somewhat. So he couldn't contain himself, calling the judge a hatchet man, calling the legal system a kangaroo court, saying that he will obey one ruling and not the other, and just it's a real show of shame.
And I think what he even said, even when I listened to that his press conference, and I like, he was using the premise of being immune from. He said his immunity covers him from being sued. Like I was like, no, this is an electoral issue. This is not. This is not some kind of like.
When I knew it was dumb was when he was saying to us that it's only death, impeachment, or resignation. And I just thought, okay, they are finished. If that is their governor in Ebonyi, they are finished.
So when I had that too, I was like, oh, this guy is this is not a governor. I mean, are you even a legal? Even you're a governor, you don't even know what what's legal, what's not legal.
And he should have services to guide this. Well, maybe he was speaking off script.
They don't listen to nobody. They don't listen to anybody. That is why they keep running into the brick wall.
They believe they are little emperors, like you said, one man. So they just believe, and again, he reveals their motive, that they are selfish kind of people. Look at how he was speaking. You could tell that it's all about him. It's not about the people that he was supposed to serve. It's about him. Like, oh, this person is attacking me. So we have 9 cases against the Ebonyi people, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's not just about the people. It's about him, So you see, you look at all these leaders that are leading. They are not in the actual sense of it. When we say the Greek word ministers, servants to serve us, no, they serve themselves and their own cronies. So, I mean, it's up to everybody to figure out. I think that this now, I mean, he can't even talk about wanting to, even though if he gets this resolved, and maybe they're able to put him in the office, I tell you, I guarantee you, he's not the presidential material anymore.
No, and the judgment by that judge, by the way, is a popular judgment amongst Nigerians, because from what I'm here, from what all the feedbacks that is coming through, people want that sort of law to subsist and to obtain. That you cannot just be doing this now. You just act at will and act without sense. Get a mandate from here and take it to the other place. It's just a total nonsense.
Yeah, and it seems like it's on his own, because no APC is talking about it.
They don't care about it.
Now. Talking about it now.
Hopus Oduma will put a phone call to him. How you going? I'm next. Because
Hopus Oduma is not. I don't think it's on this case. The only people you can talk about is Ayade and what's his name? Zamfara Governor Matawale. Those two of them, they should be the next person now, because this court ruling is set a precedent that you cannot be in a political party and move. But I think according to what I heard was that if he had brought it before the House of Rep of that state, that he wants to cross carpet, so that maybe that would have that would have not allowed this legal case go through or win that case. But for the fact that he did not notify them, he just cross carpet. That is one of the reasons. I mean, another reason he gave is because
it's still going to be the same thing.
He said what?
It's still going to be the same thing because the case was brought to the court by the opposition party, not by the House of Assembly members. So he will still have faced the same thing.
But the only one I see that is reasonable there is because if you look at it in Nigeria, it is the party that usually is on the ballot box. They don't put the name of the candidate, even if the candidate is the name that appears on the posters that when he's campaigning, but it's the party logo of the party. So if the people are voting for the party, it stands to reason that that party owns that ticket.
Yes.
And then if you look at that case of INEC versus APC in Kogi State, when what's his name? This guy that is there. Audu won the election. And he died. And then his what's his name? The Falade or whatever, his deputy could have taken over from him. But no, they gave it to the second runner-up in the APC primaries. So it makes you wonder that, I mean, he's not the individual now. Why not his deputy taking over from him? He said, no, it's the APC. It's the party that will determine who does that. So that was why they have to shift it to this guy that is in Kogi State. So you see, it's
so that was part of the grounds for arguments in the courts.
Yeah. So you see,
because they quoted INEC versus Kogi State.
So you can imagine. So that the point is you understand that this is a precedence now. And then Ayade and Matawale should be ready now. They should be ready to vacate that office if PDP
they might jump back quickly.
Well, but I know one thing I know about APC is that they know how to push up for judges that will do their dirty work for them. You know, that will vacate it or maybe set it aside or maybe even go influencing the Supreme Court's decision too. Who knows? But let's see how it goes. So that's how.
Are judges our problem now?
No, I was just going to say
judges,
that judiciary
those judges do not have a sense of wanting to make Nigeria better.
Yeah, and they give conflicting judgment that when you hear one here, another one here, it's like you can't even reconcile the two. And then it's like, what are we talking? What kind of a banana republic are we running in this country? So you see, brother, you see a lot of things.
But it's not America now. You cannot expect us to be like America. You always.
One man. Have I mentioned America yet now? Have I mentioned America now? I've not mentioned America.
Even Britain or UK.
You don't like me saying that to you, one man.
No. I don't actually even mind. I just tease you, because I know I get a reaction. If I didn't get a reaction, I probably wouldn't do it. But thank you, Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, let's go on from you to Lord Michael and take Lord Michael to the permutation of a Rotimi Amechi El-Rufai tickets. This was one of the conversations that Seun Okinbaloye was having with El-Rufai that Rational Mind just referenced earlier on. So this now something to conjure with. It wasn't even something that we've ever really discussed, but this now in play. So how does that sound? How does that ring? Is that a possibility? And how would that play in Nigeria? Amechi El-Rufai on a ticket. What's your reading of that, Lord Michael?
First of all, I want to give a disclaimer. You know, I don't support elections in Nigeria. All I support is either a balkanization or constitutional change for the people and the well-being of the people to be met. But if I have to discuss your topic, I would say Amechi is an Ikwere man stroke Yoruba man. You know, his mom is a Yoruba woman. So that's how the Rotimi came from. And
No, Michael, no.
His family admires the Kutis.
No.
He said was that his family admires the Kutis. That's why
that's what he said. That's what he said. He never said his mom is. He said.
I am telling you what I know. Do you have facts? Do you have facts?
No, that's what he said. Listen. Well, Michael, just let me say this. He said when he was interviewed, he said. He came about that name Rotimi because his father liked former Rotimi Williams' son, Rotimi Williams. So he named him after his that lawyer. That was what he said. He never mentioned maybe his mom is from.
Okay, that means Wike is a liar because Wike said it when they were fighting. That Amechi is half Ikwere, half Yoruba.
Oh, I don't know of that. Maybe there's more to that.
All right, so let's just go to the meat of the topic. It's going to be a good combination, and El-Rufai has his own popularity. He's vocal. He'll be able to fight anybody that he wants to fight. He doesn't care. He's a kind of person that even if he dies, he doesn't. That's part of life. And Amechi too is another man. It's just that what does he have in his arsenal? What can he do? Can he really perform? We'll try to shift away from big boasters and talk about people who can really perform. Even his River State will not even like him. He will not even have votes in River State because they will say if you can betray your brother, how are we sure that when you get there, it will be the worst? Since you've been there, what have we gained from you? You see, this is why we always talk about charity begins at home, where you begin to do things. It's not about making rail lines from wherever to Maradi, where you don't have a good one from where you came from. This is now it's time to mark results. If really they want to go on, these are the challenges he's going to face. These are going to keep coming up in all media and debates, so it may be. So good luck to them. I think the only boost he's going to have is the influence of El-Rufai from the north, because people like El-Rufai actually. He stands up for his people too. So that's what I can say for that.
Do you like El-Rufai? Do you like him?
No.
Why not?
Should I tell you why I don't like him?
Go on.
Because of the people he deals with in the north, the way he treats the southern Kaduna people, I detest that. The way he goes around demolishing people's hotel just for rumor that they wanted to have an orgy. Not that they did. That you heard they wanted to have some kind of party and you demolish the hotel. Not even thinking how the person is going to live, somebody's source of living. It's too bad. Those kind of attitude, I really don't like it. You might have a good heart or maybe doing the right thing as a governor, but if you don't have humanity, then what are we living for?
Do you know
so
why
that's why I don't like it?
Do you know why I don't like him? I don't like him. It's for all of those reasons that you mentioned, and especially that demolition something. There was one time that this guy went and he demolished the mansion of his political rival in Kaduna State, and they demolished that house under the pretext of it not conforming to some town planning rule or regulation or something. But the funny thing is that house was in the middle of a street, and it wasn't any more external or internal than any of the houses in that row. But they went to that house in the middle of that street and demolished it to the ground. So, I mean, how can one house not conform with regulation? And that house just so this is a real mini Hitler. That is what that guy is.
It's wickedness. It's wickedness.
It's worse than Buhari for me. Because Buhari you can still see some chink of compassion. That guy is ruthless. They say short man devil. That is it right there.
And that was the guy who really had El Zazaki put in jail.
Even when they wanted to release him, he fought it hard. Yeah.
So I don't think he's a good guy. If this kind of a person gets into power, oh my God, they'll be flogging people every day on the street.
When I started disliking this guy was even before he became. Well, he wrote his biography, and in that biography, he said that Obasanjo, when Obasanjo when they claimed that he wanted a third term, in his biography, an accidental something or the other, he said Obasanjo came to prostrate to him to persuade him to join him in his third term agenda. And that is a lie. Can you imagine Obasanjo prostrating? No, I don't know. Is that? Think about it now. Obasanjo prostrating to El-Rufai because he was. So
El-Rufai was not a governor at that time.
He wasn't a governor. He was just the.
Under Obasanjo.
So that guy is quite a. He will sacrifice anybody. He's saying he doesn't have any political ambition anymore. There's nobody more ambitious. You know, when Yar'Adua came in, he was meant to come in,
Yes.
instead of Yar'Adua, but he was preening and peacocking and wanting to be romanced and finessed, and then they just abandoned him because the shakara was too much. So the ambition is there. But that guy, man, is Akurukete. So Rotimi Amechi Rufai, a scary ticket indeed. Even scarier the arrogance, or would you say ignorance, of the Ebonyi State governor. You've never recommended this guy, and now we see why you don't commend him. The executive rascality taken too far is the polite words of the Nigerian Bar Association. A yam head is what we'll call him around here. What says you, Lord Michael?
I think the NBA should take a step forward, or rather a step further, to sue him for defamation. This is an insult to the laws of the land, where you come on the international space and begin to say the judge of competent jurisdiction is a henchman. It doesn't say well for anybody. If this were to have been somebody who is not even a governor, by now that person should be languishing in jail, or all hell will be let loose to the person. I think he should be dealt with. Right now I call him an ex-governor. The truth is, where laws play, if that guy is to remain in the government house, he should be resworn in, because he has been sacked.
The newspaper should conspire to do that, and start to reference it, because they have to obey the law now. The newspaper should be referring to him as ex-governor now.
Ex-governor. You see what they do now? They don't call him governor. They just call him Dave Umahi. Engineer Dave Umahi is what they have been calling him recently. So they should really do that, and I think this is going to be a good step in a good direction, whereby these politicians will stop taking the populists for fools, where you get the people's mandate and go there to do whatever you like. Because I believe this will open a door for the people who vote to know that, okay, if the courts can take these people out, maybe the next step, we can see if a governor or an elected officer is not performing well, we can recall the person. So I think this is a good development, even though it's sad for Dave Umahi and his deputy and those in their camp and their family. But for the better good, I think it serves as a good lesson.
The Nigerian democracy has not really been tested in favor of the people so far, because because I recall there was a time they were trying to recall Dino Melaya, I think it was, and the processes of recalling was so grinding and long-winded and cumbersome that it almost impossible. They said it had to be recalled by 2/3 of the people. Then they have to sign a petition of however many people who have to be confirmed as still registered on the party, and they have to go and check them at their addresses. That by the time it's just impossible to recall a senator in Nigeria, just because the rules are just so weighted in their favor. So nothing is weighted in the Nigerian person's favor. So if we can get this at least just to begin to sanitize that space, because it's just the rascality is too much, just all these demigods.
The problem we have is, sorry to say, the NBA, they don't know their job. They are just there wielding to the pockets of politicians. These are the things they are supposed to do. Write simple laws, in simple languages that even the man in the village it will not be difficult for the person to understand. Just all these processes, make it simple. Because if you look at impeachment process in the INEC charter or recall, it's too much that you will see section 1, subsection A, B, or C, C, D. This is what the Nigerian Bar Association is supposed to do. if they have these things, and we know they have these things, they can push it to the National Assembly, and this thing becomes law, and we'll throw away all those junk of box of paper. You see, everybody will begin to respect the law. It's it till today. I've not heard the NBA talk about the lawyer that was molested and dealt with in the customs office in Abuja. No, they won't talk about that because it won't put money into their pocket. Till today, nobody knows what has gone. If that lawyer
did
is
they even talk about Marshall, the Showore lawyer that was
exactly
thrown in prison for having the temerity to sue the police?
So that is why I don't even understand what the NBA is doing. You know, they need to get their ass up and start doing the right thing. Otherwise, I don't think there's a future that holds
All
for
these
the
trade
country.
union organizations, because the Nigerian Bar Association is a trade union, they've all been compromised. Look at a good example, somebody like Oshomole, who's still wearing all this khaki all over the place. They has a fleet of private jet, etc. So they've all been
Have you
bought and
seen
paid for.
the estates in those states?
I know I've seen snippets of his house. He has this
Well,
infinity pool on top of a mansion that just
yeah.
floats into the skies. This is a
I
unionist
don't know why
that's wearing
Obaseki
khaki
still
all
living
over the
that guy.
place. How do you think it's able to afford that yellow girl from the Cape Verdes?
It's those states money now.
Yes, now.
And
Young
you know
girl,
what?
lawyer,
He took
pretty. How can he afford that?
He
As
took
a
loan
trade
too.
union, yeah.
You know what these guys do? They take loan, the federal government shorties, and they pocket the money. They do nothing. Till today, nobody knows what any governor does with their security votes. That is one money that just comes somewhere and is going into some fixed deposits in abroad and is yielding money for them. It's so unfortunate. I don't know why Obaseki is just a weakling. Just going there, speaking grammar. If he wants to be a pastor, he should just take Isaiah Yamu's Bible and start preaching and stop talking up and down and do some hard work. Today is the Oba of Benin that will push him. Tomorrow is what they call this.
That Edo place. Yes, that Edo space is almost an ungovernable space because the Oba is a demigod. Every other person is a hooligan, and then the women are somewhat,
interesting.
They are
Blackly glad because he has an Edo girlfriend, I guess.
I don't know. Who has not had an Edo girlfriend before?
Mama,
I don't know.
The one. That's Benin Kingdom you're talking about.
Benin Kingdom. What is Benin Kingdom?
What is that? Leave all those things. All those ones, they just go. Do you know, I somehow heard that
people giving my village people 2 commissioners. Never be done before. So he's a good guy.
You see what I'm talking about?
That's our problem. That's our problem.
Exactly.
One of the 2 of them are my people. The 2 of them are my people. So he's doing
road still they won a village.
Road now.
No, forget road now. They have commissioner.
2 commissioners. 2. So he's doing well. He's doing good. And,
so what did the commissioners bring?
What did they bring?
Yes.
To the village, I be to his government.
To the village, to the government, and to you.
They just give their portfolio this week now. So don't go allow them to settle down first. They are my friend and my people, close person. One was my MC for during my wedding. The other one, the prince of the town. So
so have you?
So God bless Obaseki.
The best governor so far.
But this is the issue right here. Were you here when Celibis was defending Patient Jonathan? Because he's from down the road from her. This is
Obaseki has done exceptionally well. He's the star of this administration. And the best governor the state I've ever seen, and by far the best governor Nigeria has ever contended with.
His deputy will soon push him out.
Exactly.
Governor, that's what we say. No, it's not be Lagos. We know what we're saying. Governor, the people.
I expected more from Obaseki, but I'm not hearing enough achievements from him.
I'm telling you, he exploits. He give me 2 commissioners. Two. Never in history.
You need your commissioner. Make them go boil rice and stew.
Forget that.
With the talk of, see, let me tell you. Do you know Edo State is strategic to Nigeria?
These are young men. We are just starting.
See, do you know how much
you're just starting this in the second term?
Give him a chance.
Do you know Edo State has the highest gas reserve in the whole of West Africa?
Give him a chance. He's doing good so far. Oba is not complaining.
See, in 2024 now, Obaseki will be gone. Your 2 commissioners go just follow and pack, come out.
Well, we stand a chance to get one of them as the next governor. That's why we are praising him. Is that the chance?
Talk? You think say Philip Shaibu they play? Philip Shaibu they want for that guy. It is he just because he just managed Sudan as deputy governor. That guy now serious Agbero. Not try that guy.
One of them, Philip Shaibu and Godfather, was a PA to Philip Shaibu. One was PA to one was a PA. One government appointed, the governor appointed. The other one the deputy appointee. We are playing our game well.
Which game? Not get game.
All right.
Ask you. Topolo and Ibori, who get power pass to Delta State?
Who? Say who?
Topolo and Ibori. Thank God, see how he's on there now.
Who be Tompolo now? Why you talk like this?
Who be Tompolo now?
Well, you know,
don't worry, go soon hear scores.
You know, they compare Tompolo with Igboho.
By far. 2 of them, they drag who go bring the next governor now. You talk, say, who they compare.
Igboho don't lose power now.
Who tells you Igboho don't lose power?
Igboho don't lose power.
The way Jagaban hold Lagos now, so Igboho hold Lagos.
Who is the Igboho's candidate? Is the governor of the state Igboho's candidate?
So, one man. Make I break down to you.
Go on.
What's his name? Uduagan. Uduagan was the Boris guy. Then Ifeanyi Okowa can't enter. He's also another person that is a kind of a descendant of the Boris guy, but Boris' power has been watered down. You know, say money no they enter again like before. So the clamor now in Delta State, because the deputy governor in Delta State now is an Ijaw man. And the clamor now is that the next governor of the state has to be an Ijaw person. You know, if not, there'll be problem in the state. So
no, it's that gentleman agreement. In fact, it's not a gentleman agreement. It has been there. After
so Tompolo, so Tompolo is from Burutu local government. So the Ijaw local government in Delta is Burutu, Bomadi, Patani. Then you have Warri South. So Tompolo is Burutu, and when you think of that Burutu area, they're strong for there. You understand? And the whole so that all that whole side, they all support it, and plus they will have the support of Urobos and Isoko people. So it's going to happen. But that's right. And if it happens, Tompolo will have way more power than Ibori ever had in that state.
Urobo will leave their own, support Isoko, support Ijaw.
Yes, so
now rotational now.
It happen.
Oh, wow.
My brother, leave matter. Well, listen. Ovie.
Yes.
We're not as divided as people think. Make I tell you something. Urobo, Isoko, Ijaw, and Ishakiri, they marry each other like Chris every day.
Guy.
Inside that Delta State.
My name now Ovie.
And I'll give you name. You not take up by yourself.
Don't go there. Don't go there. You understand? Anybody understand Isoko here? Nobody.
No, not.
So you can't say the Urobo nation. You go say fuck their own person. Go support it by my right because it's a no.
But my brother, if you they talk this kind of thing, let me say you don't understand within that for Delta State.
No, question they ask you now.
No, Urobo people. Wait now. Ibori now waiting.
Ibori na Urobo man na stroke.
So Urobo people. So wait now. Urobo people don't get their turn for that state well. Keep in mind, when they first create Delta State, who was the first governor?
Now Ibori now.
No,
you want to go back to
Hebrew. Remember, and listen, my guy. So the way the thing has played out in that state over the years. Remember why Asaba is the capital again? You remember? So the way exactly. Exactly. So the way the politics has played in that state, Ijaw people will just sit down, they look, then they watch. They say, "Well, they look on our time come, you go see something." As the thing don't take place now.
Who Tampolo the project?
He not the project anybody. He just hold the space. Saying that they are taught.
So who be the German? Who be the strong in German? Who be the potential in German?
Right now the deputy governor then they look.
That's
ahead
not
of
sorry.
Ahead of Ovier. Ahead of Ovier.
Which Ovier you?
Which Ovier?
He's deputy senate president.
My friend, leave Omagege. Leave Omagege. Omagege no be German now.
No,
so that doesn't mean.
Wait till this guy. Wait till Ovier they talk.
Hold
on, I have a question. So, Ahizon, how come you are not in play in your local politics, not for the governorship, but for some? You sound as though you should be in play for some politics. Why are you not in play?
Hold
on. I've been meaning to ask you that. Why are you not in play?
Plenty.
No, one man, first of all, I want to say if you having confidence in me is saying a million things, and I appreciate the compliment. Honestly, I'm involved in my local government in Delta.
No, I see you like a house senator, commissioner.
One man had the money. Do you know how much it costs to become a senator?
Governor. Now sponsor they sponsor people.
Yeah,
you sound like you have talent, and if you are talented, then they should sponsor you.
It's with time. And another thing, one man is I have to in that state. There's no other way. I have to go and bow down before PDP.
Otherwise, what's stopping you? Are you too?
Go early. You have to go early.
Look at this.
My brother, that PDP get as it be, man.
Look at this. Answer me now. You dey fear? Make I no look how where you come from.
You want to join AAC?
AAC no get leg for Delta.
Don't worry.
See, show what support now.
We need you to go in so that we can come and collect that creek money. Yeah. I'm not saying it for yourself. I want to use you to enter the creek. So I hear that's where the dollar is.
One man. You don't need me in office to enter creek. You know, I don't tell you. You're welcome anytime. We'll give you a very grand reception.
I can only come when there's a senior person now, and the senior person will be like a rep, a senator. So
I know. Listen, I know senior people in that state.
All these people, they will not come and hijack me. And
which local government you come from?
My brother, you don't ask me this entire. I'm from Patani local government.
No, nah. See, now I know why they talk like that.
I'm from Patani.
You don't say you don't go happen. You know,
Ovie, you know say the side where I'm from is like the Turkey of Nigeria in that creek area.
You belong to the Asawara people now. Come on.
Why in everywhere? Why
they collect every month?
Make I tell you something now. Why 1 hour from Yenagoa, 1 hour from Port Harcourt, 1 hour from Mori. Exactly. Escravos, the river they there, Burutu near us well.
But they collect every month. Now they collect our Niger Delta money.
Do you see this guy?
All right. By the way, let me just withdraw.
Do you know that some of these guys get salaries from the ISO without doing anything?
This ISO school, not them the oil. They not them no fit farm.
That's not normal now.
Now them be the oil owner. ISO them. They no fit farm. They no fit do anything.
You saw when we were playing a clip of their king yesterday. Now did you see that guy? So
Giants.
They have money. Yeah. They have money.
ISO that's very wacky guy.
We know they see the money now. Nigeria, if I start talking Fulani matter, one man will silence me. So, but we know they see the money.
No, go on. Yeah. But no, you now get the money. They don't just circulate it. You know,
we don't see it now. Look, one man. Wait. One man. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening now.
People who are as him, as brilliant as him, as spoken as him. Just like that, everybody's out to go hustle for themselves. That is the problem.
The community leaders, the chop the money.
All right, let's
especially that area.
Let's hear from Hizon, and then we'll get back to Lord Michael. Yeah, you want?
One man, you see what's happening in NDDC right now with Akpabio. You see what's happening. The law stipulates that there has to be a board made up of people from the area, the Niger Delta area. This man has not appointed a board. So a lot of times, and you have to see, Akpabio is a political appointee of Buhari because he gave money to Buhari. Akpabio, Timi Praise Silva, all these people helped Buhari get into office. They gave him money, cash. So now he has rewarded all of them with positions, and they're not doing anything. So tomorrow, what will happen in Nigeria? They will say, on a Niger Delta, they complain. We don't give on our entire all the money. The place is still not developed. They're complaining, but that money doesn't come to us. They use that money to play football, political football. And
yeah, but you're not doing enough to pressure the space now. You're not pressuring the space.
One
by
man,
you,
not
you personally. But yeah.
You didn't hear what I said to you. They are like 250 ISOs from his village. Smarter than him, more educated than him, everything. We are all outside hustling because that area is hostile for you to go and drag the space.
No, but that's the thing now. You surrender.
No,
I'm not
we
saying
did not
you
surrender. He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day.
I tire of that language, and it's not peculiar to that space. There's a lot of money that goes into a lot of spaces, and people say they circle wagon that money. And then when we say that the mass should force that circle wagon to split, and then they'll say they'll use the force of violence against you. So a lot of money goes into that NDDC.
Well, you know why
so the people of that region, they must be able to force some.
Let me put it like this to you.
And it is people like you, hold on, Ovie, people like you and Lord Michael.
Okay. But one man, let me say something that most people don't want to say on this platform regarding change of politics in Nigeria. You cannot fight fire with sand. You understand? If you go into that place, you have to embrace thuggery, heavy. There's no listen. This is the thing most people don't want to say. You have to embrace thuggery, heavy. You have to be willing to embrace violence or have it perpetrated in your name. You have to be going in there because the people you are competing against will do anything whatsoever to get that position. And that is something most of us don't want to come to terms with. And I don't know I can't speak about other regions too, but I know my region.
Hold on, Ovie. Hold on, Ovie.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, can you hold on, please? What you've just said is what I am disagreeing with, because the people you are going up against, they almost have a monopoly of violence. Within that NDD space, whoever it sits, he has the police on top, he has the army on top, he has a retinue of all of the security operators, and you only have to cough the wrong way. You just have your guns down and you say they just so you cannot go after them with violence. So you have to find a clever way and a public space, So you have to use other platforms outside of the platform of violence to interrogate that space, So maybe you use the Freedom of Information Act to unravel the sort of money that goes in there. Do a walkthrough of all of the projects that they're saying. Let
me give you a case example.
Please.
Let me give you a case study.
Because I think I tire of that, not from you, but I tire of that narrative that they are too violent.
Let me give you a
violent them, so outsmart them.
No. Let me give you a case study. This is a real life case study without mentioning names. My very close relative was former president of IYC. You understand? Small person who they become president of IYC, Ijo Youth Congress. Now he eventually ended up becoming a commissioner under a certain government. And he ran for House of Reps, but he didn't win. I can't tell you all that one. But what thing they call him? What I saw him go through, and he's not a violent guy, but because he was president of IYC, people respected him because they knew he had the foot soldiers ready at any given time. You understand what I'm saying? You have to realize, one man, a lot of these guys that run for office are former cultists in universities. Nigeria is a very violent location. There are people in the Niger Delta that have run for office only because they had strong backing from boys that were sleeping in the creeks. So this thing I'm saying to you, I'm not saying it to you because if you want to do it, fine. You can be a clean guy. You can be a GQ guy, but you know you have the tools ready at your disposal at any time. Now, if I don't know if you followed when Timmy Praise Silva ran for office and was trying to run against Dixon in Bielsa. You know, that was a very rough time. You know, eventually he lost. They took him out of office. But it's just for some, it is the politics in Nigeria. And that's why sometimes you see a lot of people that are educated and, you know, saying some of the things you're saying right now, they don't run because they don't want to have to deal with. You saw what happened. You saw what happened. You saw what happened in Anambra. You saw what happened in Anambra. Doing Akiloye, they killed their husband for nothing. Nothing.
Isaac, can I disagree with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it's very easy to paint that narrative. Because this area we are talking about, what happened to the billions of naira that is coming directly from those companies, Chevron, Texaco, all of them? What happened to those billions? Of course, it gets directly to the hands of the community leader first, and this same youth leader we are talking about. And I will give a very close example. The former Ijo youth leader, that's why I understand that word Asawana. In the early 2000s, the former Ijo youth leader, now the same compounds they stay. I understand every freaking month that Ghana must go. Now they bring come share for Ijo youth. Not illegally. Legally it's coming from Chevron, Texaco, and all that kind of stuff. Where are those money? Because those are the money that we set people like you up first from the community before you even think about I won't run for politics. Because if you want to say the fact, it's easy to blame the Nigerian state or the government and all that, but the community leaders for that area, our area, so now them be the real problem, and you can testify to that.
Okay, calm down. Calm down. May not be like say we can't watch ourselves outside. But make I tell you where those money they go small. And that's truth now. You know, see, I did not talk about you. Make me start talk and make it sweet. I think I'll take Beguna. Now the word with this. But you see where that money they go, so that money they pay school fees. That they sponsor their brothers, some of them for school fees for other place. So we see where would they complain? They say the one that they bring not there enough. We don't. In fact, we don't even want to bring money again. What we want be say, maybe they can't develop the place where they for the hustle. Now where person they work, now there they chop. Now make that they call a workshop.
No, we need to accept the truth. That's what we cry for.
My brother, thank you. Ovie, wait. This is not the problem. I always tell people this. Let me say this. I always tell people the corruption problem in the Niger Delta is not a Niger Delta problem. It's a microcosm of a Nigerian problem. There's corruption all over the country. You cannot give billions of dollars into a space without close supervision and accountability. The federal government knows this. If they wanted to develop those areas, like my brother just said, don't give the cash, come in and develop it. But what they've been doing is they've been giving the cash, they've been using it for political football. And that is why that area is still not developed. That is why you still have these issues. You're saying community leaders and you're saying all these people. People are using the system to perpetrate corruption. When Buhari wanted to fix the second Niger bridge, why didn't he go and pick some community leaders in Southeast and give them cash? No, he went there and he did it. So the point is he can the federal government can intervene directly to fix the problem.
Development for the
it is a scam, my brother. It is a scam. It has been a scam from day one.
But you are not interrogating it enough. You are not interrogating it enough.
Yes. Thank you. It is a scam. It has become a political tool. This is what I'm telling you. It became a political tool from day one. The minute they created it, who are the people they put as president? Think about it.
You can't eat your cake and have it. Hold on. You can't eat your cake.
This is not a matter of eating my cake, my brother. This is a fact that listen.
Hold on. Let him put the point to you now, so you know what you're
rational mind.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. He hasn't put the point.
Go ahead.
You can't eat your cake and have it. You see, the problem in the Niger Delta and the creek there is a complex matter. You see, you're talking about don't give them the money, develop the place. You send engineers to go develop the place. Why people are waiting for it to be developed? And start to kidnap the people. Say, I know if you wait. Your so-called community leaders, the same boys, may go kidnap them. May go put them inside the creek. Then how does the development continue? So you see, the problem in that Niger Delta is a very complex matter. It's more than what that thing you just said, that okay, develop a place and don't give them the money. You see,
rational mind, you know why you're incorrect. Let me tell you why you're incorrect. Let me tell you why you're incorrect. No. Let me tell you why. What the example you just gave is a false narrative, because Wike just built a bridge leading all the way to Opobo. Wike has developed places in Kalabari Kingdom. Wike has built all these things. Other people like Dwoye Diri in Bayelsa has built. Dixon built. How are they able to accomplish these things? They were able to accomplish it because they just wanted to do. They didn't give cash to anybody. Let me explain something to you.
A different narrative.
Wait. If you want to talk about communities, wait. If you want to talk about
the boys are being given what they need.
No, they're not being given anything. Are you from there, my guy? Relax. If you want to talk about communities, my brother, let me explain communities to you.
Calm down. You see, this time they're not they give anybody anything. You know that
leave this guy making they talk. I explain to how it happen.
Okay, wait. Inside Creek there.
Okay, wait. Rational mind, I'm going to give you the floor. Wait.
One at a time. Yeah.
I'm going to give rational mind the floor, but let me ask you a question. All these examples I gave of development projects of infrastructure built by Wike, true or false?
He did it because the boys were not being. Hold on, they were not being disturbed. They get their own. They get their own sighting. What did they do?
It was done, Abi.
Hold on.
Was it done?
Hold on.
Was it done?
Hold on. Inside Creek there. Number one. So they give the contract to the monitor pipeline.
Okay.
Another one, they say they give them. They do their small refinery business inside. They don't disturb them.
Which refinery business? Is it not Wicked that shutting down all the illegal refineries right now in Rivers State?
I'm talking about before now. You don't completely finish.
The reason. Listen. The reason why I'm giving.
Are you telling me we're going to say there are illegal refineries in the Creek State before now?
Yes, he's arresting all these people right now. I'm watching what's happening.
Not the refinery. You did say
I'm not saying no secret.
Wait.
So we see the talk now.
The reason why I'm intervening into what you said so strongly is because this is a false narrative as an excuse being used to say development cannot be done in a certain area. Yet,
no, don't get me wrong.
Wait. Yet, there are several examples of when the political will is there, they go in and they get it done. The problem is when you start to give a community cash as an appeasement for perceived wrongs, you create a habit that you can't come back from. That is the danger, and that's what they've been doing, unfortunately, which is one of my biggest criticisms of Jonathan. But I digress. I'll let one man continue.
All right. Let's thank you. But I still maintain that the people in the Delta regions, they are not doing enough as a mass to probe their own wealth and how it's being used. That place should be. We should be requiring visas to visit that space. It should be so beautiful and so lush.
Dubai.
There's so much better than Dubai.
Calm down, no. No person house pass up now.
Yeah, I don't live.
They're not doing enough. They're not doing enough because. Hold on. Let me make this point. Hold on. Let me just make this point. There's a lot of wealth that goes into that space. Aison just described one of those wealth that they are bringing it in Duffy bags and handing it over to these elements, the Sapele Water bunch. So they start, and that in itself is a space that you have to interrogate because that narrative, think about it, when they are bringing that cash, do you know what they are bringing? They are giving you 2%. Because
exactly.
Yes, because the money that they should use to develop that space is a bigger spend than just giving all these boys who are the noted troublemakers. So to just give them money to go and get to go and live a lush life, and then that's it. So they're just it's not even crumbs; it's crumbs of crumbs that they are giving out, and they've identified with the so that already a narrative that you have to interrogate because all these things they have percentages around them that X percentage should come in different forms. So the intellectuals like you gentlemen here, Lord Michael Ahizon, you don't necessarily go into politics, but you could be watchdogs of the formulas and policies and all of the agreed positions to monitor that it is being done properly, or you have a public outcry about it. So you have to interrogate how those monies are being used. You don't need guns for that. You just need
exactly.
No. What you said. One man, what you said is very clear, and I actually agree with that. I don't have any issue with that being the voice of conscience for what's going on in that area. No issue with that whatsoever. Obviously, all of us, we need to get more involved in the political process to make sure
what
that
one man is trying to say. They don't even need to rise. You don't even need to rise against the nation or anything. Against the immediate leaders. I don't live for worry now. I know waiting at the top. When worry was still good until it become bad. From where larger maternity road, go all those side. The immediate leader is our problem. As far as Niger data is concerned, we don't need to rise up against the whole nation. Look, our community leader, they more lock them for house. I swear you see the changes before we move for the politicians. The thugs and the politicians are in the same camp. But those innocent, they see innocent immediate leaders for our communities. So they are the biggest problem we get for Niger data.
Oh, okay.
If I agree with you, because I don't tell boys when they sleep for creek, they find way chop. Say, listen, they kidnap the wrong people. The people when they're supposed to kidnap, they your community there. Yes. The problem, and this is the thing, but you see, hunger and poverty combined is a terrible thing. Terrible. Most of those guys, you won't believe this. Most of those guys that got money during Goodluck Jonathan's times, they built all these huge mansions in Yenegua. Today, most of them are broke. Most of them are broke. I'm not lying. This is fact. I will make I not expose myself too much, but let's just say I saw the actions of the people that were implementing the amnesty program when they came to United States. You understand? I saw what they were doing. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. And that's why, I was saying the other day we were discussing here with Ajale Koko that I can never support Goodluck Jonathan. I think he failed. He had the political mandate. He had the capital. He had everything. He was the most troubled part of the country. He had the power. He was too afraid. He was scared of people. He was scared of people saying, "Oh, you're going to develop your area. Your area is responsible for all the wealth of the nation. You have a responsibility to develop it. You had the political capital." He was scared. Look at our current president has built a train to Niger Republic.
Lord Michael, which one be your own now? These are our leaders.
I don't tell now before.
Are you one of them?
Let me say something.
Lord Michael,
you remember about 2 weeks ago, I said I was doing something in my village, gathering people and talking to people. That education is already on. That is why we need to sack people like Ibori and kick them out once and for all. You understand? This whole view that is saying, you understand what you are saying. He's still saying Ibori is more powerful. Then what are you saying? If you want us to educate the people, if you want us to liberate the people from monetary slavery, these are the people we need to take out, because under this man, there are so many lords who go under them down, till they get to people like us. So we are coming from down, and we are beginning to educate these people. We are training them. Like that obvious foundation is another way to uplift these guys out of this stupidity.
Lord Michael, let's face the fact, we might not like Ibori, right? He get the power, and he did well for his people. Mark my word, for his people, because he turned his village to something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, you won't. I'm not saying he's a good guy, but just like the political structure, just like in every state, when some people get on, that's what the man has succeeded in doing. But apart from that, he also taught his own local people, the villagers. He changed their life. Where he's
only Ogara.
Is that enough? One will say no. But you are accusing Goodluck Jonathan.
I don't. You know something funny. Sometimes I wonder if the Niger Delta actually understand just the level of wealth that they sit on. They don't understand it.
No.
when you are saying somebody is that he did well because he cut some grass in some village. When we are saying Nigeria is the top 5-7 oil exporting country in the world, we're actually saying the Niger Delta is the top 5-7 exporting space in the world. That is what it is.
Exactly.
That is
because
what
they don't understand they feed America.
That is what
they
you are
feed
sitting
France,
on.
they
That
feed
is what you are
Britain.
sitting on.
Yeah,
you don't know the wealth you are sitting on in that. If you knew you'll be all angry. If you knew what you know.
And the place is just like a nowhere. I cannot even describe it with anywhere. You see, sometimes I tell people it will be a cheating for anybody who dies from Nigeria to go to hellfire, because Nigeria is already hellfire. So it will be a cheating if you die. Especially for that
the only place that can really the place that can
fire. Sorry.
The place that can quickest collapse Nigeria is the Niger Delta. If the Niger Delta shut down, that everybody will just walk away now. That's the end now. There's no money.
That's the only place a revolution can happen.
We are descendants of
and we're asking Aizo to go and pick ballot. He's blowing grammar. Go and pick ballot. Are you afraid? What's wrong with this guy?
One man.
Jonathan is afraid. Are you not afraid to go and pick ballots?
Me?
At least Jonathan was able to pick ballots and he failed. Go and do your own now.
No, I'm not built for that.
We are descendants of Zion. We are from Zion, so we love
Zion people. That is suffer people.
Zion train is coming.
Woman.
Yes. Yeah.
And you know the craziest thing is in that Niger Delta. Everyone is looking at the petroleum being siphoned off right now. The natural gas in that place is enough to power Europe over and over and over, way more than Russia. I won't lie to you because
it's top 7 now. I
don't know if you've been there.
About 40 trillion cubic something. I read it the other day.
They burn it off in the atmosphere by flaring it every day. And here's the problem, one man. See, the thing is this. This is why this restructuring thing is such a big issue. Because there are people, educated and responsible people, businessmen from Niger Delta that want to have access to the natural gas to produce, like for instance, cooking gas for all of West Africa, exporting the gas, all kinds of business opportunities. But they cannot do it because they have to go to Abuja to beg some Fulani man to give them the right to get natural gas from their local government. This is the fundamental issue. And they cannot, and it's not that if they beg, they will even get it. They might not get it, And this is the fundamental. Even this one that Timi Silva is a Minister of State for Petroleum, he cannot make a decision without Buhari's green light. So it's funny, they give a guy who was former governor of Bayelsa.
Buhari.
Yeah, Buhari is Minister of Petroleum now.
This matter, and one day we'll just set the topic for this and we'll discuss it. And
the problem is very complicated, and that's another thing that most people don't realize is sometimes they just want to say, "Oh, you guys," but the problem is extremely complicated and is compounded by the central level executive list, as they call it. That executive list is a problem. It's a big problem.
I'm not sure if you saw the images of Buhari going to France not that long ago, and it was accorded a full state visit with the full. What's this weirdness? What's that?
All the Ashawo don't come over your house.
Look at Ovie. Is it those Ukrainian girls? Have they made it over at last? Or what's going on here? Yes. When Buhari was accorded full state and more. That the French, they are after that gas because that gas is in contention now. So they're after that gas. This is why Macron is romancing Buhari so heavily. And then they formed now a new Nigeria-France business summit, which is packed with, I think, Dangote, Otedola, but it's arrowheaded by a lot of people after that gas, That's where the wealth is, and
the
creeks, the Delta region, they should understand that they are sitting on wealth. you know.
Listen, woman, let me say something to you. Let me say something to you. We're sitting on wealth.
Like Clark and others elders and those kings will move forward.
Woman,
if we let those men who just wait for Ghana must go every month and they come to the news and tell us the president is not doing enough. Meanwhile, when they give them a small thing, they go back inside for 6 months. If we stop listening to this kind of people, the thing will change. You see, people like Peter Igboho. I don't know why that guy just kept quiet all of a sudden. Abi, they don't give him money.
If you don't give him money now,
that be the problem now.
You know, so,
we need to keep educating our boys and letting them know, make that they get small thing for brain. Make them know, say, this thing way that they give them so now peanuts compared to what they go fit get. If they sit down for that place, say, make all man not touch them again, or make we reason and well. So that is the main thing. Education needs to continue.
Yes, education. But here's the thing I will say to you, is that unfortunately, a lot of the people that may need education are out of the educational range. You understand what I mean? Like they aren't boys within the university age, or some of them are grown men. They need skills. And another thing we say, what South states that have oil and gas should do is they need to come together as a bloc to lobby the federal government to give them special dispensation for creating industries around their natural resources, because the job issue there is huge. If you can harness the natural gas and produce something in the state to export, you create thousands of jobs and you alleviate the militancy. But that is a fundamental solution to the problem. But they have to come together as a bloc to lobby the federal government to solve the problem.
Electricity outage should be a thing of the past long time ago in the creeks. Just from that gas alone.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you just need the gas to power the turbines, and then you have the gas right there. Just put turbine on top of it and light up the place.
100%.
What is going on?
And you export the power. You export clean power. But let me give you another example. I've been to Brass several times. I have relatives from Brass in Bayelsa. Brass is actually is an island. Is in matter of fact is in the Atlantic Ocean. 24-hour electricity, one man. They don't take electricity for 1 second. Not 1 second. Why? Because the oil companies, they run on the oil companies' grid. And that grid does not go off. Brass probably has the longest, Brass and maybe Bonny, longest serving electricity in the whole country. And this is the thing, is that if the political will is there to do what you just said, power issues in Nigeria will be a thing of the past. And if they give those states a little percentage of the funds, or those states are able to produce their own power, the wealth generation there will be unmatched. But we are being handicapped by the federal
the
government.
only thing there is to just take the electricity away from the exclusive list. Then that's it.
My brother, this is the problem I'm saying. It's almost like it's almost like our federal government is in the way of development. Yeah. It's crazy. And this is not just a Niger Delta thing. Ondo State has oil. It's all producing.
Edo State too.
Yes, Edo State has. So this isn't just
gas reserve, natural gas, whole of West Africa. Followed by like Imo State, even before River State.
Yeah, it's like the federal government is in the way.
But you see, when people rise up to make leaders accountable, then the federal might come to come and grind the people. That is the problem.
Lord Michael Naizon, can I please ask you a question?
Yes, brother. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes. I listened many times and I saw legal refinery in the South, and you guys came from there. At least I need more knowledge. All those refineries are the fuel adulterated fuel. If they are not adulterated fuel, since our main refinery cannot work, why can't they work on all this illegal refinery, make it standard for them to be destroying it? I don't know. Maybe you should explain much better. I don't understand.
Okay, let me explain to you. When Dixon was governor of Bayelsa, he's now senator from Bayelsa, but when he was governor, he was pushing for what you are just asking for. He was saying, look, we have a problem of illegal refineries. It's bad for the environment. It's dangerous. It's very flammable. It can catch fire. It's risk to lives. Federal government, please give us clearance so we can create standardized world-class refineries. The technical knowledge is there. Let's create these things, and so we can create jobs and create another option to what is happening. Federal government won't give. My brother, this is not the state cannot make a decision to operate these things without the green light from people in Abuja, and they refuse to give. They've built a pipeline. They've built a pipeline from. They built a pipeline from Warri to Kaduna.
So it's more
There's a refinery in Kaduna.
So it's more like intentional to me, because if people are bringing solution and you are refusing the solution, so you are intentionally.
Well, that's the narrative. Welcome on board, D. That's the narrative of the total Nigerian space. Go to electricity; it's the same thing. Lagos has the capacity to, within 1 year, light up that whole of Lagos State. They have the resources, they have the expertise, they have the money, but they put it on exclusive list because they want you to perpetuate in darkness and they want you to feed off the national grid. So the Creeks, they have all these just boundless resources in there. Oh, okay, take for federal, but let us be able to use some of these resources to better our lives. No, you cannot even have a muscle of any. The Nigerian government is an impediment to the progress of that country. Right across the entirety, the security situation is not the same thing. State police, everybody says you have to localize policing, everybody says, but no, you have to continue to die because we have to be the ones holding the gun over you. So the Nigerian government, welcome to the real world. This is what do you think we've been talking about all this while?
Woman, my prayer is if Jagaban Asiwaju is a front runner. We don't know what's going to happen in this crazy world of politics. But if for some reason he ends up pulling it off, which he has the money to do, my prayer, because I can't control the outcome, my prayer is that he will get in there, and because of his exposure and his knowledge through the years, he will realize some of these things we're discussing right now. And he has a business background, and that he will decide to open up some of the, and he was former governor of Lagos State. He knows the impediment. That is the only thing I can pray for.
But when people say that I'm promoting this guy, is that not really? That is where I am too, because I have the sense and more so the hope that he will go in and just open the country up and let it be ready for business. You know,
how are we sure that is the problem? You see, these people have made us not to trust them. Even though I am of the opinion that we'll keep trying and one day we'll get the right person. But you see, with the antecedences, we tend to think these guys will continue with what they are doing. That is why we always advocate for a younger person who have the like minds of progress, progress-driven people. We always cry out here that younger people should come out. But if anyone of a younger age come out, we are the ones who will first criticize them and we'll start looking for what they've done before. But meanwhile, from here, we can brainstorm and come together and find something good for ourselves. I keep saying we need to keep pressurizing this government. So many things that are on the exclusive list can be taken away, and the people will be able to provide light. Go around the country, you see little kids building transformers on the streets. So out of no
a guy built, sorry, Lord Michael, a guy built, was it a plane or something?
Helicopter.
Helicopter. Do you know Finland snatched the guy? Following week, they transported the guy to Finland straight.
Because that guy in Nigeria. You are right.
That's what I was saying.
You see this issue we're talking about.
Even the youth go into all these main parties. Because starting a new party, you are a long way to go. So gradually, we might take up the space. And agreeing with one man, we might actually hope Tinubu would do something. Because if you compare, it's just like Marwa, when Marwa was Lagos State governor. That guy actually invested a lot of money. But he did everything. If Marwa said he bought broom, he might say he bought the broom 20 billion. It will sound ridiculous, but you will see the broom and the broom will do the job. you know. So I think Tinubu might be that kind of person too. He would probably do those things, but it might be, you might look at the amount, this is a ridiculous amount. But
Sorry to interrupt you, but I asked the question here once. I think it was actually of Ayo, and he didn't quite understand the space I was going, or he understood it, but he wanted to be obstinate or something. I was asking that if Tinubu was able to take the Nigerian economy from $500 billion economy that it is to a 5 trillion economy that it is, but he loots quite a decent amount of money, would you be okay with that? He said no. You see, is that not where the problem is?
You can't. I don't think we can do without that embezzlement. Even the youth will embezzle. But I'm of that Marwa idea because that guy did a lot for Lagos, and he was the one that actually instigated a lot of things. Operation Sweep, for the police.
He's coming back, don't worry.
That's obvious candidate.
He's coming back to clear things.
Okay, if we have somebody,
will you vote for him, D? Will you vote for him if he come here as a president? Mobo Marwa is in charge of
why not?
The
that guy did a lot of things, even he stole money, we know. Because after his regime, he had a headline too or something. So,
don't worry,
and you can tell him from the money he stole. But he did a lot of things. If you say, he bought brooms, he employed lots of old women to be sweeping Lagos and all that. We saw the broom, but I know it was some ridiculous amount of money. But that broom did the job. Lagos was clean. People got jobs. They were doing the job. And the thing actually had an effect, and there was development. So if people will come, it's not just for you to come and embezzle money and there is no effect on the masses, you know? So
the crazy thing is
you are free to join the campaign team now. It's for free, but soon we'll start charging money.
One man. The craziest thing is
I don't know the guy, and I don't really especially care for him. It just sounds like another mala, you know.
You see, he's talking good about the guy. The guy actually did well. Anyway,
he did well. He said he will steal money and then do a little. Is that not what we have already?
So what about the people who do not do at all and steal everything?
Exactly my point.
Exactly. We'll clear all the bandits, all the criminals
I don't
in
think we
Lagos.
can do without this youth, you know. Even youth that we are campaigning for will get there and loot. Even so, you can't tell me you don't loot money, you know.
When he was in charge of Lagos, all the criminals in Lagos
if we structure very well, nobody will be able to steal. You see, the reason why people are being able to steal, it's because all around them, they have their cronies. All around them. But if we have principal players, like for example, we have lawyers who do not even friends to the executives, and anybody from the executive would steal, and the lawyer would make sure that person goes to jail. Do you know the things are going to start changing with speed? So we just need to have a hold of one strong arm that will not compromise. If we can, everything will fall into place. But we are not seeing that anytime soon with what is going on right now.
That's why I'm saying, is that not a better option for us to have somebody that it probably is
who is that somebody?
Money, but at least is making a difference.
DOD, who is somebody? Have you seen any?
That's what we don't have any. So if this youth, that's what I'm saying, we've been campaigning for youth. So maybe this youth, they should even go into this party.
We have found the person.
Maybe let's go to this party. Join PDP,
one man.
Join APC.
Lord Michael, I found the person.
One man.
We have found the person.
No, please, we don't want. It wants to be doing Uba Marwa. Say, please, we don't. I don't especially
want Marwa. I don't say I want Marwa.
It's just a nonsense, isn't it? Anything that sounds Fulani, he just latches onto it and starts.
One man. One man. Here's the benefit of coming in after Buhari. When things have hit rock bottom, right, and you come in, the bar is so low that even if you just do the bare minimum, you could look like a hero.
It's a bit like Obama after Bush, isn't it? There was
Thank you. Exactly.
That would have failed.
It's
like
so
after the military era.
Exactly. It's so abysmal that if for instance, let's say Tinubu wins, and he comes in and just like, okay, you know what? I'm going to localize this. I'm going to localize this. I'm going to empower this. All of a sudden, he's looking like a hero.
Mm-hmm.
He picks the easy, as they say, the low-hanging fruit that will keep everyone happy, implements them. Everyone's celebrating his coming in.
And if Ajale Koko is here, he will have come for you.
Ajale Koko na my Igboho now. But here's my brother. Here's the thing.
You don't want to hate Tinubu at all.
The thing is, you know what? I have my own people I like, but the honest truth is that the way that country works, Tinubu is more than likely to win over those people. And I would rather.
Sorry,
I can't control the outcome.
Sorry, before you continue, I have $500. So that if you have the one you are not using, let us bet.
Say waiting.
Michael has not changed his mind.
Tinubu no go take him.
500 when I know they use.
My brother, the only way I see why he doesn't win this thing is if Buhari doesn't.
Don't lose your money. Don't lose your money. Don't do that.
No, I know, my brother. The only way he doesn't win if wait. If Buhari no back him, that's the only way he doesn't win. I'm telling you right now. That's the only way.
If I like make everybody back him, I know say 2023 Tinubu no go be president. Who get 500 bucks?
How do you know that? So what you wish or you know?
I know.
Or you
I don't see him.
Because there are different things. So are you in Dabrowski? Are you in Dabrowski? Are you
No, Lord Michael, why is
it's not that he wouldn't, but he's not likely. He's not likely to emerge, one man.
Blackly, please explain. I want to hear your
No,
reason.
they will come. Okay, go on. Yes, Iris.
So just going by what Aizon said, he said the only thing that will stop Tinubu is if Buhari doesn't support him. Now, who has the power to actually pressurize Buhari to make a decision? It's the governors. With the governors we have right now, do you think Tinubu is somebody they would support? A majority of them would support? The answer is no.
Southwestern governors, yes. APC governors.
You're talking about 6 governors. You're talking about 6 governors. There be 5 self APC.
And he has Kanu. He has Ganduje in Kanu.
Yeah, guys,
right?
My brother,
if you're an APC governor, he has the ability to influence you.
And the president is APC too.
Quarter to 12, Ganduje will change his mind.
President can override them.
Ganduje can easily be swayed. Don't worry.
I feel like you don't like this guy.
Nobody say I don't like him. I'm giving you objective.
It's personal.
Yes. It's not personal. I'm telling you. So what have I said that sounds like it's personal? You said Buhari, if Buhari doesn't support him, he may not get it. Then I'm showing you the people who can pressurize Buhari is the governors. And I'm telling you, majority of them will not support him.
Tinubu and the president is APC. So it's quite tricky there too.
Black League, I'm not a Tinubu fan. Oh. Let me be clear about something. One man knows.
I understand.
But I'm being a realist. I'm being a realistic person, looking at the landscape and saying, if it happens, these are the positives of the guy, and this is what I can hope for. That's what I'm saying. I'm not looking at Tinubu as he's the best option for Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I thought the topic was he has the highest chance of winning.
He does. Wouldn't you put him as a front runner?
Now, with the way magic is happening in APC overnight,
no.
Things change. Yes, Tinubu is in the lead in terms of campaign, in terms of outreach beyond his zone. Yes, he's in the lead. But the way things are happening like magic in APC, things are changing within a blink of an eye. So you can't say.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Can I tell you guys my reason?
Yeah, go on.
Have you ever been to the market space where you see people bubbling cards, 3 cards? They will show you 3 cards. You will see the real one. You will pick it, but it will be the wrong one. Have you ever witnessed it? That is what you people are seeing now. You see that? God bless you.
The more you see, the less you understand.
It's so clear.
No. I won't buy that.
Don't you think Tinubu is a magician?
The thing is, I wouldn't flash your $500 so readily, Lord Michael, because the one thing that we can be certain of in how things are playing out is uncertainty. We cannot categorically say anything because all the permutations are changing so fast. you know, we're just conjuring with Amechi El Rufai ticket today, and Amechi, and then if you suddenly bring it up, and then you can see his journey, he has been schmoozing that space, going to get himself the Dan Maraya Jos of Katsina, and putting trades university there and building them. He's not doing that just for nothing. And it's coming
one
into
man,
play.
I think that's dead on arrival. I think
it's dead on. Yes,
that Erufai Amechi is that Erufai won't even do it to begin with, and it's just dead on arrival.
The same Amechi that cancelled Maritime University in Delta State. So,
yeah, but Ovie is telling us is number one, but you know that was how it started to just do it. I think it was just trying to wind me up. You know,
no.
Amechi as a candidate, it's not really matter yet.
I'm telling you this as a secret now.
It's running mate that I cannot say.
Sorry, guys. Let's even scan through that PDP. Apart from Atiku, because me, I'm looking at one thing. I think if Tinubu gets the ticket and is alive till the election, is going to win the election. But who else in PDP can really tackle Tinubu when it comes to winning votes?
Is Atiku now?
Apart from Atiku.
You say if he's alive, he not go die, yo. He go see him. So he will be alive.
I'm just because I feel like that's the only thing that could make that man step down.
Kwansai has left the PDP.
No, not yet. Not fully yet. They are waiting what is going to happen. So yeah, that one is there. Who can give Tinubu run for his money?
You know that Kwakwanso is only popular in Kano. It's not. His narrative does not go beyond Kano. It's only a popular name within politics. It's not a popular name nationally.
Why do you say so?
Well, no, but what has he done nationally? His politics has been just localized to that space.
Okay, can I tell you something I understand about it not? You don't have to do anything for other people. You just have to be a clique of the elites. And your name will spread like wildfire. When everybody knew Atiku, what did he do? He was just there. Even before he became vice president. They knew him, they liked him. What has Gandola done? Or El-Rufai? That your names are spreading around the north. They just
no. El-Rufai is a national figure. It was the...
How did he become a national figure? Is it not because the people not loved him?
He became a national figure because what he did in FCT as a minister.
Yeah, it was Obasanjo that brought him up, not even his people.
So all of a sudden he has blown around the north. People right even in Borno and Katsina, they love him too. So that's how it is. That space is very interesting.
But he has nationalistic reach. You know, it's El-Rufai is a name that has concentration in the east, in the west, in the north, and in the south. He has concentration. He has concentration in those places.
No,
Kwakwanso doesn't have any.
Name that has concentration in the north alone.
But they consider him in the south. They talk about him as a talent.
Michael, they might not like him. They might not like El-Rufai, but they recognize his work. No one can deny the work he did in FCT.
Thank you. But that's the point I'm making.
Do you remember Maitama Sule?
Hold on. No, forget Maitama Sule. We're still contending with names in play.
No, I just want to tell you the movement that Kwankwaso is championing. That is the movement of Maitama Sule. So
it's actually an Aminu Kano man.
Aminu Kano. I'm sorry. Aminu Kano. That's what I'm
saying. You say so
for instance. That is the movement of Aminu Kano.
You cannot be talking to us from the
bathroom. One at a time.
Yeah, the only Hausa man I think the Yoruba will vote for the Atiku. Honestly, all these guys.
Yeah, that's the one that's the one we vibe with the most because it's almost like one of us, you know.
Who?
Almost like one of us.
Who?
Atiku.
Can you get out of the bathroom?
Atiku is not a Hausa man. He's a Fulani man.
Yeah, but you know the rules now. Anybody that is not Yoruba is Hausa or Igbo or Yoruba or Igbo, you know. Anybody. So yes.
Even you, Blackleaf, you know we were mistaking you for Fulani at one time until you came to tell us.
You're still, they're still mistaking me. Don't worry.
No, Tony will not have him. Tony doesn't
Blackleaf.
even consider him to
I've
be a
come to
human
terms
being.
with it.
Blackleaf, this is southern ignorance for you. Anybody north of Lokoja is Hausa.
And you
I
see, it's the
understand
same
that
thing.
even to one man, anywhere east is Omoibo.
Yes, now, but those are
So it's not just to north.
No, those are the rules now. You think in the east they want to know that I'm Oyo. They just
and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, you people are a problem in this country. I'm beginning to think so. Because
Yes,
no other ethnic nationality exists apart from those four. And you all just fight for dominance, and your intentions are not really known. Maybe it's to oppress. You all are taking chances oppressing each other.
One man,
and that's what they've and the fighting within that is what's making the country not develop.
Blackleaf, you
never
might have
hear
solved
from
Nigeria's problem.
That's exactly what the president said too.
Hold on, let me put a. Sorry, what did the president say?
That is a clash of dominance among the tribes.
Is it not the one that perpetrates?
And then the other tribes are just suffering because these four tribes want to wrestle and dominate each other.
Yeah, everybody wants to be.
That's the biggest mistake that is going, because Nigeria is an opportunity, but if we're doing all this tribe something, it would never go anywhere.
That's what's slowing down, because everyone is not really going at it with all honesty. It seems everyone is just trying to take their turns, like, okay, these people have been oppressing for too long. It's our turn to oppress. Let's oppress for some time, then we can
that's
take
why
it back.
I believe the president should come from a minority group. Because the minority group person doesn't have a choice but to satisfy everyone. He can't satisfy just his little minority group. However, if you come from one of the large groups,
it seems the minority. My bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. I was buttressing your point. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and it seems the minority groups, just speaking in general terms now, they seem to be more passionate about building the country Nigeria. They seem to have links to all the different geopolitical region. They are less biased. Every human is biased, but they seem to be less biased in terms of just promoting their own tribe. They seek like coexistence.
But they are easily bullied, as we saw with Goodluck Jonathan.
No, that's just one mistake that wasn't even planned. Jonathan was a mistake.
Just say Ovie. That's me. We are everywhere.
Blackleaf.
For the country. We want the best for the country. We are building allies everywhere. That's Ovie right there. When I say we will defeat
this guy.
I'm just talking yama. I'm just saying loud. Now me Babangida they talk about. People everywhere.
Blackleaf.
Yeah, I'm listening.
There's a question I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
How important is the middle belt and your region to tipping the scales? I feel they're the ones that can tip the scales for presidency. The Adamawas, the Tarabas, the Benways, the Plateaus, the Southern Kadunas, the Nasarawas, the Kogis. People don't really talk about them too much, but
because they are poor financially.
No. But
hold on.
We're all poor.
Let Aizon and Blackleaf have that conversation.
Yeah, they're not inserted into the conversation as much. When people break down the strategy for presidential politics, like for instance, we're talking Tinubu, we say, okay, he has the Southwest, he's already catering to the North. They look at the North as the North, which they throw in that middle belt into the Northern equation. And I beg to differ, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think the middle belt is not necessarily, shouldn't be taken to the same equation as the Northwest. But I wanted to get your thoughts on that region, because most people don't understand too much about the region and how they can tip the scales.
Yes, definitely. The middle belt is what holds the country together. And there you'd see northern culture and southern culture just prevalent over there. So they can really pass for north or for south, either way. And it's a block of votes with 6 states being the north central, but we also have states in the northeast and northwest that are also considered middle belts. So in terms of states, they have the most states in Nigeria. So of course they tip the scale, just answering your question directly, in terms of elections. Now, whoever caters to them or whoever reaches out to them is usually who they vote for. They had a classic time when it happened was when Jonathan was contesting the first time, and the core north decided that Jonathan would lose the election. But it was that middle belt area that saved Jonathan, because they voted for him, although they are classified as northern Nigeria. That's really what won the elections. And then the second time coming, that area decided not to go for Jonathan, with a very key state there, Benue State, being APC, which has never happened. But they refused to vote for Jonathan, and that's how you see the likes of Otom being in APC, supporting Buhari to come in. So they actually decide who becomes president. And even during the military dominance in the country, if you check it, it's mostly middle belt. You hardly see a House of Fulani man taking presidency, except for the likes of Buhari. It's hard for me to even mention any other, because I don't know of any other one. Anybody else coming that became president through the military came from the middle belt area.
So why the narrative of 19 northern states? Because when I look at it and I consider those areas, I don't consider them as, when I think of the northern states, I think of the Sokoto, Katsina, Jigawa, Kanu,
that's a mindset. Yes, you're speaking to a mindset. Because somebody in Benue State who's just steps away from Ebonyi will tell you he's a northerner. And he's correct going by the geographical classification of what is north and what is south. Way back when the British were here, that's not even a Nigerian creation. So the British did that for their own economic reasons, of course. Made the north a really large area and the south way smaller compared to the north. And that's why it's really difficult in politics for a southerner to win without the north. It's really difficult for the north too, but the north can just pick one zone in the south and win elections, while the south would have to go into more zones in the north in order to win elections, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And I think the key thing for any political strategist in Nigeria is identifying the politics in that region you just described and catering to their interests to pull them into their side.
You see, just to insert myself into your conversation somewhat, I think a lot of what constitutes the North is two things. It's language and culture, and they share somewhat similarity in those two spaces. And that is what binds them, not as necessarily the geographical location, but the language, the culture, and largely also the religion. So that's the North, language, culture, and religion.
Well, when it comes to language and culture, it's the most diverse, and is more diverse than the South. In terms of religion too, there's a very it's almost split 50-50 in the North between Christians and Muslims. So it is a diverse place. What really drives the North? Yes, and the North has a rich.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, and the North has a rich history, especially that middle belt area, north central area of the country, and they're detribalized to a large extent, and not as biased as people from the larger ethnic groups, because they see themselves as holding the country together. They hold the North and the South, so they cannot speak bad about the South because they are their neighbors. They cannot speak bad about the North because they are their neighbors. So it's really we are the ones who believe in Nigeria. And even if you go back to history, one man, I know you don't like going back to African history. When you look at the Nok civilization, this would amaze. The Nok civilization also influenced a lot of the South. It's on record. There's been research to show that the Nok civilization influenced the civilization in Ile-Ife, and also the I saved this for you. I saved this for you today. I saved it for you today. Just calm down. Let me finish. And also look it up too.
I'm doing that as you are talking. You know that.
Exactly. There's been research that suggests that the Nok civilization, because the artifacts predate that of the entire West Africa, because that's the civilization that actually disproved the West notion that nothing came out of sub-Saharan Africa. That means nothing came out of any other part of Africa except for Egypt.
Let me share a screen.
One man. Let me call out.
Hold on. Okay, go on.
I just want to call out some ethnicities in Nigeria.
Okay. Before you do that, let's stay with that Nok culture, because I want to share a screen as Black League was talking, because I was set to counter him, but this screen, it shows you. Can you see much of it? Can you see much of that?
Yes.
So that's the Nok right there. It's somewhat, and it chimes with what Black League is saying, sadly enough, because it sweeps all. So that's it in orange right there. It cuts all the way through Makurdi, sweeps in parts of Ogbomoso, parts of Ilorin, and then it sweeps the entirety, Jos, Kano, Katsina, etc. So that Nok culture right there. So that's it, and then it cuts further into Niger, but that is Nok culture. A little bit of Yoruba land, but not Ile-Ife though. Just a bit of Ogbomoso, and
in its prime, it was bigger than France, the size of France.
Yeah, but the Nok culture is the most documented, oldest civilization in that region. So arguably, it must have influenced all the other ethnicities that rose up in the years that came after.
And their reasons were through the similarities in artifacts, and they carbon dated all of them and saw that the Nok artifacts came thousands of years before. So that's really why they suggest, and they saw a lot of similarities with even the bronzes in Benin, arts coming from Igboho civilization and that of Ile-Ife.
Yeah, but I wanted to mention some ethnicities that I don't think most people have heard of. You know, like maybe Black League might have heard of them, like Ankwe, Bade, Bada. Barke is in Bauchi. You have what do you call it? Akweya Yachi in Benue, Alago in Nasarawa. You see what I'm saying, one man? And most of the time, when people look at all these areas, they look at the people there and just say, they're Hausa. And every time that's done, it's a disservice to those people, one, and two, you're not exactly speaking to their interest if you're putting them under the category of a larger ethnicity. And there's so many more, there's so many more ethnicities that, I've never heard of. And you can look this up online, you see them. And it's crazy, because all these are different languages and ethnicities with their own unique cultures within the Nigerian space that no one ever talks about. And the more a politician can address their needs.
But is that not really what we should be? Is that classic cup of water? Is it half full or half empty? These are the things that we should be celebrating, of course. I mean, just the depth of the culture and the traditions, and just celebrating it. The diversity. But that's really what we conflict over the most. That's that's the real tragedy,
which is why the argument for localization of governance is even more important. Because if a certain ethnicity is within a 20-mile radius and encompasses certain local government areas, then it befits them to govern their space in accordance with their traditions and their history. as opposed to a governor who may be Fulani in Nasarawa dictating to smaller ethnicities how they should live their lives. And that's why that argument rises above any other argument in Nigeria, is that you have to decentralize power and ensure that each of these areas are able to do things in accordance with who they are as people. But that's where we're dropping the ball, unfortunately.
Aizo.
Yes, sir.
Aizo, are you in the States?
My brother, all these questions, that you be FBI. Now waiting now.
No, I won't give you. I won't tell you.
First thing want to my LGA.
No,
meanwhile, I want to commend you on your non-profit, my brother. I was on your website, and let's just say I'm also doing some things in sports. I have an NGO in Nigeria, but I want to commend you.
You do boxing, don't you? You do boxing, don't you?
We need to talk with that.
No. My NGO uses sport as a foundation for education and social development, and we do mixed gender as well for sports. So. You know, I know what
There's a chap that's a boxing promoter that used to come here. I thought that was you.
No, I'm not. I'm a boxing fan, but not a promoter.
So why I was asking, if you're in the state, venture into any of the libraries and look for this book, The Civil War by Bruce Carlton, you understand that same question where they ask Black Lee why, and you get to understand why the northern state has about 19 states, and the southern girl was 17. You will see the politics that is played there, and then you will begin to question which people actually recommend the system of government to us. They know what they are doing.
Oh, all right.
No, my brother, I'm just messing with you. I'm in Toronto, my brother.
You know, which ethnicity which ethnicity underpins that knock culture? Who are they? Which ethnicity underpins it?
They're called the Ham people.
Oh God, look at that. No wonder. Now you look at this guy. So it's a self-promotion now. Look at this guy.
I'm giving you facts, one man. It's not self-promotion. I'm giving you facts.
Look at that.
It's
the Ham people that created the Nok civilization.
Blackley, what do you make?
It's called the Nok civilization because the German that came and found the artifact who found it in a village called Nok, that's in Hamland. So he just named it Nok and then took it back to Germany, and in Europe they started calling it Nok civilization.
And coincidentally, that is just your personal village, isn't it? Look at that. This guy.
It's not my. It's not my village, but it is my civilization. I come from a different village.
Blackley, what do you make of? What do you make of the fact that there are claims that there's Fulani destabilization in that area, especially with the massacre that happened in Plateau State last year, where they killed so many people, and what's happening in Benue? Is that a fact, or is what's going on in that area? Because this thing has been going on for a while. Or Tom has been crying over the destabilization and the IDP camps, and that's in the Middle Belt. And of course, we know about the massacres that happened in Plateau State. So what's your take on all of that?
I mean, yes, it is a fact. It's happening. The place is being ravaged. Now, my place specific, the Ham area, is not. We don't get as much attacks. It did happen in the past, way back in the day. And in all the areas around the Middle Belt, as we call it now, is being ravaged just as much as the South is also being ravaged now. So it's just a steady movement of it. There's been claims that is from the Fulanis from outside the country, but we also have reports that some Fulanis within the country do give them information, and that is more recent, because in the past those same Fulanis lived peacefully with the community. They saw themselves as really brothers and sisters, and if you go to the Middle Belt, you understand they're very welcoming people. So people who pass through your land at least once a year, stay there for a month or two, they regard you as one of them. But in recent times, things have started to change. That trust is no longer there because these people have been attacked. Their hospitality has been taken advantage of. Those that can defend themselves. But sometimes you see the police going to disarm those people that are just trying to defend themselves, and they're the ones being arrested, and the bandits just get free pass. So it is a reality there that we're fighting, and hopefully it will come to an end soon.
Oh, all right, thank you, Black League. I wanted to hear from Ife, who we've not heard from at all. I still want to come back to you on a few more topics, Black League, but I wanted to hear from Ife, who I've not heard from at all, just to make sure that we have heard all the voices. But before I do that, you know that you're not the only Ham person here. Bonksmo, she's from Ham as well, and we're anytime you're ready to come on screen, Bonksmo, we are ready to substitute you.
How do you know she's from Ham? You're giving me people.
No, she's from that culture. I know because I know everybody. Yeah.
Let her confirm. Let her type it.
Yes. Oh yeah, Bonksmo, are you a ham or a cheese or ham and cheese? You know, a good feeling for a sandwich.
One man and food. I thought you were losing weight. You're back to your old weight.
Have I not lost weight? The last time you bullied me, you know, you know, I've been self-conscious since you bullied me now.
You're back to your old ways.
But if yes, you were bringing the information, about going on developments in the Ukraine. Do you want to just highlight some of that? So she's from Taraba, which is Ham territory. So there you are. Yeah.
Well, close enough. I have
I told you now, it's Ham. Yeah.
Close enough.
Ife, are you there? Oh, okay, we've lost Ife. Okay. Let me sound you then, Black League, on that space we're discussing about the creeks. I was expecting you to come into that conversation, but you kept your thoughts. But share them now. The creeks, are they doing enough? They just talk big grammar and identify the problem. But what are you making of the creeks? Why is it the way it is?
That's a question that's still unanswered. Why the creeks is even still referred to as the creeks? That should be a top business destination. That should have surpassed Lagos.
It should have been called Toto Creek, like the way it is in Dallas, or Creek Avenue, Creek Island. You know,
so it really should have become one of the wonders of the world, and I'm not just being generous with words, because the resources in that area, and to an extension the whole country, but I'll limit the conversation to the creeks, is enormous. Ever since gas was in high demand, it's still in high demand, but when it was even at its prime, when the US didn't even discover oil within their territory, when one of their largest suppliers was Nigeria, the oil was coming straight from the creeks. The creeks was powering the United States of America, and still there's nothing to show for it. The worst place in the United States is can be compared to some of the best places in the creeks. It's just unfortunate. We've seen how within the space of a few years, Dubai was able to change a desert to become a top destination for the whole world. So the creeks, I mean, there's so much money there that even if you count out the government structures, I mean, the creeks should have a private city by now over there, like you have in the Middle East, where private investors come together because of the resources in that area and create a city that's private, has it's a tax-free zone with little government partnership, just because the government owns the land, of course. So there's been nothing like that in the creeks. The blame has always been the Fulani song or the Hausa song. They are our problem. They are our problem.
And just the radio
At some point,
excuses, yeah.
yeah, but at some point we need to face our problems ourselves. Yaradua to me was one of the best things that happened to Niger Delta. Unfortunately, his life was cut short by illness, and he wasn't able to really achieve what he intended for the Niger Delta. To me, he's the only president that really had the sincerity to really go into the Niger Delta to fix the problems. But we got reports that even the money that was channeled during Yaradua's regime was mismanaged at high levels in the Niger Delta. And Ovie is coming to tell us his narrative about the community leaders in that space. So definitely, from what has been going on, the elites in that area are complicit to what's happening. It's because they okay what's happening that it keeps happening. The day they stand up to what's happening and demand a stop to
Is
it.
it the elite or the masses? Because I'm putting the problem of the Creeks. I'm blaming it squarely on people like Ahizon and Lord Michael,
The
because
masses,
the
but
elite
they are
will
the
always
elite
vote.
too. They are
No,
the
no,
elite
no,
too. They
no.
are
They are
enlightened. These are enlightened people.
yeah, but they are on the other side of the divide. So they are on the other side of the, because they are the elite, but they're more a pro people sort of an elite. So they know where the looters are. They know what the resources are. So they should then find the language to mobilize the space to rescue the resources from the looters. This is what Lord Michael. This is where I'm putting the blame
And,
on Lord Michael and his own.
and
Thank
that's
you
the
very
only
much.
region. That's the only region that can actually um, change the tide of what's going on in Nigeria, simply by going into action. By action, I mean all the resource. 80% or more of our resources come straight from the Niger Delta. All the money we keep bragging that we have, it comes from there, and it comes from those pipelines. Whenever they shut down the pipelines is when you start seeing invites from Aso Rock to invite some of the elites from that region. After some time, I think money exchanges hands, and then it's back to normal. But whenever the pipeline production gets cut short and we're not producing as many barrels a day as we're used to, it affects the pockets of the people in Abuja. Therefore, they have to listen to you. You put them in a position where they have to. If you do it in any other region, it won't be successful because you're not affecting their pockets. The only way to push someone to really do the needful, especially people in government, is you have to affect the revenue. The Niger Delta is the prime place that can do that successfully. They've done that in the past here and there for a short time, but it's always short-lived, as I said, due to money exchanging hands. So they really have the potential to change the cause of Niger Delta, and not just Niger Delta, the entire nation.
Okay. And whilst you have the floor, Black League, I don't know, you were not on yesterday, but we discussed extensively yesterday about the attempt to insert or remove a clause from the electoral bill, the one that says an appointee cannot seek a ticket. But Buhari insisted, but it looked, and Robert Stamp tried to force it through, but the Senate rejected it at the second reading. So where is this brevity now coming from? In the where have they developed suddenly balls in the Senate? What are you making of this development that just came out today?
You know, as Buhari is leaving office, they are becoming less and less scared of him. You know, the fear was really at its peak right before he came in and when he came in as president. So now that he's not even showing as much interest, you know, in party affairs uh, and to some level in governance, because he seems to delegate a lot. Uh, and so they just possibly trying to take advantage of that right now and trying to inhibit people like Rotimi Amechi and Malamise of this world, who they think have really controlled the space for the last 8 years. They think it's unfair for people like that to still have an advantage of keeping their office and contesting elections again and possibly winning. So they're adding up the math. They're seeing 16 years with these people within the corridors of power is a setback to them. So it's just an elite power play right there going on. The Nigerian masses will still experience the same thing they've been experiencing, with or without any clause being taken out.
All right. And to the Myanmar Abuni space, I don't think we've had your sounding on that. They've nailed it down now, according to El Rufai. He's not coming back. So we were speculating that it's essentially a power tussle between the cabals and the governors.
No, when I came on, I told you it was the within the governors. They have a split.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes, and one group is stronger than the other. The cabals have nothing to this. I've always maintained that the governors are in control of the party. They decide the fate of the party. And they're just showing their power hand right now by taking out Buni, although he's one of them. They see him as someone who's taking advantage of a 6-month trust that was given to him. It's supposed to simply be a 6-month mandate, but he's extended it beyond a year, getting to a year and a half. And he's also trying to scheme his way to become a vice president. They are not happy with that because they feel one man's ambition should not crash an entire political party that most of them were there to build together. And that's really what happened, pushing Buni aside. And I don't think you would get any party position until his tenure is over in Yobe State.
All right. And to the Dave Umahi space, he huffed and puffed, but not able to blow the house down. But really started off from the judgment, which a lot of people seem to celebrate as a real leap into just sanitizing the political space in Nigeria. So to that, and then the fallout from it, Black League.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that the people of Ebonyi State entrust their governance to the PDP. The first time Governor Dave Umahi won, came for a second term in office, won also under the PDP, just for it to be at the tail end of his administration. He goes and gives governance to PDP, to APC, I mean. So they see that as a betrayal, and it is a betrayal. I don't think you should be able to just move from one party to another.
The judge, Black League, he asserts that the vote that Dave Umahi got, 300 and something thousand of them, was essentially a vote for the party because the intentions of the voters was to elect a PDP candidate. So he insists, the judge, that if Dave Umahi wants to leave the PDP for the APC, he cannot transfer votes cast for PDP to APC. So he leaves those votes behind, which then essentially negates him because he doesn't have the vote that makes him the governor. So which essentially negates his role. He automatically ceases to be the governor if he crosses over. So that is what the judge is saying. So what do you rhyme with that logic? Does that chime with you?
Yes, it definitely does because it's just simple logic. I mean, democracy is about the people. So if the people entrust governance to a party, they're giving their votes to that party, and that party should govern that space and the state in this instance. So I think that the court order is in order. and Engineer Dave Umahi should be called the former governor, as you earlier said here, because it's really he can still, I mean, take the case to the Supreme Court to maintain his seat. So I don't think it's completely over for him, but for now, with the most recent judgment, it is over for him. And I was very disappointed with his pronouncements after the judgment. He didn't sound like a governor at all, and it just made me see him look at him differently from then.
Is Anagbero now? Is Anagbero really?
Yeah, the way he was challenging the court, challenging the judge, and just simply saying he's not going to obey that court. I mean, that is a federal high court, so and
a senior justice as well, because that justice, I've been tracking his name. He handles a lot of high-profile. The injunction that the APC got to try to stop the Senate from carrying out BUHARI'S wishes, he granted that as well. So a lot of high-profile judgments coming from him. So it's not just some run-of-the-mill,
Yes, and it's coming right as his man is leaving. Buni is his man. He's the one who took him to the president and invited him into the APC. So I don't know if that's just a coincidence, but definitely from the party, I don't think he'll get much help. So, but he might still make it through. He can still go all the way through the Supreme Court. We'll just wait to see as it unfolds.
All right, thank you. And just that this space now, nobody seems to rhyme with my take on it. This Deputy Inspector General of Police Joseph Egbonike, who investigated ABBA KYARI's case, his slumps and dies in his office. So people are saying this is just a coincidence that the guy carries a lot of weight and he has a pre-existing health issues, but the timing for me, it doesn't lend to historical health issues. But what are you making then of the passing of this highly educated man, by the way, PhD in everything, more degrees even than Celibi's, but now he's passed on. So what are you making of that, Black League?
Late Egbunike was a high-ranking officer within the police. Yes, I've seen reports that he has had health challenges, but also the timing of him handling ABBA KYARI's case. And ABBA KYARI, just anything on him is international at this point. So that, of course, is a high-profile case. And his demise and the location being in his office, it certainly raised some eyebrows. But I mean, at the same time, death can come at any time, and the police usually investigate themselves. So even if there's an investigation that will go on, it would be the police carrying it out. So we really
you say that as though you don't approve of the police investigating themselves.
No, I don't think it makes sense for somebody to be a judge in their own case. So in this case, if he died in his office, the police should be up for investigation, and it should be a body outside of the police that should be investigating that. But as it rhymes, it even happens here in America that the police investigate themselves. So it's really more of an international practice within the police as an agency of government.
Internal affairs.
Yes.
Sorry?
I said internal affairs department.
Yeah. So I mean, it's an unfortunate incident, and my condolences to the Egbunike family.
Yeah, but you know, as I was reading the story, what especially struck me was just the CV. Because when you think of the Nigerian policeman, you just think of Officer Uche now, who's drunk in the roadside with his AK-47 leaning against him. but certainly not Egbunike. Egbunike holds a Bachelor's of Science honors in accounting degree from the University of Nigeria Nsukka, so a proper school, not a nonsense school, as well as a Bachelor of Laws, or of Law, I should say, but laws they wrote here. So as well as a Bachelor of Law, LLB, a BL, a Master's in International Law and Diplomacy, and a PhD in Criminology. So an educated man, certainly, no question about that. So they're completely different from Officer Gbadebo, who is saying, waiting you carry, open your boot. Where is the receipt for your spare tire? Have they ever asked you for the receipt for your spare tire in your own car? This is Nigeria. This is what where's the receipt
one man.
for the spare tire?
Do you think there's foul play in this man's death?
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that, I mean, come on. He's a fat guy, he has health issues. He's always been a fat guy with health issues all his life. And he's investigating this high-profile guy who has his fingers in so many dirty pies, who can bring down so many influential people. You've been asked to investigate him, and then you suddenly slump and die. Okay, it's just nonsense. What do you think?
Your mouth, one man, your mouth.
No. But what do you think, Aizon? Because I mean, that's not. I mean, come on, man. It's just too obvious.
Yeah, there's people say there's no such thing as a coincidence in all these sort of situations, because I mean, all of a sudden the guy that's investigating him, who happens to be well accomplished, all of a sudden just slumps and dies. Well, I mean, what are the odds of that?
It's just you have more chance of winning the lottery. That's lottery odds, isn't it, for that to be a coincidence?
Yeah, except ABBA KYARI is just an extremely lucky, fortunate man whose investigators die, who happens to pick up another charge, which, by the way, might keep him in Nigeria and prevent extradition. There seems to be a lot of different things happening at the same time that kind of tip the scales in his favor. I'm not saying that that's what it is, but look, it's very suspicious.
Even the NDLEA have come out to defend that they've not deliberately levied these charges against him to skymie him being extradited. There's still a lot to unravel, but a lot of it will not unravel. But it's just body bags around that guy is what we'll be hearing a lot.
You think there are powers behind the scenes doing everything they can to prevent his extradition?
Well, do you not?
It's. I don't want to come to that conclusion yet. It just seems very suspicious. I'll just leave it at that.
What serves more? If we're saying this guy is a high-profile police officer, which he is, and if we're saying he's a highly corrupt police officer, which he is, and the speculations that is somewhat of a killer, and a lot of people are of the view that top-end people use him for dirty work. So if you put all of that together, would you want somebody like that out of the country where you have no control over his words or his faith, and then you leave him to that chance for him to spill or not spill?
But I mean, even if he spills in America, what can the American government do to elected officials in Nigeria? They already think they're corrupt as hell. It doesn't change anything, in my opinion. I think unless there's something that we don't know that he can reveal, maybe there are some people in office who are also implicit in the hush puppy investigation that would embarrass the country if he does go abroad and these things come out. There are a lot of question marks around this space. I think we'll all get the answer when we see how it unfolds, how this whole thing plays out. If whether or not he goes, that would reveal some things. Maybe they're prolonging.
That is where Lord Michael should really put his $500, whether he'll be extradited or not, because that's more of a 50-50 bet. I'm saying that guy is not leaving the shores of Nigeria anytime soon. In fact, he's never going to be extradited. I don't think so. I'll be absolutely surprised.
Do you think it changes if another person comes into office, depending on who the person is?
You know, as I was saying that, I was actually thinking that too. That if somebody else comes in, would they just throw him to the wolves? You know, because there'll be a lot of sanitizing and what is that phrase that Sheikh Sani likes to use? They use a lot of deodorant when they come in. There'll be a lot of populist policies and actions by whoever incoming is. Nnamdi Kanu will be released. The cabinet will have more of the face of Nigeria rather than just an ethnic, agenda. There'll be women. There'll be, they'll do all this. They'll just come quick anti-Buhari because that's where populism is. Definitely, the presidential pardon for Nnamdi Kanu, presidential pardon for Sunday Igboho, the army guy will be some Igbo guy. And then they do all these things, and then they'll throw ABBA KYARI to the wolves. Or what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it's very possible.
Dream.
Yeah, I think
is that not what will happen? They have to do that now because the country is teetering. They have to go pro people, which will be anti Buhari because Buhari is anti people.
What man?
Go on.
The thing that's getting me is how silent Nigeria is on the fact that Buhari just took $1 million of our money and gave it to some terrorists. I mean,
we talked about it here, but it's not really $1 million. Is not
one man give that $1 million to a local government area.
It was for humanitarian. Nigeria is a player internationally, so you cannot keep saying that anything we do outside of
the United Nations agenda really to rebuild.
No, it was it was under the OIC COSP though that he donated that.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, definitely. But I'm saying the UN itself has an agenda to develop that area. So they
but Black League, even if the UN has an agenda to develop the area, right? Nigeria being a secular state, even if they've signed Nigeria up to the OIC, you can't just take $1 million. Afghanistan serves no long-term foreign policy strategy for us. I mean, what's the rationale in giving the Taliban of all people our money?
They did not give it to the Taliban. They gave it to the humanitarian efforts to insulate the women and the children. But that money really, that money is a political money itself because it places you into that international space. It brings you to the highest table in terms of the narrative in both humanitarianism, Islamism, and well, maybe fundamentalism even, because that's a Taliban space. So that money in itself, it comes, it profiles you, doesn't it? It ratchets you up the hierarchy.
It just seems out of scope. I mean, because if you look at it,
they could have given it to IDP camp. I mean, this is
terrorized and murdered in Burkina Faso. We don't even need to leave.
All right, we've lost Aizo. You see,
that this is our region. It's ECOWAS. It's West Africa. That I would understand.
But you go to where the cameras are now. The cameras are not in Burkina Faso. The cameras are in Afghanistan. Okay, we've lost Aizon. Let's see if we have Ife back. I thought I saw Ife unmute himself just a moment ago. Okay, we still don't have Ife. So let's go from let's go to DOG. Hopefully we have DOG. All right. Okay, so we seem to have then run the circle with everyone. Huh? Okay. Let's. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So to you then, DOG. Which space would you like to speak to most? You were talking about. Were you talking about the the Senate rejecting the Buhari rigging clause. Was that what you were talking to just last
Yeah,
time?
I just feel even Buhari is not even interested in anything anybody's doing right now in that country. He just want to retire, like he said, and have his own peace. Everybody can.
He's mentally gone, isn't he? Really, he's mentally
Exactly.
gone.
Yeah. So a lot of things can happen. Even his boys now, those Malami and Co, they might be in soup afterwards. You know? So yeah, that's how I say it. He doesn't care anymore. He has said it himself. He doesn't want to retire, and he doesn't care what Nigerian feels about his term as the president. He has done his bit. And for the Miyetti, those are the ones that really annoys me a lot. And it's not their fault. I think if our president,
do you think that group? Do you think they like to throw laws in the South, especially in Yoruba land? Do you think they just throw laws?
It's not their fault. It's the president. If our president has used a whole year to talk about open grazing, so they think they are so important. And like Akere Dudu said, that who are Miyetti, that people should ignore them. They are just a Malu group. I don't even know how to categorize them, that feels they have a say. So, but if the president make them look very important, why would just a normal group be coming into that space, saying and instigating who should be arrested again, who should be repatriated to Nigeria to come and suffer like in Kanu? So that tells us they are pained about the Igboho situation, because they feel it really tackled them. So I think the Miyetti actually have a lot of things to do with these Fulanis that are kidnapping, and they are their people. They work hand in hand. Because it shouldn't even really be their business. Why should they be concerned about Igboho that was trying to chase the Fulani that are killing the farmers, raping the women, and all that in the bush, if you don't have anything to do with them? So yeah, it's not their fault, it's the president. We used a whole year or a year and a half. Our president was busy complaining and soliciting for open grazing for Maluri areas, you know. So
you see, there's still one concern that I have about this Buhari administration, and it is the biggest concern that I have about this Buhari administration. He was talking about a gazette under the colonials that identified grazing parts for herders. So he's saying that they should go and dig up that gazette again. And sorry, who's that? Who's that? Goodness me, the things we hear.
Changing the past.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just essentially. Oh no, sorry, that noise is too heavy. No, that was too heavy. No, D, I'm going to have to let you go. The background noise is too heavy, but thank you, D. Let me just seek to start to round off here. Maybe when I come back to D in the rounding off, he would have been better placed. I did try to come to Ife several times, but I don't think we have Ife anymore. But I'll start to round off to land on our Black League, and I'll kick it off with Thomas. Hopefully Thomas is still there. Thomas, to you.
Yes, I'm here, one man. Yes. It's been a good session today. We continue to speak about Nigeria so we can find the solution. If you don't identify your problem, to get the solution will be very, very difficult. So we'll continue preaching as we do every day so that we can find solution to the problem. But we youth, the young ones, we are not standing up so that all these old people, they can go and rest and take care of their grandkids. But if we don't stand up and participate, these old people will continue to rule us. If they die, they will replace themselves with their kids, which are old as well. So Nigeria, wake up to identify our problems, then to know how to solve it. Thank you, one man. May God bless Nigeria. God bless everyone. Thank you, one man. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So it looks as though Charlie Boy has managed to convert you at last. Wake up, wake up, wake up. So thank you. The only thing you have to now learn is chicken. He likes to say chicken too. So thank you, Thomas. Always a delight. So from Thomas we go to D. Let's see if D has now been able to. Hello D, are you there now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, that's brilliant. There was just a heavy backdrop noise. We just had to allow you to, move to it. Yeah, so and there it is again.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
All right. So yeah, I was going to ask you about the Dave Umahi space, which I think you had some thought on as well. This guy now that has been removed, but he's not reading the tea leaves, and he still thinks he's being bombastic. And what are you making of Dave Umahi? He had to be cautioned by the Nigerian Bar Association. Rascality taken too far. What says you?
Do we blame him? Even if the president don't take to law, as DSS don't even agree with what the court say, everybody does what they want in that country. So if anybody in that government does what they want, that's the situation. Even the Chief Justice, when he was bombarded, the house was raided and all that. A lot of things come into play. And you just look at that.
We've not heard anything since about that.
You can't hear anything. They buried it. Those are the things. Those are the kind of jobs all these Abakari guys do for all these Malami guys. Because I'm sure Malami knows those guys, but they just say he doesn't know them. So all these guys, they know what they are doing, man. So they don't have any regards for the law in that country, and it's sad. And I don't think even those people now, I don't think there is nothing they could actually do to that guy. If they could do something, people wouldn't have been going that far too. Because a lot of cases in Nigeria, even from 1999 till date, there are a lot of cases that the courts have given a judgment, and it's not even coming into play. It's more like they are ignoring what the court has said. So it's a sad situation, honestly.
Oh, okay, and the Amechi El Rufai ticket that we've been discussing somewhat, dead on arrival was how our Black League described it. But is this something that you think has any wings, or is this just
It doesn't. I'm with Black League on that. It doesn't have any. Amechi, no. The situation has gone far away from that now. They need to go and recoup and come back next time. Both of them.
And the police officer, Joseph Ebunike, who mysteriously passes away just as he's investigating the drug dealer cop, a coincidence, or is this just the consequence of a lifestyle? It's too fat.
Honestly, is both ways. Honestly, can be either they kill that guy and it could be natural cause, and it could be maybe the guy is sick and all that, So yeah, because if you look at that Abakari case, all of a sudden they want to extradite that guy away from Nigeria to the US. Something the US has been calling for. They've given them proof that shouldn't even take them 2 months. They finished the first case, they opened the case again to, So I think they're just trying to, because if it goes away, that guy has threatened them that it will open up some people. And that alone even says a lot. He has threatened them from initially when the Hush Puppy case came up. So I think they are just trying to save their house and send that guy to the US to just go and face that case and forget about his Nigerian case. Because obviously, you can't tell me Bakari is dealing drugs with people from foreign and they are bringing drugs into Nigeria and some top people in Nigeria don't know about it. Obviously, he can't get that link himself. So there are top people in Nigeria that are drug dealers that are using him.
All right, thank you, D. So thank you, D. We were just rounding off. So
yeah, I know. Yeah.
Sorry, you didn't get to speak that much today, but you know how it goes. Sometimes you get to hold the space.
I understand now. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
Actually, the people that actually spoke made a lot of sense, and I agree.
If that was Thomas now, you'll be complaining and say, but one man, I was here all the way. That is not fair. That is not fair. All right, thank you, DOD.
Yeah,
Thomas, I'm
all
only
right.
joking, by the way, because I know. But thank you, DOD.
C-Man is my man, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So
Cheers,
hopefully
yeah.
we gather again tomorrow. So from you, then we go on to Ovie to you.
Yeah, where are all these my Asawana brothers? Where they disgracing my man, Ibori. But joke apart, you guys are playing down on Ovie Agege. You know the convoy of Gambari, the chief of staff, and Fashola, and who's the other minister, like Ngige. You know, say they were in Delta State today. They actually had an accident. 5 of their policemen died. So I brought that out to tell you the kind of convoy, the kind of people where they go that zone, and they all due to Mwagege. The vice president was judged a couple of weeks ago. So ruling them out, I understand in a PDP now data, but they would rather project somebody that can win them election rather than going to that zone of sentiment that you are painting. Anyway, on that note, I'll say Bori is still very much alive. Good night.
All right. They've released him from the UK prison. Is not eating porridge anymore.
That was years back now.
A convicted felon, and this is the person that.
But he's still running the state, just the way Jagaban is running Lagos. That's how he runs the state.
Yeah, but the Jagaban has not been locked up for anything.
No, he's not. I'm not. I'm just saying that the way Aizo and his village man, Lord Michael, run and down. I still say the guy is not relevant again.
No, they just find him repulsive. It's just the hopelessness. When we're saying Jagaban is running Lagos and Ibori is running,
he is because he built. He also just like I'm not comparing them, but I'm just using him.
I was just making the point that how far we still are back in the fight to rescue that country.
Right.
If these are the people still holding court and holding space,
Yeah, but just like him, like Ibori, he empowered a lot of guys. Apart from that,
don't keep saying he empowered a lot of people. He didn't empower anybody. This guy stole like $1 billion and he spent less than 10 million on people. And you are saying he empowered people. He didn't empower anybody.
What I mean is that those are the people that are still keeping him relevant and still bidding his bid for him, not necessarily any other way. And then they see.
And that word empower, it really irritates me because you cited the example, not from you, but just in general.
Yeah.
You cited the example of those boys that used to collect monies under Goodluck Jonathan sharing of money that they've gone and built, or was it a hit-on? They've gone and built mansions and now they are broke. So that is the empowerment now. It doesn't mean anything. You have a lot of party, chance a lot of girls, and go back to just.
No, true. There was a time. There was a time. If you know be a Sawana, that means if you know be a job guy, babe, no one will follow you forward.
Yeah, dollars, babe, they follow now.
That's how much money was in their hands,
All right, thank you, Ovie. Always a delight. Ovie spent the whole session this time around, so thank you, Ovie. I don't know who you're hiding from in the dark, but you can come out of the dark now. So that is Ovie hiding from that girl again. What is it? Is it Rebecca or Sheila, or the combination of the two? So that's Ovie. Shadekwa. Sorry. You know those American names. It really, I keep saying things irritate me, but it irritates me. Those Black American names. Musikwa, Seberekwa. You have just a plethora of
one man
African names. Why don't you just
I've
take
noticed
an African name?
What about that name sounds sexy? Shadekwa.
It doesn't now, and they'll tell you it's from the Bible. Lushikwa, Tamarakwa. What is it with Kwa anyway? You're about to say.
No, it seems like there's some disdain for African Americans. One man, what's going on there?
No, I don't have disdain for them. But why do you say that?
Well, I mean, Atlanta.
You just sometimes when you talk about them, you're like, oh, their names really annoy me, and
No. Maybe annoy is the wrong word. I think frustrates is more the word, because I feel that they don't align themselves more with their roots, and they seem to recall somewhat from it. This is something. And by the way, in Europe, the Black America, especially in Eastern Europe, where there's a fledgling Black population there, they go to great lengths to distance because there's a strong African population in those Eastern Europes, these Ukraines, Poland, etc. But then they like that Black flavor, and then they like to think everybody is African American because they actually think that is the descriptive of a Black person. But the actual African American, this actual Black American, when he goes into that space, he makes to great length to distinguish himself from the African to indicate that he is lesser than. But but really, that Shiniquad, Luchiquad, Tamarakwa, there's no such thing now. Why don't you just call yourself, Ngozi? What they have.
Yeah, one man. What it is
Black name now. Don't
one man. What it is a lot of them are trying to align themselves with African names, which is why they pick some of these names, but they don't know the right ones, or they don't inquire from Africans when they pick it. And honestly, a lot of African Americans actually are doing these DNA tests to identify where in Africa that they are from.
But why did you pick the tonality of this day? I didn't even see that coming.
No, because I've listened to some other. You've said, oh, those African Americans, Every when you talk about them, it's not in the fondest of ways.
No, you are reading into me.
That's because people don't understand their story, the history. I mean, the effect of slavery is real, man. Especially now, I'm in Atlanta now, and it has changed my perspective a lot about what I used to know before I came to Atlanta. So, man,
I feel there's sufficient enough of information and opportunities, and the world is shrinking so much more that they should be looking to make that reconnect. And a lot of them are making the reconnect, but
things are changing. Because it took long for the damage to happen. So now that the world is becoming a global village, I think a lot of them are trying to connect back to their roots. And that sense of that you see in Europe, trying to distinguish cells, just speaking generally, from the African, really something peculiar to us all Africans. The closer we are to Europeans, we think we're better than the rest of the Africans. Happens in Nigeria, southern Nigeria, because Oyinbo did their pass, build schools and all that. Just European influence makes you think the other Africans are lesser. It's the same thing with the African Americans, because they've been with the Europeans for the longest out of all the African groups in the world. So they now look at other Africans that are closer to being indigenous as less than. So we have it in Africa and we have it outside of Africa, but it's a wrong notion.
You see, in that space, I think it's who gets to tell the Black story is what I really think is in play. Because they want to tell that Black story of that flavor that they bring, which is international, but the African owns the Black story. So they, I think who gets to tell the Black story is really what they contend with within an European setting, where you have a Black, historically diasporic, and a newly emerged diasporian coming out of the African space. So who gets to be Black? Who is the Black person, and what narrative? You get that in this country too, with the Nigerians wanting to have dominance of the Black space, but the Caribbeans, who historically have been the Black, wanting to hold on to spot. Even in the music, they battle it. So that's really what I think.
Yeah, it's interesting what's going on now. Because I went to school in that space, and I remember a lot of debates I've had with several African Americans, and usually the debates start because of ignorance. They don't really understand a lot of things about Africa, what's going on, who we are as people. But I think it's changing now. A lot of them now with our music, our movies, I have people that send me messages, Nigerian movies, and they're seeing things that are coming out that is really exposing the culture. and it's opening their eyes. And some of them are actually making trips. They're traveling to different African countries, but unfortunately, they're afraid to go to Nigeria. They end up going to Gambia, Uganda, South Africa, Ghana. Oh, goodness.
Gambia seems to be popular with them, and Ghana, of course, because Ghana had the year of return, as you know. But Gambia seems to be especially popular with them.
Yeah, a lot of them feel Nigerians. The Nigerians, for them, some of them feel, they even say, "Oh, you Nigerians."
Yeah.
Yes, it's just that we are too fast paced. We don't care about anything Pan-African. Nigeria now, we're just about the money. So in Ghana, they have time for to slow it down and be Pan-Africanist and even put it in their government. But Nigeria,
and I think they want to tell this story of Uhuru, this sort of Uhuru sort of story, that the Nigerian is not really interested in. Like you said, they just want to take both your women and your money. This is what Nigerians want. They are not interested in your black whatever. So. All right. Go on.
So you're supporting Trump now, B?
Which is what? What did?
Trump said Nigerian women just like women and money.
Wait, is that a lie?
Okay. No,
it's not a lie, but it's not limited to just Nigerians. That's a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah, but Nigerians are obsessively, they like Nigerians. They want to be in the well, from my own perspective, they want to be in the limelight and dominate everything and take everything, especially when they go to South Africa.
Well, is that a bad thing necessarily?
No, it's not a bad thing. This is who we are. Is this not what they are fighting us over in South Africa? That you take their women and their money, and in America you take their women, and in Ghana you take their women and their money. Everywhere you go, you take their women and their money. So
we have
what pisses them off the most is our approach to money. We don't really respect money. The way we spend time, the way we so it pisses them off. How in Nigeria,
when the guy turns up in a South African club, all the girls go there because they know the champagne will fool that table.
You see what you said, it's really true. Most times when I go out with my wife's siblings, and maybe the bill is like 200 or 300 or something, I'll see them just murmuring around themselves, and I will just pay. And they almost want to worship me. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Yeah. Why can't one of you just pay? If you need money, you get it from the rest. Later, instead of you coming there and start, we're going to pay 50-50. I'm like, I said, that's an embarrassment. I won't be going out with you guys again if this is how you behave. I said, that means if you want to go out, everybody contribute money and give it to one person. I said, I don't like it.
Normal for you now.
Here too, when they're having a party, it's bring your own, no? So if you are going to somebody, if you are going to a party, you either bring a bottle of wine or some whiskey or something. But if you go to a Nigerian party, it's declared surplus. So, so yes, it's just
anywhere we are, we declare.
Exactly.
But exactly. No, I'm not disparaging of the African Americans or Lord Ayeso, because I'm watching you, Ayeso. Now this is the second time you've put me up on something along those lines. So I'm thinking you are looking at me in some sort of coloration. I'm not some. Maybe it's because I'm always saying I'm an Oyoma. You think I'm some.
Visit America. Hook you with some Shaniqua and Taquandra.
Your man will change. One
man. Obi has hit the nail on the head.
Your man will change. You might change your own name too.
You will lose your passport. Not even you will lose your passport. You will go back. If they catch you at the right time.
You know those Americans, they are plastic people, aren't they? They are not,
Not be all no. Some not really. It just resemble plastic.
Yeah? But Dr. Feel good,
All those things you are seeing on TV or hear about, yeah, real.
Ovie, if you carry one man waka for Atlanta, one man go shout now.
Hey,
you know, Atlanta is they call it a low down area. I don't know, or a down low. Is it down low or something? You know, there's funny going on in Atlanta.
It's just special. The life here is special, especially to the
Shakwanda. Do you know what that means, Ovie? You have to be careful, though.
That what?
In that Atlanta, huh?
What about
it? Okay, well, if you don't know, then I won't tell you. But
Ovie knows now.
Do you know all the down low? Is it low down or something?
The whole American are the same.
And that's normal now. It's legal here everywhere, but the other side is here too. So everything is present here. That's what. That's the thing about here. Whatever you're into, it's there.
Whatever you want.
When you pick up Eve in the clubs. And you get to your hotel room.
No. When you live around them for a while, you can tell. Even your blood will tell you.
You see? So be careful in that Atlanta, or I hear it has a certain reputation, but there it is, you know.
What thing should give you confidence about me? I'm a village man. So
I'm trying to remember the name of this British actor. Divine Brown, that he went to, what's his name? Four Weddings and a Funeral. I'll remember his name later. So he was cruising around America looking to, he's a bit drunk, wanting to pick up something for the night. And then he picked up a girl that called herself Divine Brown. And then when he got to the hotel, it was David Brown, so there it is. so there it is.
That will be happen for America, any part of America, not just Atlanta alone, as it is presently.
And now visitors that they catch mostly.
And then they know you. Once you just enter, they know that you just come.
Okay.
They will be so nice.
Hugh Grant. Hugh Grant, his name was Hugh Grant. Yeah. So there it is. So thank you, V. So from Divine Brown to David Brown, and I is on trying to call me a big guy.
It will soon start happening in Lagos. Bobrisky is just the beginning. Don't worry. In Lagos too.
In fact, it's already taking hold. I don't know, man. We're living in a new world, though. We're living in a new world.
That's someone like Bobrisky. His real name is Idris or something.
Now,
it's illegal. It's illegal. I don't know why he has not been arrested, because I think Goodluck Jonathan signed laws to that effect. That's why one of the reasons why the Americans hate him. When he signed laws to the effect that this is illegal in Nigeria, and this guy parades himself all over the place, she-mail.
He's doing a better job than Showore. At least by the time you work at it, I see Bobrisky. No, you will see 2-3 Bobrisky springing on everywhere and there, but you not go see Showore.
There are even some, I don't know their names, but there are some other ones now in the social media, like
there's another one that calls himself James Brown.
I think it's that one.
Now. He's in the UK now.
So, but one man, Kenyatta did the same thing. Kenyatta did the same thing. Kenyatta did the same thing in Kenya that Jonathan did. So they can't. And Kenyatta even had a press conference and said in front of Obama that Kenya is a different country, and these are the laws that they are passing.
Yeah.
But the way Kenya did it and the way Nigeria did it was different.
What was the difference?
Kenya just simply said, we have Kenyan problems. This is not one of our problems. When it becomes a problem, we'll deal with it. Nigeria put they banned it and put law against it and put a fine too, for practicing that lifestyle and even knowing about someone who practices it. So it's more strict in Nigeria.
But then if they arrest these people and put them in prison, is that not like putting a fox in a hen coop?
Like Bobrisky and Brown, they are cross-dressers. That's what they claim. They are not in line of what the law is against. But
so when Bobrisky is talking about his or her boyfriend, is that a metaphor? Is that?
Well, it depends on who is interviewing you or what is the order of the day.
Woman, have you received those emails where in the signature line they add the he, his, him, and they add the pronouns under the person's name? Have you seen those?
No. What's that? What's that about? You
Nah,
mean
sometimes.
Gender neutral something?
Yeah, some people you do stuff with business. They send emails. Like I get them, and when I read through the email, the signature I see, they'll put their name. Then in parentheses, they'll put he, him, his. You know, it's bizarre. I don't know if you receive those these days, but you get emails from people and they include that in their signature. It's very
I've not received those emails, but there was a huge debate in this country just a couple of years ago. This controversial journalist who was leading that space, they were talking about Piers Morgan. Yes, they were talking about gender neutrality, and they had a panel. And when they were going through the adjectives to define a gender, they came up with almost 10. I only knew male and female on he or she, but apparently there's God Almighty me, and then there's instances of somebody who transited from male to female, only to then have a relationship with. So he was a man, and then he had bits taken off and bits added on to become female. But then he is in a relationship with a female, which completely defeats the whole thing. But then he's insisting that that's a lesbian relationship.
Yeah, and we should even be careful on this platform so YouTube doesn't ban you from.
It's such a it's a new world we're living in.
It is a new world.
And imagine the kids being born right now. They see that as normal. It's even in Disney cartoon,
and they're teaching
a man kissing a man, a boy kissing a boy.
It in schools now. This gender.
Yeah. Just teach your children differently. That's it.
All right.
Man, that's the word you are expecting me to bring more kids. So,
well, that's the way of the world now.
The word I don't even understand. So how can I discipline my kid in that environment? I don't understand. I save myself that trouble.
If somebody under, let's say, the age of 5, by the time they are like 30, they might as well be from Mars or something, like Martians, isn't it? You just like a Martians, But thank you, V. Just a few more words, and then we'll, I don't know how we even landed here. It was Lord Michael, isn't it? That was wanted to call me as a big coming to you, Lord Michael, not Lord Michael. He's on,
Yeah, actually, I've round up with Sheni. Now you bring me back now, telling me to get up at the end. I said, Sheni Kwa then. You found the name so sexy, and you decided to expatiate more on it.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Always a delight. Right. So that was Ovie, the superstar of the platform. So from Ovie, we go on to Ahizon, the intellectual of the platform. So Ahizon, isms and isms. A few more isms from you, Ahizon.
Yes, my brother. Thank you for having me on the platform and lively and interesting conversations. Definitely with my Nigerian brothers on this platform. I just think there are a lot of issues. The issues you've highlighted today, speak to a number of different things. The Uzodimma issue is clearly talking about the impunity of governors and the fact that they're untouchable. And if they ever want to create accountability in that country, then they would have to change that law that gives them immunity, which might be almost impossible because the governors are critical in getting these people elected. So I don't know how that's going to work. And then the other piece, we discussed the Niger Delta issue and the ability to generate IGR, internally generated revenue, which is tied to the whole restructuring of funds within the country and the ability for regions to do that. Again, that's also going to require a special person at the executive level to force the House of Reps and Senators to pass laws that gives regions autonomy. two key areas that are impeding our development as a nation. If different areas are able to generate revenue, the revenue adds to the national cake, which overall improves the economy of the nation. So that's a key area. And honestly, if we were a country that had some sense about what we need that's better for us, we would be pushing these candidates right now to really, really discuss that issue and force them into a corner where they have to promise that they would immediately on day one, pass legislation or force the legislators to pass laws so that way regions can control their own destiny. Unfortunately, that might be a pipe dream, and we might not see it happen, but that is the only way we can develop as a country in moving forward, is if we can get these people to take action like that. Thanks again for having me, and look forward to hearing this show again tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Aizan. Always a delight. Anytime Aizan turns up, we learn more than we previously knew. So thank you for your company again, Aizan. So from Aizan, we go to Lord Michael. The story get us a bill, Lord Michael.
Not be smart, my people, how una dey? I don't miss una small, though. Una see how the matter don't be today. Today matter I tire about. But we wear boxers under, so they're not going to see anything. As it don't be today like this now. Now continuous knowledge, we go to talk and they go. We're not going to talk and make it sweet, but we're going to talk the truth, make everybody they hear out. I beg, I want to start to the hate people where they from background, where they type, where they like, where they share. Those where they bring people. I beg, me wanna bring new people. Me wanna bring people who come teach us. Plus one where we go teach, where we go argue, where we go get something from. When I see us, we don't they call out, we don't they evolve every day. Let me say we don't they change things small. Before now, so quarrel, enemy. But at the end today now, it don't change what you say. We dey learn from each other. We go argue. We go take this point. We go learn that point. At the end of the day, we go try and strike one small balance. We go say, okay, make we do one like this. Now, so we want make it a be. Make una to the practice and we on a day. You get some kind of things so they do, some kind of things so they talk. I beg you, so you go to tell children, don't do this at home. The one way not good, not do. The one way you feel say good, you feel try out. But bad as a bad rich, we don't come today, we say, person will come must go. So my parting shot with tonight say, continue to help your brother, learn one or two things, what you gonna do, make una the whole amount the whole ground. Make una not agree, make them continue to the cheat una, because we don't see and say all those so-called people they call elders, religious leaders, political leaders, they not be anything, no, they not fit do anything. They don't come today, one day they go. Like they Umahi now, we be say picking with the primary school. If they don't give a common entrance result, make it they go. He say no, say one do primary 6. So my people, make una not just mind them, make una continue to the hustle. Make una dey strong, make una dey talk to una self, grassroots to grassroots. All those people will not get level for village, make una dey hold them strong, una dey teach them. That then the people go fit help us. Because as it dey like this now, we be say most of us not dey for the country. If everywhere scatter, anytime when we come, now we they go take shine. Now your best friend for village, now you go arrange kidnapper for you. So make we do everywhere, make it dey some, so that when we come, we go enjoy ourselves, we go enjoy our people, and our country go better. So make I leave on for here. Tomorrow, by the special grace of God, we go see you. God bless you now. Thank you. One love.
All right. Thank you, Lord Michael. So Lord Michael, one of the established voices on the platform. So that's the mighty Lord Michael, my liege. But there's no might greater, of course, than Black League, and he has the final word. Black League, your word.
Great discussion today. One man meant to more. Thank you again for bringing everybody together. And we had a interactive session. Thanks to everyone in the chat room chatting. We hope that some of you also come join us on the platform to vocally share your views. Thanks to Lord Michael, Ajanle Coco wasn't here today, but we hope to see you tomorrow. And I can't go through all the names because we're deep pressed for time. Africa must remain one because it's just our destiny to be one, and that's when we're actually great. It's unfortunate that we have what we're experiencing in the Niger Delta with so much resources. Communities there should really be the talk of the world in terms of economy, in terms of commerce, and in terms of development, and even a technological hub. They have the resources to garner people, experts from the whole world, just like Dubai did. Dubai assembled top engineers. A lot of them are Nigerians, by the way. People haven't told that story. A lot of the engineers that worked on Dubai were Nigerians. A lot of them also came from Europe, countries like Germany. Some came from the United States as well. I got this from someone who is from there, who is my close friend. He's just telling me about how highly they regard Nigerians over there. So it's just unfortunate where we could have our own mega city in the Niger Delta, but just due to greed of politicians from the area and outside the area, things have just regressed throughout the years, and all types of pollution, just the wealth being just stolen away and leaving them with all types of health problems and just total degradation. That is unfair. At the same time, we have countries like Morocco. Now, Morocco is notoriously known for oppressing Black people in recent years and even in the past. The dark-skinned people who are indigenous to Morocco have been under domination by the lighter-skinned people who consider themselves more or less Arabs. But what did Morocco do? They're trying to apply it successfully to be part of of ECOWAS, meaning they want to hold the same passport as the Black West Africa, the Nigerians, the Ghanaians, Senegalese, Cameroonians, simply because of the Niger Delta. The gas from the Niger Delta wants, the Morocco wants to be a passage to take the gas from Niger Delta all the way to Europe to supply countries like France and other countries in Europe. So for Nigerians in Nigeria don't even like ECOWAS. We're trying to have a stronger passport, but we're seeing countries like Morocco that's very close to Europe, just a swim, a short swim to Europe, joining the ECOWAS simply because of the Niger Delta. And we have the Niger Delta still impoverished. That is a shame to all of us as Nigerians, not just the people of Niger Delta, for mismanaging such resources. We hope things get better there, and it starts with the people speaking up and the leaders being held accountable by the people. We hope to continue this discussion again. We're deep into time, as I said. Hope to see you tomorrow. Invite your friends, your family, just anyone you know who really wants to enjoy an interesting conversation focused on Nigeria. And sometimes we go global, so you just don't know what to expect. And that's the beauty of the platform. So once again, I say thank you and have a good night.
All right, so that's Black League. So you see now why we delight in his company. Very articulate, very knowledgeable, and very accommodating. So a real gentleman, Black League. I will have no other than have that be the case. A real gentleman. So thank you for your company, Black League, and that has been the session. So that has been the session. It's been especially a pleasurable session this time around. The conversations flowed. The people who turned up, the contributors, everything to a man, all on point. Nothing. There was nothing that jarred. So it's just an easy. It was just like guys just gathered shooting the breeze, which is exactly what the intention was. Is I see it somewhat as us gathered in a wine bar, or to localize it within our space, like an upmarket sort of beer parlor, where we just at the dead of night, everybody has gone, but then it's just a bunch of boys just, saying, how do we get out of this situation we find ourselves? And then, the beer is flowing, the suya is flowing, and then everybody is liberated somewhat by that extra bottle of whatever, and then people are speaking freely. So it's just a free-flowing, free chatting, but high-functioning space, and the high function, just as you heard from Black League then. So people of that standard is what we present. So that has been the session, and a real pleasure. If you have not subscribed yet, then just go on and do that. Is that red button. If there's a red button that says subscribe on your screen, then you're not yet fully in yet. So that needs to be depressed, showing gray. And if the like button is not depressed yet, then you're not yet fully in. So click those two buttons as we encourage, and we only encourage that is so that we can move the platform up the YouTube algorithm. And it is getting there just from this push that we're doing, because this session now is we've had even more people because I've been looking at the numbers as the sessions go on. So we've had even more people than we traditionally do, and that is all off the back of those clickings that we've been encouraging. So it does work, and you don't even have to part with we don't say that don't go and release your wallet from Fort Knox and dust it off. We know that most of your wallets don't see the sunshine, so you don't have to part with money. It's just to flick two buttons. So do that immediately and right now. And I'll leave you here, carry the conversation and within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.